Chapter 251, Clone Technique, 2. For example, a clone with a 4th grade heaven and earth spirit root could only be raised to the nascent soul realm even if a cultivator was willing to spend a lot of effort and resources. However, this was basically the limit. Without heaven-defying opportunities, it was impossible to continue breaking through and raise his cultivation to the primordial soul realm. Of course, it was hard to say whether a cultivator's original body could form an immortal soul, let alone an avatar. Therefore, many cultivators would choose to refine their spiritual treasure avatars. Firstly, spiritual treasures such as spiritual plants were much cheaper than high-grade magic tools. Secondly, the potential of spiritual treasure avatars was greater than magic tool avatars, so they were naturally more favored by cultivators. The third type was the flesh clone. As the name implied, flesh clones were clones that were created by using the flesh and blood of one's own body or another life form. For example, the clone that Daoist Master Shenju refined with the immortal corpse was a type of flesh clone. Once this clone was successfully refined, its potential would be the greatest. If the clone's innate talent was better than the main body, then once the refinement was successful, it would not be the clone that would be a burden to the main body, but the main body. This was because the clone would be limited by the cultivation of the main body. For example, Daoist Master Shenju was a classic example of his main body dragging down his clone. Even though the potential of the flesh clone was huge, this clone also had a flaw, which was that it was difficult to obtain materials. After all, not everyone could be as heaven-defying as perfected Shenju and use an immortal's corpse to refine an avatar. Therefore, many cultivators who chose to create clones would cut off a piece of flesh from their own body and use a large amount of resources to refine it into a clone. Once this clone was successfully refined, its potential and strength would be similar to the original body. These 3 types of avatar techniques were all the types of avatar secret techniques that the Qian Yuan sword sect could exchange for. After reading the introduction in the Jade Slip, Chen Daoxuan pulled his divine sense out of the Jade Slip and raised his head. "Old brother Zhang, I'll exchange for this calamity substitution." Hearing this, Zhang Yu took the Jade Slip and looked at it briefly. An expression of surprise appeared on his face. Substitution calamity is a clone technique. Brother Chen chose this clone technique because you've taken a fancy to the secret treasure that Taizhou used to cultivate its clones, right? Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan was slightly stunned, an artifact that cultivates clones. What, Brother Chen doesn't know? Zhang Yu was also stunned. He immediately slapped his forehead, shook his head, and laughed. "Brother Chen, please don't blame me. The exchange rate for battle merits is based on the cultivation level of the cultivator. I forgot that Brother Chen is still at the foundation establishment stage." After saying that, he cupped his hands and begged for mercy. Seeing this, Chen Daoxuan could only smile bitterly. It seemed that in the eyes of the Azure Prefecture cultivators, although he, Chen Daoxuan, was not a Zifu disciple, he was more powerful than a Zifu disciple. No one would treat him as a foundation establishment cultivator. "Brother Chen, please take a look." As he spoke, Zhang Yu took out another jade slip. Chen Daoxuan took the jade slip and checked it again. As expected, the treasures recorded in this jade slip were much more varied than the first jade slip Chen Daoxuan had obtained. In addition, the vast majority of them were precious treasures that only Zifu disciples could use. This is. When Chen Daoxuan saw a treasure that was as resplendent as a blood diamond, his gaze could not help but narrow. The artifact he saw was none other than the blood crystal he had obtained in the true demon realm. Chen Daoxuan didn't think too much about it and asked casually, "Old brother Zhang, are you referring to this kind of treasure called the blood crystal?" "Yes. Yes." Zhang Yu nodded and smiled. Blood crystals are a specialty of Taizhu. Not only can they cultivate flesh clones, but they can also strengthen a cultivator's cultivation. However, blood crystals were extremely precious. It was said that at the auction in Taizhou, a blood crystal could be sold for more than 100,000 spirit stones, so very few cultivators would squander and use it to refine their bodies. In addition, every time the blood crystal appeared, it would be quickly divided up by the cultivators of Tai province. It was normal that you had never heard of such a treasure. Zhang Yu paused. If you want to use your own flesh and blood as the foundation to cultivate a flesh clone, you need at least 100 blood crystals, which is 10 million spirit stones. Speaking of this, Zhang Yu shook his head and was speechless at Chen Daoxuan's squandering. Although Zhang Yu had joined the Qian Cloud Palace of the Qian Yuan sword sect, he was still an itinerant cultivator. In addition, his talent could not be compared to a genius cultivator like Chen Daoxuan. Therefore, Chen Daoxuan's spending of tens of millions of spirit stones was simply a spendthrift to him. One had to know. With so many spirit stones, he could basically buy a purple mansion pill from the auction house. With the purple mansion pill, there was at least a 50% chance of opening the purple mansion. Wasn't this more cost-effective than refining some avatar? Moreover, 100 blood crystals was only the initial success of refining the clone. At this time, the cultivation of the flesh clone was only at the refinement stage at most. If he wanted to raise it to the foundation establishment stage in a short period of time, he might have to spend millions of spirit stones. It was not wise to waste so much time and effort just to obtain the strength of a foundation establishment cultivator. But immediately, Zhang Yu thought of Chen Daoxuan's terrifying sword realm and could not help but understand why he wanted to refine his clone. For ordinary cultivators, spending more than 10 million spirit stones to nurture a foundation establishment clone was meaningless. However, for Chen Daoxuan, a foundation establishment clone that had been nurtured with more than 10 million spirit stones and had the power of a Zifu disciple was not a loss. After all, a Zifu disciple was worth more than 10 million spirit stones. In that case, wouldn't it be very difficult to buy 100 blood crystals? Chen Daoxuan frowned. Hearing this, Zhang Yu opened his mouth and didn't know how to answer. Chen Daoxuan didn't say that the price was high, but he felt that 10 million spirit stones might not be able to buy 100 blood crystals. It was so light that he didn't care about the huge sum of 10 million spirit stones. Zhang Yu felt helpless. It's not very difficult. Zhang Yu frowned. If you want to buy blood crystals, it'll depend on your luck, brother Chen. Luck. When Chen Daoxuan heard this, he could not help being stunned. Buying things depended on luck, which only proved that the supply of blood crystals was not very stable. Yes, luck. Zhang Yu nodded. Although most of the time, the blood crystals will be snatched up by the cultivators of Taizhu, it's not absolute because Taizhu will produce a large number of blood crystals from time to time. At that time, the price of blood crystals would plummet. So, whether brother Chen can get what he wants depends on your luck. I see. Chen Daoxuan nodded. Upon hearing this, Chen Daoxuan understood that there must be a passage to the true demon realm in Taizhu. Moreover, it was possible that the local high-level cultivators of Taizhu had participated in the development of the true demon realm. In fact, there was more than one passage to the true demon realm in Taizhu. Otherwise, they would not have been able to produce so many blood crystals. One had to know. If the blood crystals were rare, they wouldn't have spread. For example, Chen Daoxuan had a blood crystal in his hands. He would definitely not reveal it to the outside world. The fact that this thing could spread in Taizhu and even be auctioned proved that Taizhu's blood crystals probably already had the most basic production channels. In other words, it was very likely that the Qian Yuan sword sect had established a certain foundation on the opposite side of the Taizhu passage. Thinking of this, brother Zhang, this blood crystal is so magical. How is it produced? Chen Daoxuan asked calmly. Hearing this, Zhang Yu's eyes flickered slightly as he shook his head. "Tm not too sure about that. Brother Chen, you also know that I've been staying at the front line of the Yun nation before this. I've only recently been transferred back to Kangzhou to be in charge of Kangzhu's affairs. How would I know about the situation in Taizhu?" Zhang Yu laughed. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan smiled. "You're right, I was too rash. Brother Chen, you're asking this because... why else?" Chen Daoxuan smiled bitterly. "I heard that blood crystals can help cultivators refine their bodies. How can I not be tempted? Old brother Zhang, you know that low-grade spirit rice is less and less helpful for cultivators to cultivate their bodies, and high-grade spirit rice is expensive and hard to come by. I was thinking that if there was a way to nurture the blood crystals..." Hearing this, Zhang Yu couldn't help but laugh. He pointed at Chen Daoxuan and said, "Brother Chen, let's not talk about whether this blood crystal can be artificially cultivated. Even if he could, do you think any family would be willing to sell such a cultivation method?" Old brother Zhang is right. Chen Daoxuan put on an expression of realization and cupped his hands. Chapter 252, Spirit Vein Taxes. After obtaining the substitution calamity, Chen Daoxuan did not delay any longer and bid farewell to Zhang Yu. He watched Chen Daoxuan leave. Zhang Yu's eyes revealed a thoughtful look. In the southwest sea area of the Infinite Star Sea, Shuanghu Island, Guang'an Prefecture. A streak of light streaked across the sky and landed outside the protective formation of Shuanghu Island. Opening the protective array formation, Chen Daoxuan's figure blended into the Tier 4 protective array formation like bubbles merging into a water curtain. After returning to Shuanghu Island, Chen Daoxuan immediately spread out his divine sense. In the blink of an eye, he locked onto his target. In the Chen clan meeting hall of Shuanghu Island. These days, Chen Daolan only felt a headache. Ever since she was appointed as the finance minister of the Chen family by the young clan leader, the cultivators of the Dao generation and the Fu generation in the clan came to her one after another to ask for funds from various departments. For important departments such as the Military Department, the Ministry of Education, and the Magical Equipment Research Institute, Chen Daolan naturally did not dare to delay. She would not give any less funding. However, some departments that had just been established had also asked her for a large sum of money, which gave Chen Daolan a headache. This was especially true for the Spirit Vein Management Department that the family had just established. The Spirit Vein Management Department, also known as the Spirit Vein Management Department, was responsible for managing all the spirit veins within the Chen family's sphere of influence, including the use, maintenance, promotion, and collection of spirit vein taxes. It could be said that this was a department with considerable power in the Chen family. Putting aside the usage, maintenance, and promotion of the spirit vein, just the collection of the spirit vein tax gave the Spirit Management Department great power. In reality, the spirit vein tax of the Chen family's Spirit Management Department was a name he learned from the Qianyuan sword sect. As the ruler of the Infinite Star Sea, the Qianyuan sword sect had adopted the method of spirit vein tax to collect taxes from the major cultivation families in the Infinite Star Sea, except for the areas directly under its jurisdiction. The so-called spirit vein tax was levied according to the grade of each spirit vein. The spirit vein tax of the Qianyuan sword sect was collected once every 10 years, and the tax started from the 3rd grade spirit vein. Based on the fact that the Chen family currently had 2 grade 3 spirit meridians. Every grade 3 spirit vein had to pay 100,000 spirit stones to the Qianyuan sword sect every year. 10 years would be a tax of 2 million spirit stones. This tax burden was heavy. This was also the reason why the Yang family of Guang'an Prefecture had the ability to cultivate a Tier 4 spirit meridian, but did not. This was because the annual spirit vein tax for grade 4 spirit veins was as high as 1 million spirit stones. 10 years would be 10 million spirit stones. 10 million spirit stones was enough to buy a Zifu disciple, which would add a Zifu disciple to the clan. The Yang family naturally didn't want to waste it like this. Only the Zhou clan, which had a deep foundation, could bear the burden of a grade 4 spirit vein. The main reason why the Chen family collected the spiritual vein tax was that the target of collection was different from the Qianyuan sword sect. The Qianyuan sword sect levied taxes on the cultivation families that owned the spiritual veins, while the Chen family levied taxes on the merchants and itinerant cultivators within their sphere of influence. In fact, every immortal city had such a tax department. Like the immortal city of Guang'an Prefecture, the Chens had to pay taxes to the Zhou clan for their magic tool business in the wandering cultivator market. The Yang family had set up the Guang'an Immortal Alliance precisely because of this benefit. Back then, in the entire Guang'an Prefecture, only the Guang'an Prefecture Immortal City was the largest. Except for the fixed spirit vein tax for the Qianyuan sword sect, all the taxes paid by the itinerant cultivators and other families in Guang'an Prefecture belonged to the Zhou family. This naturally made the other great clans, led by the Yang family, dissatisfied. Now, the Chen family had also established the Seaview Immortal City, so they naturally had to hold this part of the benefits in their hands. The light descended. Chen Daoxuan's figure appeared in a side hall of the meeting hall. He stepped into the side hall. After a few turns, Chen Daoxuan found Chen Daolan, who was working at her desk. There were a few young maidservants beside Chen Daolan who were helping her sort out all kinds of accounts. Young clan leader. When a maidservant saw Chen Daoxuan, she was stunned at first, but then she bowed in surprise. Hearing the servant girl's voice, Chen Daolan, who was busy with work, raised her head. When she saw Chen Daoxuan, she quickly stood up and said in surprise, "Young clan leader, you have returned." Chen Daoxuan smiled and nodded, then waved to the servant girl in the room. Seeing this, the maidservants bowed and slowly retreated. Chen Daoxuan walked to the chair opposite Chen Daolan and sat down. He waved his hand and said, "Why are you looking at me? Have a seat." Hearing this, Chen Daolan laughed and sat down. "Looking at your sad face just now, why? Is it not easy to grasp the financial power of the family?" As expected. When Chen Daolian heard this, her little face wrinkled again and she said coquettishly, "Young clan leader, why don't you transfer me back to the pharmaceutical factory? It's much more worry-free there than here." "You?" Chen Daoxuan pointed at the tip of Chen Daolan's nose and shook his head. "I can't be at ease. There aren't many people in the family who have the qualifications and ability to make me feel at ease. You are one of them, so you must help me manage the family finances." Hearing Chen Daoxuan's praise, Chen Daolan's originally wavering mind slowly became firm again. "Yes." She nodded vigorously at Chen Daoxuan. "Tell me, what kind of difficulties did you encounter?" Chen Daoxuan said with a smile. "It's about the spirit control department." Chen Daolan quickly told him about the problem the spirit management department had encountered. "You mean that the spirit control department has been obstructed from collecting spirit vein taxes from itinerant cultivators?" "Yes." Chen Daolan nodded. "The spirit control department has been asking for money from the Ministry of Finance these days, saying that they don't have the money to upgrade their spirit meridians." Chapter 253, Spirit Vein Taxes, 2. At this point, Chen Daolian was a little angry. The Spirit Management Department was responsible for collecting spirit vein usage taxes from merchants and itinerant cultivators, but they actually had no money. It was also strange. Actually, Chen Daolan was not sure. Every year, the Chen family would need to spend a lot of spirit stones just to maintain each spirit vein. Nurturing and upgrading the spirit veins was even more costly. More than 10 years ago, Shuanghu Island was a barren land with a radius of several thousand miles. Not to mention spirit veins, there weren't even a few spirit eyes like duckweed. In a short span of 10 years, not only did Shuanghu Island have a grade 3 spirit meridian, but the neighboring Redwood Island also cultivated a grade 3 spirit meridian. In addition, there were grade 1 and grade 2 spirit veins in the surrounding 1,000-mile sea area. The number of spirit meridians that the Chen family possessed had already reached 3 digits. In order to nurture so many spirit meridians in such a short period of time, a huge amount of spirit stones had to be invested. It could be said, the Spirit Management Department was the most expensive department in the Chen family. The newly appointed Chen Daolan didn't know the consumption of the Spirit Management Department. As the person in charge of the Chen family's overall situation, Chen Daoxuan naturally knew how terrifying the consumption of the Chen family's cultivation of spirit veins was. He thought for a moment and said, "The Spirit Control Department will directly levy taxes on itinerant cultivators. The itinerant cultivators who are used to being free and undisciplined are naturally unwilling. Actually, we can change the method and collect taxes from the freelance martial artists." Another method. Chen Daolan was slightly stunned, not knowing what Chen Daoxuan meant. How does the Spirit Control Department collect spirit vein taxes from itinerant cultivators now? Just like the merchants, we will collect them once a year according to the amount of time they spend in the spirit vein. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan shook his head. The individual cultivators were all being deducted to death, so how could they obediently pay this tax? When you really want to levy taxes, others will run away in advance. In any case, the various immortal cities in Guang'an Prefecture were all recruiting itinerant cultivators to increase their popularity. Did the Chen family still have the energy to catch these itinerant cultivators who ran away without paying taxes in advance? If the itinerant cultivators were forced into a corner and fled collectively, the Seaview Immortal City might follow in the footsteps of the Azure Continent Immortal City and become a ghost city. Therefore, it was not advisable to levy taxes by force. Thinking of this, Chen Daoxuan had an idea and said, "Obviously, since this kind of tax is not desirable, we can change the method, such as selling spiritual houses to itinerant cultivators." Selling the spiritual mansion. Chen Daolan was stunned, not knowing what Chen Daoxuan was up to. But young patriarch, according to the rules of the various immortal cities, spiritual houses have always been rented and not sold. Doesn't selling spiritual houses mean selling spirit veins? At that time, will this spirit vein belong to my Chen family or to the wandering cultivators? Besides, the price of a spiritual house is very high. How could an ordinary rogue cultivator afford so many spiritual stones? Only Chen Daoxuan could think of such a prodigal behavior. Seeing Chen Daolan's anxious look, Chen Daoxuan smiled and said, "Don't be anxious." He cleared his throat and said slowly, "The price of the spiritual house is high. We can let the itinerant cultivators pay in installments." Installments? Chen Daolan was attracted by Chen Daoxuan's new term. Although she didn't know the meaning of paying in installments, she could roughly guess. Young clan leader, you mean that rogue cultivators only need to pay a small amount of spirit stones every year to own a spiritual house in Seaview Immortal City? Yes. Chen Daoxuan nodded. But what if the secret practitioners don't pay? Then according to the contract, my Chen family naturally has the right to take back the spiritual house. This. Chen Daolan frowned. She felt that this method was not very reliable, but she did not know how to refute it. This was because for wandering cultivators, having a spiritual land that completely belonged to them was the common wish of all wandering cultivators. In fact, itinerant cultivators were at the bottom of the cultivation world. Their lives were much more miserable than before the Chen family had made a name for themselves. Not to mention cultivating the spirit meridians themselves, even if they went to the various immortal cities to leech on the spirit meridians for a few days, it would be like cutting off their flesh. Especially before Guang and Immortal Alliance was established. The itinerant cultivators' lives were even more miserable. There would often be itinerant cultivators who would run to Guang'an City to take advantage of the spirit vein during the day, but at night, they would be chased out of the city by the Zhou clan cultivators. After all, not every freelance cultivator had the courage to go to the Yun Nation battlefield to fight for their future. If I remember correctly, most of the spiritual houses in the Seaview Immortal City are empty, right? It seems so. Chen Daolan nodded. Although she wasn't in charge of the management of the Seaview Immortal City, she had heard about the empty spiritual residence. The reason for this was because itinerant cultivators disliked paying a large number of spirit stones every year, but they could only rent spiritual houses. It was not worth it. Usually, only the disciples of the families who had been doing business in the Seaview Immortal City for a long time would rent a spiritual house in the Seaview Immortal City. You see, the wandering cultivators have such a great demand for spiritual houses, and so many of our spiritual houses are empty. Tell me, isn't this a waste? Young clan leader, no matter how wasteful it is, those spiritual houses still belong to my Chen clan. You have to look further ahead. Spiritual houses are indeed a kind of resource for us, but they are not the resource that our Chen family lacks the most. Hearing this, Chen Daolan lowered his head and started to think. Since Chen Daoxuan valued her, she was naturally an intelligent person. She quickly understood Chen Daoxuan's deep meaning. What do you think is the resource that the Chen family lacks the most? Chen Daoxuan looked at her. Chapter 254, Spirit Vein Taxes, 3. A cultivator. That's right. Chen Daoxuan immediately revealed an expression of being a promising student. Then, he said in a deep voice, now that the Kangzhou Business Alliance has been established, the major families in Kangzhou seem to be harmonious on the surface, but in fact, everyone wants to fight for the leadership of the Kangzhou Business Alliance. The Zhou clan is like this, the Zhang clan of Jinan Prefecture is like this, our Chen clan naturally won't fall behind. In order to control the Kangzhou Business Alliance, the most important thing was not the so-called voting power of the Kangzhou Business Alliance. It was just a false name and had no practical effect. To my Chen family, the most important thing is to build the Sea-Viewing Immortal City to be as prosperous as the Azure Continent Immortal City back then. We can even form a master-servant relationship with the other immortal cities in the Azure Continent. To do this, the scale of our Seaview Immortal City has to be expanded by at least 10 times. How many freelance martial artists do you need to do this? His. After a brief calculation, Chen Daolan felt his scalp go numb. Currently, Guanhai Immortal City had nearly 500,000 permanent cultivators. Although it was not as large as Guang'an Prefecture Immortal City's nearly 1 million cultivators, it was even comparable to Lingzhou Immortal City. However, Seaview Immortal City was the newest immortal city in Guang'an Prefecture. Moreover, the Chen family was the weakest among the major families in Guang'an Prefecture. It was a miracle that Guanhai Immortal City could develop to this extent in such a short period of time. But what do we need so many cultivators for? In the end, rogue cultivators were still too poor. Although they had a large number of people, their spending power was far inferior to the cultivators of their families. On the surface, it seems so. Chen Daoxuan nodded. But think about it. What if we let them enter the magical equipment factory in the future? A magic tool factory. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan was completely stunned. Even after the establishment of the pharmaceutical factory, the profits of the magical equipment factory had lagged far behind that of the pharmaceutical factory. However, the magical equipment factory of the Chen family was, after all, a sharp weapon for the Chen family to rise. Letting the secret practitioners enter the factory just like that. But young clan leader, wouldn't this expose the clan's secret? It's true that we'll be exposed, but as long as we're strong enough, we can take this risk. Chen Daoxuan paused. The biggest secret of the magic tool factory is the melting spirit stove. As long as you protect the refining method of the melting spirit stove, you won't be afraid of being exposed. In the infinite star sea, which powerful family doesn't have secrets? Only the weak would try their best to keep secrets. The strong did not need to. Besides, we're not letting the secret practitioners enter the factory now, so what's the rush? Chen Daoxuan shook his head and smiled. Dao Lian, you have to remember that as the head of the family, everything we do, other than the immediate benefits, is more about planning for the future. It was the same for issuing paper money and for Guanhai Immortal City to absorb itinerant cultivators. As he spoke, Chen Daoxuan waved his hand. A map of Kangzhou appeared in front of them. Chen Daoxuan pointed and said, "Look, this is all the immortal cities in Kangzhou." On the map, red dots surrounded the sea-viewing immortal city and were densely distributed throughout the entire Kangzhou. Among them, the red dot in Guanhai Immortal City was the biggest and brightest. These red dots were connected by dotted lines. These dotted lines were the routes of the large transport ships of the Kangzhou Business Alliance. When the time is right, these immortal cities and their families will become the raw material supply and commodity output of my Chen family. At that time, you will know that in this world, the truly terrifying plundering often doesn't involve bloodshed. Chapter 255, Rich and Imposingly Rich, 1. In the side hall of the clan, Chen Daolan looked at the young clan leader who was speaking with confidence, his eyes filled with admiration. Chen Daoxuan decisively shut his mouth when he saw Chen Daolan's increasingly confused yet unknowing gaze. Cough cough, in short, just let the spirit management department do as I say. Chen Daoxuan coughed dryly. Yes, young clan leader. Chen Daolan nodded happily. Immediately, she seemed to have thought of something and asked, "Young clan leader, do you have any other instructions?" Dao Lian, how many spirit stones can the clan treasury take out without affecting the clan's development? Chen Daoxuan pondered for a moment. This, let me calculate. Chen Daolan did not answer immediately. Instead, she lowered her head and flipped through the account book on the desk. After a while, young clan leader, Chen Daolan raised his head and said, "As long as it doesn't affect the development of the clan, the Chen clan can only take out 340 million spirit stones at most." Chen Daoxuan only nodded slightly when he heard this shocking number. He didn't show too much surprise. As for the family's financial situation, although Chen Daoxuan did not know the exact figures, he had a rough idea. Hundreds of millions of spiritual stones was a dreamlike figure for the Chen family in the past, but for the current Chen family, it was less than the annual output value of the Shuanghu Island Industrial Zone. Especially after the establishment of the Kangzhou Business Alliance, the entire Kangzhou business was unprecedentedly prosperous. Thanks to the superb productivity of the magical equipment factory and the pill factory, the magical equipment and pills of the Chen family of Shuanghu Island were now famous in the entire Kangzhou. Countless clan cultivators and itinerant cultivators of Kang Prefecture wanted to buy the goods of the Chen family of Shuanghu Island. This was because compared to the magical equipment and medicinal pills of other families, the magical equipment and medicinal pills of the Chen family were cheaper and better. As long as one wasn't stupid, they would know what to choose. If not for the limited production capacity of Shuanghu Island Industrial Zone, the Chen family might have occupied the entire magical equipment and pill market in Kangzhou. Even if the production capacity was insufficient. The Chen family of Shuanghu Island was also the largest supplier of low-grade magic tools and low-grade medicinal pills in Kangzhou. They firmly occupied the market of low-grade magic tools and low-grade medicinal pills. 340 million spirit stones. Chen Daoxuan pondered for a moment. In that case, the production of spiritual artifacts and elixirs in Shuanghu Island's industrial zone has increased by another level. Yes, young clan leader. When it came to the core interests of the family, Chen Daolan's tone became slightly excited. Since last year, the annual output value of the clan's magic tool factory has reached 250 million, and the annual output value of the pill factory has exceeded 300 million spirit stones. The magical equipment factory had expanded from one large factory to 3 large factories. The pharmaceutical factory also had 2 large factories. If it wasn't for the fact that our clan doesn't have enough cultivators, we could have increased our production by 10 times or even 100 times. Now, the family's annual profit from the industrial zone on Double Lake Island was more than 200 million spirit stones. Speaking of Shuanghu Island industrial zone, every Chen clansman would feel proud from the bottom of their hearts. The Chen family had started off with small flying sword workshops and had grown step by step. Now, they had 3 large-scale magic tool factories. Shuanghu Island's magical equipment factory was no longer just producing flying swords. The Chen family's magical equipment factory had already begun producing various magical equipment, including flying swords. Even precious defensive magical equipment like Ling armor was being mass-produced by the Chen family's magical equipment factory. It could be said, Chen Daoxuan was only a pioneer in the exploration of the industrial production of various spiritual artifacts. The cultivators of the Fu generation who gradually grew up were the ones who truly carried them forward. This was also the result that Chen Daoxuan wanted to see. The road to industrialization could not rely solely on one person, even if that person had vision and knowledge that far exceeded that of this world. The only way to truly achieve the goal of industrialization was through groups. In this world, this group was the Cultivation clan with the Chen family as the core. Seeing Chen Daoxuan's expression, Chen Daolan thought that there weren't enough spirit stones and hurriedly said, "If the young clan leader feels that it's not enough, I can ask Brother Daoquan for an emergency loan of spirit stones." At this point, Chen Daolan covered her mouth and chuckled. "Everyone in the clan says that I'm a little rich woman. How would they know that the real source of our Chen clan's wealth is the treasury in Brother Daoquan's hands?" Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan also laughed. After all these years of operation, spirit stone coins had not only been deeply rooted in the sea-viewing immortal city, but they had also become a new currency in the entire Chen family's territory. The reason why he could obtain the spirit stone coins was because of Changping Central Bank's reputation. This kind of credit was accumulated bit by bit from the sea-viewing immortal city's cultivators and rogue cultivators. In the current Guanhai immortal city, no cultivator would doubt the credibility of spirit stone coins. This was Chen Daoxuan's biggest gain from issuing spirit stone coins. Even in Guang'an City, cultivators began to use this new currency. After all, itinerant cultivators were mobile. As they moved, the range of use of spirit stone coins also gradually expanded. This kind of spreading was silent, but it was more effective than any kind of propaganda, because this kind of spreading was completely spontaneous among the rogue cultivators. It wasn't like when Chen clan first started to promote spirit stone coins in Guanhai Immortal City, where they still had to rely on the pressure of the Western Defense Region Alliance Army. The reason why spirit stone coins could not be used in the entire Guang'an prefecture was because it was inconvenient to exchange them. For example, if an itinerant cultivator wanted to use spirit stone coins in Guang'an City, most cultivators in Guang'an City would not agree with this currency. Chapter 256, Imposingly Rich, 2. Unless the person he traded with was also from Seaview Immortal City. If the Chen family could set up a branch in Guang'an City to exchange for spirit stones, the outcome would be very different. Under the influence of the itinerant cultivators of Guanhai Immortal City, spirit stone coins might really be able to circulate in Guang'an City. Of course. However, the premise was that the Zhou family, as the Guang'an City Immortal City, would not stop it. If the Zhou family did not allow this currency to circulate in the Guang'an City Immortal City, the Chen family would have no choice. However, the good news was that the Zhou family did not realize the threat of spirit stone coins for the time being, perhaps because the usage of spirit stone coins in Guang'an City was not high. There were even many cultivators in the Zhou family who used the new currency of spirit stone coins. In the side hall, after listening to Chen Daolan's suggestion, Chen Daoxuan shook his head. Forget it, 340 million spirit stones is more than enough. Don't touch the central bank's treasury for the time being. Yes. Chen Daolan wanted to say something but hesitated. Then, she nodded obediently. Seeing her like this, how could Chen Daoxuan not know what she was thinking? He smiled and said, "Why? Do you think it's a waste to keep such a large number of spirit stones in the treasury? It feels a little wasteful." Actually, you're right. It's a huge waste to put so many spirit stones in the treasury as reserves. Chen Daoxuan nodded in agreement and then said, "However, this kind of waste is necessary. Dao Lian, why do you think I'm promoting a new currency like spirit stone coins? Young clan leader, you said that it was for the future expansion of the clan's industrial production capacity, so that they would have enough trading currency to pave the way. You're only right about one thing." Chen Daoxuan paused. He grabbed a pile of melon seeds from the fruit plate on the table and casually spread them on the table. He pointed at the pile of melon seeds on the table and said, "Look, this pile of melon seeds on the table is equivalent to the total amount of spirit stones in Guang'an Prefecture." As he spoke, Chen Daoxuan took out a small portion from the pile of melon seeds and continued, "This small pile is the total number of spirit stones our Chen family has. Now, for every spirit stone we issue, it's equivalent to taking one spirit stone from the market in Guang'an Prefecture. With the production capacity of the Chen family industrial zone, what do you think will happen in the end?" Chen Dalian frowned. After thinking for a moment, he raised his head and said, "The number of spirit stones circulating in Guang'an Prefecture will decrease." "Correct." Chen Daoxuan nodded in relief. "The circulation of the Guang'an Prefecture will become less and less, while the circulation of spirit stone coins will become more and more. The Chen family's Shuanghu Island industrial zone's productivity is far more advanced than that of other families in the outside world. In the end." Chen Daoxuan swiped the melon seeds on the table. "When all these spirit stones are earned by the Chen family, the only currency in circulation in the market will be the spirit stone coins issued by the Changping Central Bank. At that time, spirit stone coins will be the only currency in Guang'an Prefecture. But, the total amount of spirit stones in Guang'an Prefecture is not constant, especially now that the Kangzhou Merchant Union has been established. The trade between Guang'an Prefecture and the outer prefectures has become more and more frequent. Isn't this a good thing?" Chen Daoxuan had a faint smile on his face as he looked at Chen Daolan. "How is this?" As Chen Daolan spoke, he suddenly woke up. In the end, wasn't Kangzhou a bigger Guang'an Prefecture? There was a limit to the total amount of spirit stones in Guang'an Prefecture. Even if the total amount of spirit stones in Kangzhou was 10 times or even 100 times that of Guang'an Prefecture, there was still a limit. In this way, the Chen family could still use the advanced productivity of the industry to empty the spiritual stones in Kangzhou bit by bit. As for the speed of emptying the spirit stones, it completely depended on the Chen family's industrial process. With the current productivity of Shuanghu Island Industrial Zone, it would take the Chen family hundreds of years to empty all the spirit stones in Kangzhou. But what if Guanhai Immortal City became an industrial immortal city in the future? Chen Dalian then thought of the young clan leader's plan to recruit itinerant cultivators. Wasn't this to prepare for the future industrialization of the Seaview Immortal City? At this moment, Chen Dalian was completely convinced. She felt that everything in Kangzhou, whether it was the family cultivators or the itinerant cultivators, was just a chess piece on the chessboard, and Chen Daoxuan was a flag bearer hiding behind the chessboard. If young clan leader had not told her all of this, she would not have realized that young clan leader's plan was so far-reaching. But thinking about it carefully, all of this was so natural. The only variable is strength. Chen Daoxuan seemed to have seen through Chen Daolan's thoughts and said, "If you want to complete all of this, strength is the prerequisite. Otherwise, others have the ability to flip the table at any time." Chen Daolan nodded in agreement. In the end, the rules of this world were no different from his previous life. In fact, they were even more blatant. In the Infinite Star Sea, everyone was suppressed by the Qian Yuan sword sect, so they had to behave themselves. If it was in the celestial cloud continent, it was not uncommon for cultivators to be exterminated because of competition for resources. However, no matter how much he followed the rules, once the Chen family touched the core interests of others, the other families would definitely resist. Even the Zhou family, who was now on good terms with the Chen family, was no exception. As the leader of the Chen family on the island, Chen Daoxuan was very clear about this. He, Zhou Mubai, and the family were not the same. 340 million spirit stones was a huge sum of money. Even if the Chen family wanted to transfer such a large number of spirit stones, it was not something that could be done in a snap of the fingers. Moreover, even Chen Daoxuan's high-grade storage bag could not hold so many spirit stones. Helpless, Chen Daoxuan had no choice but to order the clan to buy a few more high-grade storage bags to store the spirit stones. This trip to Taizhu, Chen Daoxuan planned to go alone. After all, his cultivation level was the highest in the clan, and his speed was the fastest. If the other cultivators followed him, it would only slow him down. Besides, Chen Daoxuan was only here to buy blood crystals, so there was no need for him to bring his clan's cultivators. 3 days passed. Only then did Chen Daolan prepare all the spirit stones. Shuanghu Island. In the courtyard of Chen Daoxuan's spiritual residence, Chen Daoxuan, who was sitting cross-legged on the warm jade futon, suddenly opened his eyes. His face was filled with surprise as he said, "I've finally collected 30 stardust." After saying that, he sank his consciousness into his sea of consciousness. In his sea of consciousness, 30 stardusts revolved around the golden scripture. Compared to the 700 stardusts a few days ago, the 30 stardusts were all alone in the sky above his sea of consciousness. Below the stardust, it was the sea of divine light, which had a radius of nearly 10 miles. After several months of cultivation, the sea of divine light had expanded from 100 feet in diameter to 10 miles in diameter. Compared to when he had just started cultivating, the area had expanded many times. However, compared to the 100 miles in diameter of the sea of consciousness, it was still quite a distance away. Chen Daoxuan estimated that it would take at least a year for the sea of divine light to reach the limit of the sea of consciousness. In reality, this speed was already quite fast. Back then, in order to cultivate the soul-setting divine light, Daoist Master Shenzhou had killed and looted spiritual herbs to restore his consciousness in Kangzhou, Jingzhou, and Taizhu. Even so, Reverend Shenzhou also spent several years to expand the sea of divine light to 100 miles. Chen Daoxuan's cultivation speed of the soul-setting divine light was several times faster than that of Reverend Shenzhou. Moreover, from the beginning to the end, Chen Daoxuan didn't need to use any spirit herbs to recover his consciousness. He only needed to silently recite the primordial Dao comprehension scripture before his divine sense was exhausted. In his knowledge sea, other than the 30 stardust and the golden scripture, there were only balls of light left. These light balls were all learned by Chen Daoxuan in his 2 lifetimes. Among them, the things he learned in this life were the most varied. There were cultivation techniques, spiritual spells, sword scriptures, artifact refinement inheritance, alchemy inheritance, talisman creation inheritance, and so on. Within these balls of light, there were 36 new balls of light, and these 36 balls of light faintly circled together, forming a huge sphere that was particularly eye-catching in Chen Daoxuan's consciousness. These 36 light balls were the 36 first-order space sword techniques that Chen Daoxuan had learned in the underwater world of the infinite star sea. He looked at the 36 spatial sword technique in his sea of consciousness. Chen Daoxuan slammed the 30 stardust together without hesitation. In the next moment, Chen Daoxuan entered a state of epiphany again. Chapter 257, Yuan Chen Immortal City. As the 30 stardust in his sea of consciousness fused into one, countless bits and pieces of comprehension regarding the spatial sword intent surged into his mind. Rapid speed, flash shadow, ripple. All kinds of space comprehensions kept appearing in his sea of consciousness. Chen Daoxuan was like a hungry traveler in the desert, greedily absorbing these fragmented comprehensions and piecing them together bit by bit. Very quickly, Chen Daoxuan's comprehension of the space sword essence was getting deeper and deeper. He was only one step away from completely stepping into the first level of the space sword essence. However, it was obvious that the complete space sword essence was not so easy to comprehend. The moment Chen Daoxuan failed on the verge of success, the 36 light balls in his sea of consciousness emitted a dazzling light. In the next second, the 36 light orbs shattered collectively, turning into streams of light that slowly fused together. At this moment, Chen Daoxuan's comprehension of space sword intent suddenly went up a level. As more and more insights about the spatial sword intent surged into his mind, Chen Daoxuan stepped toward the threshold of the spatial sword intent. Boom! In his knowledge sea, the 36 balls of light completely fused into one. An invisible wave spread out from his Danshan sea of qi. Chen Daoxuan, who had comprehended the rain sword essence once, understood that this was the performance after comprehending the sword essence. It's a success. Chen Daoxuan suddenly opened his eyes, revealing a look of ecstasy. He didn't expect that he would only be able to comprehend a branch of the water element sword essence, the rain sword essence, after spending so much effort. However, this time, he spent less than a month to completely comprehend the spatial sword essence. The difference between them was simply indescribable. Chen Daoxuan knew that it wasn't because his talent in swordsmanship had improved by leaps and bounds. The reason why he could make such great progress was entirely because of the stardust of comprehension that the golden scripture had breathed out after absorbing the chaos chi, as well as the help of the unknown inheritance trial in the underwater world of the infinite star sea. The two were the same as long as they were missing a place. Even Chen Daoxuan could forget about comprehending spatial sword essence in such a short time. Thinking of this, Chen Daoxuan's heart was filled with joy. Perhaps, the true demon realm is my real chance to rise. Chen Daoxuan said excitedly as he felt the formless space sword intent. No matter what kind of sword intent it was, the first level of sword intent was invisible. There was no relationship between the levels and types of sword essence. However, its power was related to the type of sword intent. For example, Chen Daoxuan's Silk Rain sword intent, although it was not good at single target attacks, it could unleash unexpected power in group attacks. It was the same for the other sword essences. They all had their own advantages and disadvantages. It was difficult to determine who was stronger and who was weaker. However, in general, at the same realm of the sword, the complete 5 elements sword essence was stronger than the branch sword essence. For example, the complete water sword essence was 30% stronger than the silk rain sword essence. Not to mention the metal element sword intent and fire element sword intent that were most proficient in attacks. These two types of 5 elements sword essence were about 50% more powerful than the water element sword essence, and more than twice as powerful as the rain sword essence. As for the space-time sword intent, which was even stronger, its power was far stronger than the 5 elements sword essence. Generally speaking, the power of the space sword essence at the first realm was comparable to the 5 elements sword essence at the second realm. It could be said to be extremely exaggerated. This was also the reason why the Sea-Calming Palace Lord was much stronger than a late nascent soul cultivator, even though he was only at the mid-nascent soul stage. In terms of cultivation realm, the Sea-Calming Palace Lord had a huge advantage. Although Chen Daoxuan had just comprehended spatial sword intent, he was still a little confused. However, he could clearly feel that the power of the space sword essence, which was only at the first realm, was even stronger than the threads of rain sword essence, which was not far from the third realm. At the very least, it was much stronger in terms of single target attacks. In the courtyard of the spiritual residence, Chen Daoxuan extended a finger. An invisible wave rippled from his fingertip. If a cultivator who was proficient in the Dao of space stood here, he would realize that this fluctuation was not a fluctuation caused by the distortion of the air, but a spatial fluctuation. At this moment, the space was like a pool of water. Under the stirring of Chen Daoxuan's finger, it slowly fluctuated. In the Battle of the Azure Continent's corpse tide, the Sea-Calming Hall Master pointed out with a finger and caused spatial fluctuations to spread for hundreds of miles. So this is what he used. Looking at the spatial fluctuations at his fingertips, Chen Daoxuan's face was filled with joy. Even though he had only reached the first level of space sword essence, he could still disturb space. Of course. Compared to the sea-suppressing Palace Hall Master who could casually point his finger and cause spatial fluctuations to sweep across hundreds of miles, the two were on a completely different level. But at least, Chen Daoxuan had already uncovered the mysteries of space sword intent. In the future, as the number of times he gained enlightenment increased, he would one day reach or even surpass the realm of the Sea-Calming Palace Hall Master. Thinking of this, Chen Daoxuan spat. A flying sword swiftly flew out of his mouth. It was his intrinsic flying sword, Cheng Ying. The Cheng Ying sword was full of spirituality. As soon as it flew out of his danshan, it flew around Chen Daoxuan happily. Chen Daoxuan gently stroked the Cheng Ying sword, his face filled with joy as he said, "I'll use you to test my newly comprehended space sword intent." As soon as he finished speaking, the Cheng Ying sword let out a soft hum, as if responding to Chen Daoxuan. As he injected his true essence, the Cheng Ying sword instantly burst out with a sword ray that was about 3 feet long. Of course, this was only the result of Chen Daoxuan deliberately controlling his true essence in order to test the spatial sword intent. Otherwise, if he attacked with all his strength, the Cheng Ying sword could now emit a sword ray that was about 1,000 feet long. It was not inferior to Zhou Mu Bai at all. Although the Cheng Ying sword's sword light was only 3 feet, one would notice it if one observed it carefully. Chapter 258, Yuan Chen Immortal City, 2. Outside the sword light of the Cheng Ying sword, there was a layer of invisible fluctuation. Under this layer of fluctuation, the space was distorted by Chen Daoxuan's flying sword. Space sword intent is indeed powerful. Ordinary flying sword light wouldn't be able to cause space to change even if it was hundreds of thousands of feet long, let alone 1,000 feet long. However, after comprehending space sword intent, it can easily distort space. Chen Daoxuan muttered when he saw the scene in front of him. However, this was clearly not the full power of the spatial sword intent. Chen Daoxuan's divine sense moved, and the flying sword slashed towards the fake mountains in the courtyard. However, before the flying sword could reach the fake mountains, it suddenly disappeared. In the next moment, the flying sword suddenly appeared in front of the rockery and pierced through the mountain. At this moment, if a golden core cultivator or higher were present and observed carefully, they would have discovered it. As the flying sword pierced through the mountain, the sword light and the sword body did not come into contact with the mountain at all. Instead, it relied on the fluctuations of the sword light to tear apart the space where the rockery was located, thereby piercing through the mountain. Chen Daoxuan didn't know. He knew the limit of the power of this spatial attack, but it was definitely much stronger than the sword starlight of the rain sword intent. As for how much stronger? At this moment, Chen Daoxuan was also a little uncertain. This was because there was really no suitable opponent for him to slash it. 3 days later, Chen Daoxuan took the 7 high-grade storage bags from Chen Daolan. Chen Daoxuan hung the 7 high-level storage pouches on his waist, his face full of embarrassment. Because his current appearance was a little comical. Each of the 7 high-grade storage bags contained nearly 50 million spirit stones. Fortunately, Guang'an Prefecture had opened up trade with other prefectures. Otherwise, a storage bag of this level would not have been available in the original Guang'an Prefecture. "Alright, stop laughing," Chen Daoxuan said with a dark face when he saw Chen Daolan covering her mouth and laughing secretly. Hearing this, Chen Daolan quickly restrained her smile, but the way she tried to hold back her laughter made Chen Daoxuan even more speechless. "When I'm not around, you have to be more concerned about the clan's matters, understand?" "Understood, young patriarch." Hearing Chen Daoxuan's instructions, Chen Daolan retracted his smile and said seriously, "All right." Chen Daoxuan nodded. In the next second, he turned into a beam of light and disappeared in front of Chen Daolan. Taizhou was a neighboring state to Kangzhou, and it was about 100,000 miles away from Guang'an Prefecture. With Chen Daoxuan's speed, he would arrive in a few days if he flew at full speed. This was also the reason why Chen Daoxuan insisted on going alone. Otherwise, if he brought the Chen family members, he would either drive the spirit ship with great fanfare or his speed would be greatly reduced. He might as well pretend to be a rogue cultivator and go alone. A loose cultivator in the 3rd layer of the Foundation establishment realm entering the territory of Taizhou would not attract any attention. Although Chen Daoxuan had become famous in the battle to quell the zombie tide in Kangzhou, he was still a genius. However, in Kangzhou, there were not many cultivators who had actually met Chen Daoxuan. Not to mention the cultivators of Taizhou. After entering Taizhou, Daoxuan was basically a passerby. As long as he did not expose his identity, he would not attract any attention. Myriad Star Sea South, at the junction of Taizhou and Kangzhou. A spirit ship was flying towards the borders of Taizhou and Kangzhou at high speed. Judging from its direction, it should be in the direction of Jingzhou. In the sky, Chen Daoxuan looked at the spirit boat flying towards him and a hint of vigilance appeared on his face. Even though there were fewer and fewer incidents of killing fellow cultivators in the Infinite Star Sea. But that didn't mean there wasn't. In fact, many of the actions of killing fellow cultivators were not premeditated, but were done on the spur of the moment. Especially now, Chen Daoxuan had 7 high-level storage bags hanging on his waist. He was just short of carving the words "come and snatch me" on his face. As expected, the spirit ship slowly stopped in front of Chen Daoxuan. A young man flew out of the spirit ship. This man had a jade-like face. Looking at his face, he was even more handsome than Chen Daoxuan. The young cultivator was 7 feet tall and had nothing on his waist. Clearly, this was a disciple of some clan. Even the storage bag was carried by a servant. "Greetings, fellow deist." When the young cultivator saw Chen Daoxuan, he cupped his hands in delight. "May I ask if fellow deist is also here to participate in perfected Lord Yuan Chen's lecture?" Hearing true Lord Yuan Chen's words, he had already been taken up in the air. Information about this nascent soul immediately flashed through Chen Daoxuan's mind. Speaking of which, perfected Lord Yuan Chen was very famous. He was one of the itinerant nascent soul cultivators who rose from the battlefield of the Yun nation in the past 400 years. Perfected Lord Yuan Chen was originally a cultivator of Taizhou, but since he broke through to the nascent soul stage, he had been ostracized by the nascent soul families of Taizhou. Perfected Lord Yuan Chen knew that the other party was powerful and did not want to argue with him. Hence, an immortal city was built at the junction of Taizhou and Kangzhou. It was called Yuan Chen Immortal City. As this was an immortal city built by a rogue cultivator and was located at the border of Taizhou, Kangzhou, and Jingzhou, Yuan Chen Immortal City became a favorite immortal city for rogue cultivators. After 200 years of development, unknowingly, Yuan Chen Immortal City had become the largest immortal city in Tai Province, Jing Province, and Gang Province. At least, it was the largest immortal city in terms of the number of resident cultivators. According to the statistics, Yuan Chen Immortal City had tens of millions of cultivators and was the best in the 3 states. The Chen family's Seaview Immortal City was just a bigger market compared to it. Of course, the reason why Yuan Chen Immortal City could develop to its current scale, apart from his identity as an itinerant cultivator, was because he was very good at business. Or rather, perfected Lord Yuan Chen was very good at using his identity as a nascent soul. Generally speaking, after a cultivator reached the nascent soul stage, which one of them wasn't high and mighty, they didn't even bother to interact with ordinary low-level cultivators. But Supreme Yuan Chen was different. Not only was he willing to guide low-level cultivators, he would also occasionally give free lectures on cultivation in Yuan Chen Immortal City. One had to know. For itinerant cultivators, besides the lack of cultivation resources, there was another important shortcoming, which was that there was no one to teach them. Basically, the cultivation of itinerant cultivators depended on their own efforts. How to build a foundation? What was there to be careful of? How to establish a Zifo, and what techniques were there? How should he overcome the Golden Core Lightning Tribulation? Wait a minute. Rogue cultivators knew nothing about it. The vast majority of rogue cultivators usually relied on 1 or 2 low-level cultivation techniques to step onto the path of cultivation. After that, whether it was resources or inheritance, they had to rely on themselves. Other than that, no one else could help them. At this time, a nascent soul cultivator was willing to explain the way of cultivation to these cultivators from time to time in an immortal city. One could imagine how many cultivators would go crazy for it. Not only rogue cultivators, but even some cultivators from the family clans couldn't resist this temptation. For example, Chen Daoxuan. When he heard the young cultivator's words, his eyes flashed. Obviously, he was tempted. Even though Chen Daoxuan had been cultivating until now, he didn't lack resources or inheritances. However, there was one thing that he lacked. No one taught him. In this aspect, he was no different from the thousands of itinerant cultivators in the Infinite Star Sea. Actually, it wasn't just him. A genius swordsman like Zhou Mubai basically had no one to teach him. At their level, from a certain point of view, the family clan's help to them was actually not that great. especially the Zhou family's support for Zhou Mubai. At Zhou Mubai's level, rather than saying that the clan was helping him, it would be better to say that he was giving back to the clan. In reality, if not for the Zhou family's burden, with Zhou Mubai's talent, he might have had a better future if he went to the Yun Nation battlefield. However, neither Zhou Mubai nor Chen Daoxuan chose to abandon their families. This was also the reason why clan cultivators were more united than sect cultivators. Many sect cultivators, after reaching the nascent soul realm or higher, many people would choose to travel outside. In fact, even though he was traveling, he was basically in a state of leaving the sect. For example, the sect was in danger. Could cultivators who were traveling really rush back to save the sect? Nonsense. The cultivation world was so vast. Who knew how many years or even more it would take for them to rush back? After a few years, if the sect could not stop them, they would have been destroyed long ago. Chapter 259, Soft Persimmons. Chen Daoxuan looked at the young cultivator who was only at the foundation establishment stage and thought of something. He cupped his hands and said, "That's right. That's great." The young cultivator politely asked again, "I wonder if I can invite fellow Daoist to board the ship. In that case, sorry for disturbing you." As soon as he finished speaking, the host and guest boarded the spirit ship together. The spirit ship was abnormally luxurious. Other than a group of foundation establishment cultivators in charge of guarding it, there were more than 10 beautiful maidservants serving it. When Chen Daoxuan entered the cabin of the spirit ship, it was as if he was in the land of women, causing him to frown. The young cultivator seemed to have noticed Chen Daoxuan's uneasiness. He casually waved his hand at the maidservant and said with a smile, "This is my only hobby." Chen Daoxuan nodded slightly and did not speak. When the servant girl served the spiritual tea, the young cultivator smiled. "Let me introduce myself. I am Ji Yanzhao of the Ji family in Jing province. Are you from Kang province?" Chen Daoxuan, a cultivator from the Chen family of Kang prefecture. Hearing this, Ji Yanzhao pondered for a moment. He seemed to have never heard of the Chen family of Kang prefecture. Or rather, there were no famous families in Kangzhou at all. The only Golden Core family was established by a good-for-nothing who fled in fear of battle. As for the Zifa clan, they could still muddle along in the Azure prefecture, but in the other prefectures, they were nothing. In all the states of the Infinite Star Sea, except for Kangzhou, the families below the Jindan stage were not considered to be big families of immortal cultivators. This point, the Kangzhou cultivators were also very clear. After experiencing the rebellion of God Extinction and the Battle of Southern Mountains City, too many high-level cultivators and cultivators with potential in Kangzhou were exhausted. As a result, the cultivators of Kangzhou were looked down upon by the cultivators of other states in the Infinite Star Sea. Despite his contempt, Ji Yanzhao didn't show it on his face. Instead, he said sincerely, "So it's fellow Daoist Chen. Greetings. Fellow Daoist Ji is too polite." Chen Daoxuan picked up the spiritual tea on the table and took a sip. Then, he asked, "May I know why fellow Daoist Ji invited me to be a student of the school?" "Oh." Ji Yanzhao put down the spirit tea in his hand and said with a smile, "Of course, it's to participate in True Lord Yuankin's Dao lecture with you. To be honest, apart from the free access to the cultivators of Yuanchen Immortal City, Dao Lord Yuankin's Dao lecture is also free. If the cultivators from the other provinces wanted to participate, they had to pay a price. Among them, the Azure Continent cultivators who were closest to Yuanchen Immortal City paid the least price. So, fellow Daoist Ji wants to go with me and pretend to be a Kangzhou cultivator." Chen Daoxuan had a faint smile on his face. Ahem. A touch of embarrassment flashed across Ji Yanzhao's handsome face. He said, "I'm attending Perfected Lord Yuankin's sermon with my good friend from Kangzhou. How can it be considered impersonation?" Chen Daoxuan thought for a moment and nodded. "All right, I can promise you that. Fellow Daoist is indeed straightforward. I knew you were Duke Ji from your appearance." Chen Daoxuan waved his hand repeatedly, interrupting his flattery, and said, "However, I can't help you for nothing." Ji Yanzhao immediately paused and smiled awkwardly. He cupped his hands and said, "What request do you have?" "My request is very simple. Can you give me a detailed introduction of Perfected Lord Yuan Chen's sermon?" Hearing this request, Ji Yanzhao heaved a sigh of relief and smiled. So this is your first time attending True Lord Yuan Chen's lecture? Chen Daoxuan nodded calmly. The date of perfected Lord Yuan Chen's sermon was not fixed. Other than the cultivators who lived in Yuan Chen Immortal City for a long time, very few outsiders knew the date of the sermon. However, every 10 years, perfected Lord Yuan Chen would preach for 3 days. This was the only fixed time for perfected Lord Yuan Chen to preach. However, this sermon was clearly not a fixed time. This cultivator from the Ji family of Jing State must have his own information network in Yuan Chen Immortal City. From this point, one could see the gap between the heritage of an old family and a new family like the Chen family. Other than their connections, the Chen family had very little information about the outside world. Not to mention other states like Taizhou and Jingzhou. Even in Kangzhou, if not for the establishment of the Kangzhou Business Alliance and Chen Daoxuan gradually establishing his own intelligence channels in various prefectures, the Chen family would have been in a state of ignorance about Kangzhou. Of course, the current Chen family had no time to care about the other states outside Kang Prefecture. If it wasn't for the fact that he needed to buy blood crystals, he wouldn't have gone to Taizhou. Chen Daoxuan didn't lack cultivation resources, so there was no need for him to go to someone else's territory and mess around. This was basically the consensus of all the great cultivation clans. Unless it was a cultivation family with a close relationship, they would not easily send high-level cultivators to each other's territory to avoid misunderstanding. After all, the mighty power of a cultivator belonged to himself. If a high-level cultivator wandered around in someone else's territory, it would easily arouse hostility. Time slowly passed as Ji Yanzhao introduced the place. In less than a few hours, Yuan Chen Immortal City was in sight. As Yuan Chen Immortal City approached, Chen Daoxuan discovered that the number of flying lights and immortal boats in the sky had suddenly increased. Compared to the rare sight of the spirit boats of the various prefectures and immortal cities in Azure Continent, the immortal boats of Yuan Chen Immortal City could be said to cover the sky. However, the immortal boat was still approaching Yuan Chen Immortal City. The cultivators on the immortal boat used the meson technique in advance to keep the immortal boat in their palms and sleeves. Then, they flew towards Yuan Chen Immortal City. As far as the eye could see, Chen Daoxuan discovered that this Yuan Chen Immortal City was indeed like the rumors, a floating immortal city. Not only that, after comprehending the spatial sword intent, he discovered from afar that this immortal city was actually in a different space from the outside world. Chapter 260, Soft Persimmons, 2. Paradise. Chen Daoxuan said in surprise. Yes, it's a grotto heaven. Ji Yanzhao's voice came from beside him. Impressive. A rogue cultivator spent only 200 years to build such a majestic immortal city. Of course. Chen Daoxuan nodded. As a rogue cultivator, it's even more impressive to be able to advance to the nascent soul stage in just 200 years. It's different. No. Ji Yanzhao shook his head. In the battlefield of the Yun nation, as long as an itinerant cultivator has outstanding military achievements and outstanding talent, his cultivation will certainly improve rapidly. However, a high cultivation does not mean that he can establish a foundation in the infinite star sea. Chen Daoxuan carefully considered this sentence and found that what the other party said was not without reason. In the infinite star sea, just because one was strong didn't mean that one would definitely have a foundation. Although nascent soul cultivators were strong, they still had to abide by the rules of the Qianyuan sword sect. Otherwise, if everyone plundered wantonly, the stronger one would definitely have more resources. However, the infinite star sea was not a place without laws and regulations, and this rule obviously did not apply. Back then, Daoist Master Shenzhou was powerful, so why did he not have the resources to cultivate? It was the rules of the Qianyuan sword sect that restricted him. In reality, the rules of the Qianyuan sword sect were unreasonable to many cultivators, but they protected the low-level cultivators. Otherwise, if everyone killed and robbed each other, the ones who would suffer in the end would definitely be the low-level cultivators. When a Qi condensation cultivator faced a foundation establishment cultivator, who could resist? Let's go, fellow Daoist Chen. On the spirit ship, a group of people flew down, and the spirit ship slowly became smaller. In the end, it was put into Ji Yanzhao's bag. It was almost the same as entering the Qianyuan sword sect. Everyone entered Yuan Chen Immortal City through a spatial path. They entered the immortal city. Everyone felt that they had arrived at a true immortal grotto heaven. It was filled with spiritual energy, far more than the spiritual energy of the third-grade spiritual vein on Shuanghu Island. The heavenly abode's ability to seal spiritual energy is indeed more powerful than the spirit-gathering formation. Of course. Ji Yanzhao raised his eyebrows and agreed. Everyone looked around in the air for a moment. Ji Yanzhao pointed and said, "Fellow Daoist, look, that's the dojo where perfected Lord Yuan Chen preaches." Chen Daoxuan looked in the direction of his finger. In front of his eyes, a huge floating island appeared in front of the two of them. Above the sky-floating island, rays of light flew out of Yuan Chen Immortal City and landed on the floating immortal island. How spectacular! Chen Daoxuan looked at the scene in front of him and felt that the cave in front of him was not inferior to the heavenly palace of the Qian Yuan sword sect. It was hard to imagine that such a blessed grotto heaven was actually built by an itinerant cultivator in a short 200 years. Chen Daoxuan wasn't an unaffiliated cultivator who didn't know anything. He knew that every blade of grass and tree here was piled up with resources. Large strategic transport ships that were rarely seen in the outside world could be seen everywhere in Yuan Chen Immortal City. Basically, Yuan Chen Immortal City relied on these large transport ships to maintain the flow of goods. Although Chen Daoxuan didn't know how many such large transport ships there were in Yuan Chen Immortal City, it was definitely more than the transport ships of Kangzhou Merchant Union. On the floating immortal island, Ji Yanzhao paid the spirit stones for the lecture and thanked the cultivator who collected the fee with a smile. After everyone left, including Brother Chen, we have a total of 26 cultivators, Ji Yanzhao said happily. Each first-class seat costs 10,000 spirit stones. That's a total of 26,000 spirit stones. Ji Yanzhao felt his heart ache as he calculated the bill. This is also because I borrowed Brother Chen's identity as a Kangzhou cultivator. Otherwise, the price would have been even higher. As he spoke, he shook his head. Seeing this, Chen Daoxuan was rather puzzled and asked curiously, "Brother Guanji, your spirit ship probably has more than 1,000,000 spirit stones, right? Why would he care about a mere 200,000 spiritual stones? A mere 200,000 spirit stones?" When Ji Yanzhao heard this, he looked at Chen Daoxuan with a strange expression. When he saw that Chen Daoxuan's expression was normal, he couldn't help but wonder if he had lost his mind. "Cough cough, Brother Chen, you should keep your voice down. We're only foundation building cultivators. If we brag like this, we'll be laughed at." Ji Yanzhao gently tugged at Chen Daoxuan's sleeve. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan immediately reacted. His cultivation was only at the third layer of the foundation establishment state, but the pride in his words made the hearts of golden core state cultivators twitch. It seemed that the Chen family was really too rich. Ji Yanzhao heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that no one heard their conversation. He said in a low voice, "Brother Chen, you might not know this, but the spirit ship I'm using is borrowed from the family. It's not my personal property. However, I paid the 260,000 spirit stones from my own pocket, so the two naturally can't be mixed up." Hearing this explanation, Chen Daoxuan nodded in understanding. It seemed that this was the normal appearance of a clan's heir. Perhaps the Chen family of Shuanghu Island was not as powerful as the Ji family, but he was the leader of the Chen family. The resources he could mobilize were naturally not something that a foundation-building cultivator of the Ji family could compare to. In reality, Ji Yanzhao was a foundation-building cultivator of the Ji family. The fact that he could use more than 200,000 spirit stones to listen to the Dao was enough to show the deep foundation of the Ji family. If it was the Chen family, would any foundation establishment cultivator be able to use 200,000 spirit stones? It seemed like there was no problem at all. When Chen Daoxuan thought of this, his expression became somewhat awkward. Ji Yanzhao didn't know what Chen Daoxuan was thinking. Seeing his awkward expression, he thought that Chen Daoxuan had reacted and was ashamed of his shameless boasting. As a disciple of a family who had received an elite education, Ji Yanzhao naturally wouldn't be reckless in dealing with people. He knew the principle of stopping when he was ahead. He hurriedly changed the topic and said, "Brother Chen, look, that's our position." Chapter 261, Soft Persimmons, 3. Ji Yanzhao pointed at a warm jade mat not far away. on a high platform on the floating immortal island where perfected Lord Yuan Chen was preaching. The platform was now empty. Around the high platform were rings of futons made of warm jade. These prayer mats were the seats for cultivators to listen to the Dao. Among them, the seats closest to the high platform were not sold to the public, but were given as gifts. The further out the seats were, the lower the price. He looked around. The huge floating immortal island was filled with this kind of warm jade futon. One could imagine how spectacular the scene would be when perfected Lord Yuan Chen began to preach. Looking at these mostly empty warm jade praying mats, Chen Daoxuan couldn't help but be secretly speechless. Brother Ji, do you know when Xiao Dao will begin? It should be 7 days later. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan nodded and silently walked towards his seat. The 26 seats that Ji Yanzhao bought were all first-class seats. The A-grade seats were the best after the ones that weren't for sale. There were a total of 10,000 of them. Chen Daoxuan and the others were lucky enough to buy it. Looking at these seats on the floating immortal island, Chen Daoxuan vaguely knew why Yuan Chen Immortal City could develop. Compared to the other nascent souls, the deepest impression that Supreme Yuan Chen gave him was that he was not a decent person. In other words, he was down to earth. Chen Daoxuan had seen so many nascent souls in the Qian Yuan sword sect, and they even looked at the Zifu disciples of the Azure continent with extremely cold eyes, let alone the Foundation establishment and even Qi condensation cultivators on the immortal island. Normally, Qi refining cultivators were not even qualified to meet nascent soul cultivators, but true Lord Yuan Chen broke this unspoken rule. Not only was he willing to meet low-level cultivators, he would even personally preach to them. In this way, how could low-level cultivators not be grateful? How could Yuan Chen Immortal City not be prosperous? On the floating immortal island, after Chen Daoxuan and the others sat down, more and more cultivators flew toward the island. The originally empty warm jade praying mat gradually became full. Even though the island was filled with cultivators, there were at least millions of them. However, the entire place was silent, and no one made a noise. Even the breathing of the cultivators changed to internal breathing. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. As the time for perfected Lord Yuan Chen's lecture got closer and closer, more than a dozen figures flew over the immortal island and flew straight towards the A-class seats. Only when the other party descended did Chen Daoxuan realize that they were flying towards Ji Yanzhao and the others. The leader of this group was an early Zifu disciple. Although he was handsome, his cold expression made it easy for outsiders to feel disgust towards him. However, what caught Chen Daoxuan's attention was not his appearance, but the divine pattern on his forehead that was exactly the same as Yu Dao's. The trial testers of the Infinite Star Sea inheritance. Just as he was thinking, Pada! A bag of holding was thrown over by a servant next to him. What was shocking was that this servant was actually a late-stage Zifu disciple. Here is 1,000,000 spirit stones for 13 seats. This was the first time that Ji Yanzhao had been smashed by a spirit stone like this since he was a child. However, he could tell that these cultivators in front of him were not only powerful, but their backgrounds were also not simple. In addition, he was outside and did not want to cause trouble. Therefore, he picked up the spirit stones on the ground and shook them. He turned around and said, Xiaolan, give your seats to the seniors. Yes. The maidservant named Xiaolan paled and immediately nodded. The other maidservants did not dare to resist and stood up with desolate expressions. Soon, the 12 seats were empty, and there was only one left. Seeing this, Ji Yanzhao's expression turned ugly as he said, Senior, I am a disciple of the Ji family in Jing State. These are all cultivators of the Ji family. Ji family. The young cultivator in the lead nodded, then looked at Chen Daoxuan and said in a commanding tone, You, move aside. Chapter 262, 3 Treasures of Cultivation, 1. Floating Immortal Island. The lecture hall was full of seats and extremely quiet. However, in the first-class area, there were 2 parties confronting each other. The young cultivator with the divine pattern on his forehead frowned when he saw Chen Daoxuan's indifference. The nearby Zifu disciple, upon seeing this foundation establishment cultivator in front of him act so indifferently, causing his master to lose face in front of everyone, his face immediately darkened. He berated. Told you to take the spirit stones and get lost. Didn't you hear me? As he spoke, he opened his palm and tried to grab Chen Daoxuan's head. However, Chen Daoxuan's eyes were closed, as if this Zifu disciple wasn't attacking him. Seventh brother, leave. Just as the palm of the purple mansion servant was about 3 feet away from Chen Daoxuan's head, the young cultivator with the divine pattern on his forehead suddenly stopped him. Yes, master. This Zifu disciple called Old Seven hurriedly came to a halt, then turned and bowed, retreating behind the young cultivator. Immediately after, the young cultivator pointed out a foundation establishment cultivator from his entourage and said, "Go to Yuanchen Immortal City and wait for us." Yes. The foundation establishment cultivator who was called out had a desolate expression on his face, but he still obediently followed the Ji family's maidservant and left. At this point, the dispute was resolved. The young cultivator with a divine pattern on his forehead sat down on the futon beside Chen Daoxuan and transmitted his voice, "Daoist friend, you have guts." Chen Daoxuan raised his head and glanced at him. Then, he closed his eyes and didn't say anything. Seeing that Chen Daoxuan was still ignoring him, the young cultivator's expression froze. Then, he stopped talking and silently waited for the lecture to begin. Several hours later, a figure suddenly appeared on the high platform of the dojo. This person was wearing a green Daoist robe. His long silver hair was tied up in a Daoist bun, and his face was ruddy. He looked kind and sage-like. He was Perfected Lord Yuanchen. Perfected Lord Yuanchen was 2 meters tall, far taller than ordinary cultivators. Perfected Lord Yuanchen's face was facing the seat where Chen Daoxuan was sitting. Sensing the nascent soul's casual gaze, Chen Daoxuan felt an invisible pressure pressing down on him. After sensing for a while, he found that the people around him were all tensed up like him. Obviously, everyone felt great pressure. Was this a nascent soul cultivator? How terrifying! Chen Daoxuan held his breath. Seeing that the entire training hall was silent, a loud voice suddenly sounded. It was Perfected Lord Yuanchen's preaching. "All of you are cultivators, but do you know what the path of cultivation is? Shang. Was it the power to destroy the world with a single move? Or was it because his Dao heart was stable and his will was as firm as a knife?" Perfected Lord Yuanchen asked 3 questions in a row. Instantly, it attracted everyone's attention. Ever since Chen Daoxuan had stepped onto the path of immortality under Chen Xianhe's guidance, he had never received an answer despite having similar doubts during his cultivation. All along, he had been muddle-headed. He had been meditating when others were meditating, and he had been building his foundation when others were building their foundations. Regarding the essence of cultivation, Chen Daoxuan actually didn't understand it very well. In other words, the vast majority of itinerant cultivators did not understand. Although Chen Daoxuan wasn't a rogue cultivator, other than the inheritance resources, his understanding of the path of cultivation wasn't much different from that of a rogue cultivator. He was still lacking. To a certain extent. The 3 questions raised by Perfected Lord Yuanchen were more like questions about the nature of cultivation. Everyone's attention was attracted. Perfected Lord Yuanchen said slowly, "I'm sure everyone has seen this sentence from the various cultivation methods on the first day of stepping into the immortal path. The path of cultivation is nothing more than cultivating one's own body internally and combining it with the Great Dao externally." Then, what was one's own body and what was the Great Dao? In my humble opinion, one's cultivation lies in the 3 treasures, essence, qi, and spirit. Perfected Lord Yuanchen paused for a moment. To put it simply, tempering the body is to strengthen the spirit, refining the spiritual energy is to nourish the qi, and strengthening the consciousness is to focus. Body refining, qi refining, and spirit refining. According to Perfected Lord Yuanchen's preaching, one's cultivation could be divided into 3 aspects, essence, qi, and spirit. However, these 3 aspects did not exist independently but were mutually dependent. For example, the Dao of qi refinement could temper the body and strengthen the divine sense. The path of body refinement could also nourish one's qi and focus one's mind. Even though Perfected Lord Yuanchen did not say that there was a cultivation path that specialized in the cultivation of consciousness, Chen Daoxuan knew that there was such a cultivation path in the world. The Sea of Divine Light was a typical method of cultivating the consciousness. The soul-setting divine light was just a divine power that came with the Sea of Divine Light. On the high platform, Perfected Lord Yuanchen was still talking non-stop, and everyone was listening to him in a daze. Following his lecture, a phenomenon actually began to appear on the floating immortal island. In the void, illusory golden lotuses gradually bloomed. However, at this moment, everyone was not in the mood to pay attention to the phenomenon. All their attention was on perfected Lord Yuan Chen. At the beginning, the qi condensation cultivators at the outermost layer could still understand what perfected Lord Yuan Chen was talking about, but the more they went on, the more they felt that it was illusory and they didn't know what it was about. Helplessly, these qi condensation cultivators could only force themselves to remember it. But strangely, no matter how hard they tried, they just couldn't remember it. What was even stranger was that as perfected Lord Yuan Chen's teachings became more and more profound, although these qi condensation cultivators couldn't understand it, they felt nauseous and their sea of consciousness became dizzy. The experienced qi condensation cultivators didn't dare to listen to him anymore. They immediately stood up from the warm jade futon, cupped their hands in greeting to true Lord Yuan Chen, and flew away. Upon seeing this, the qi condensation cultivators who came to listen to the Dao for the first time quickly followed suit and left with the main group in a sorry state. Chapter 263, 3 Treasures of Cultivation, 2. In less than half a day, the number of cultivators listening to the Dao on the floating immortal island had decreased by 90%. Only the cultivators above the foundation establishment stage were still intoxicated. On the high platform, perfected Lord Yuan Chen continued with a smile, therefore, cultivation and realm cannot be mixed up with the other party. Cultivation is a measure of the degree of one's cultivation, and realm is the depth of one's comprehension of the great Dao. Although the two cannot be mixed together, they are mutually dependent. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan suddenly felt enlightened. Speaking of which, he was a typical cultivator with a low cultivation base and a high realm. In terms of cultivation, Chen Daoxuan was only at the 3rd level of the foundation establishment realm. However, in terms of the realm of the sword, he had comprehended 2 sword intents in a row. One of them was the spatial sword intent, and the other was close to the 3rd level of the astral transformation realm. When an ordinary cultivator was in the foundation establishment stage, not to mention approaching the 3rd level of sword intent, even comprehending a sword intent to the formless realm was already a heaven-sent talent. From this, one could see how terrifying Chen Daoxuan's realm was among cultivators of the same cultivation level. The Great Dao is ethereal and formless. Therefore, in order to comprehend the Great Dao, cultivators have no choice but to seek items that can inherit the Great Dao. At this point, the cultivation world is divided into the Dao of spells and the Dao of swordsmanship. Inheriting Dao from the art, so it is called Daoshu, inheriting Dao from the sword, so it is called the way of the sword. Therefore, the paths are different, but the different paths lead to the same destination. Therefore, cultivators who choose to walk the art path don't have to envy sword cultivators. Although sword cultivators are powerful at the same level, they have the disadvantage of being hard and easy to break. Although art cultivators are slightly weaker, they... For a moment, perfected Lord Yuan Chen was actually stuck. It seemed that he hadn't thought of a word to comfort the cultivators. He could only smile slightly, skip this topic, and continue to explain the Great Dao. Perfected Lord Yuanqin's Dao was similar to Chen Daoxuan's in that it was also the Dao of water. However, perfected Lord Yuan Chen was not a sword cultivator, but a spell cultivator. Just as perfected Lord Yuan Chen said, although the strength of Dao inheriting technique was slightly weaker than sword cultivators of the same realm, this weakness would become less obvious as the cultivator's cultivation realm advanced. For example, when one reached the nascent soul realm, the difference between a sword cultivator and an art cultivator was more reflected in the difference in their cultivation and realm, rather than the difference in the path they took. The 3 days of preaching soon passed. Everyone only came back to their senses after perfected Lord Yuan Chen left. Chen Daoxuan stood up and bowed respectfully in the direction where perfected Lord Yuan Chen had left. Only then did he transform into a streak of light and fly out of the island. Behind him, Ji Yanzhao shouted repeatedly, but Chen Daoxuan ignored him and left Yuanchen Immortal City. On the Immortal Island, the young cultivator with the divine pattern on his forehead watched Chen Daoxuan leave and didn't speak for a long time. Beside him, as if a staged servant asked in a low voice, "Young master, should I teach this person a lesson?" Hearing this, the young cultivator glanced at him and said coldly, "No need." The Zifu disciple had somehow offended this chosen of the Zhang clan, and he couldn't help but feel nervous. Of course, he didn't know that 3 days ago, if it wasn't for the Zhang family's paragon, his palm would have been cut off by Chen Daoxuan's space sword intent if it had moved another foot forward. Looking in the direction where Chen Daoxuan disappeared, Zhang Chenai frowned and thought to himself, such a sharp spatial sword intent, who is this person? Not far away. Ji Yanzhao saw Chen Daoxuan leave directly and ignored him, so he withdrew his right hand. Then, he saw Zhang Chenai and the others not far away. His face was immediately filled with smiles. He quickly walked forward and cupped his hands. Seniors, I am from the Ji family of Jing State. Before he could finish his sentence, Zhang Chenai ignored him and flew away. Seeing their master leave, the other servants followed closely behind. The smile on Ji Yanzhao's face gradually froze when he saw this. Young master! Let's go! After being snubbed twice in a row, Ji Yanzhao could no longer hide the coldness in his heart and said coldly. He left Yuan Chen Immortal City. Chen Daoxuan, who had gained a lot, did not delay any longer and flew straight to Taizhu. Although Chen Daoxuan's cultivation level was only at the 3rd level of foundation establishment, his speed was even faster than that of an ordinary Zifu disciple. Especially after he had comprehended the spatial sword intent, his speed had increased by another level. His current speed wasn't far from Zhou Mubai's when he had gone to Lotus Island with him. 2 days later, Chen Daoxuan entered the territory of Taizhu. The immortal city he was going to was the Yanzhai Immortal City, which was controlled by the Zhang family, a nascent soul realm family in Tai province. Compared to the scattered sand in Kangzhou, the entire Taizhu was basically under the control of the Zhang family. As for the other families in Taizhou, they were all dependent on the Zhang family for survival. They were the affiliated families of the Zhang family. To a certain extent, in Taizhu, the words of the Zhang family were even more effective than the words of the Qianyuan sword sect. Of course, this was just what the cultivators in Taizhu said in private. On the surface, no family dared to disobey the orders of the Qianyuan sword sect. After all, the Qianyuan sword sect was at its peak. Who was tired of living and dared to find trouble with it? Compared to Kangzhou, Taizhu's territory was much vaster. From the map, the territory of Taizhu was more than 5 times that of Kangzhou. Therefore, after Chen Daoxuan entered the territory of Tai State, he flew for 9 days before arriving at the location of Yanzhai Immortal City in the middle of Tai State. Setting off from Shuanghu Island, if he didn't take into account the time he spent on perfected Lord Yuan Chen's lecture, Chen Daoxuan spent about half a month before he arrived at the Yanzhai Immortal City of the Zhang family in Taizhu. Although Taizhu and Kangzhou were 2 neighboring states. However, compared to Kangzhou, Taizhu was obviously less affected by the rebellion of God vanishing. In Chen Daoxuan's opinion, this might have something to do with the fact that the God-ceasing immortal abode was in the Azure continent. This was because the spatial teleportation distance of the dust banner was only 100,000 miles at most. It could not even leave the Azure continent. If Daoist Master Shenzhou was intercepted when he went to the Tai State territory, he would not be able to escape to the Shenzhou immortal abode immediately, even though the dust banner had the ability to teleport at will. However, in that era where everyone hated him to the bone, how could Daoist Master Shenzhou dare to flee alone in Taizhu? If a few high-level cultivators came to block him, he might die. With perfected Shenzhou's prudence, he was naturally unwilling to take such a risk. Therefore, compared to the cultivation world in Kang Prefecture, the cultivation world in Taizhu was much more prosperous. This prosperity was reflected in all aspects. For example, in terms of the number of ordinary and high-level cultivators, the richness of cultivation resources, the number of spirit veins, the prosperity of the 100 arts of cultivation, and so on, Taizhu basically crushed Kangzhou. It could even be said that compared to Taizhu, Kangzhou was simply a barren land. This could be seen from the high-level cultivators on both sides. The only golden core cultivator in Kangzhou was the son of the 3rd elder of the Qianyuan sword sect. In Taizhou, there were 3 nascent soul cultivators, and all of them were from the Zhang family. As for low-level cultivators, the difference between the 2 states was even more shocking. Although there were no detailed statistics, roughly speaking, the number of cultivators in Taizhu was at least 10 times that of Kangzhou. In other words, there were at least tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of cultivators in Taizhu. From this, one could see the prosperity of Taizhu. Even with Chen Daoxuan's extremely deep Zhenyuan reserves, he was exhausted after flying all the way from Shuanghu Island to Yanjai Immortal City. They approached the Eternal Night Immortal City. Chen Daoxuan finally saw the bustling and solemn Yanjai Immortal City. Compared to the Yuanchen Immortal City that he had glimpsed a few days ago, the scale of Yanjai Immortal City seemed to be inferior to Yuanchen Immortal City. At least in terms of the number of cultivators, Yanjai Immortal City could not compare to the other party. According to Chen Daoxuan's information, Yanjai Immortal City usually had at most 10 million cultivators, which was far from the terrifying scale of tens of millions of cultivators in Yuanchen Immortal City. However, in terms of power, the Zhang family was much stronger than Yuanchen Immortal City. This was because the Zhang family controlled far more than just the Eternal Night Immortal City. In Tai Province, all the immortal cities were under the command of the Zhang family. Not only that, the Zhang family even had terrifying control over these immortal cities because almost all the commanders of the cultivator armies guarding these immortal cities came from the Zhang family. If not for the suppression of the Qian Yuan sword sect above his head. With the Zhang family's strength, they could control all the states around Taizhu in minutes. Chapter 264, Sacrificial Clone, 1. Eternal Night Immortal City. In a high-class inn. So fellow deist wants to buy blood crystals. The innkeeper, who was at the Foundation establishment realm, looked at Chen Daoxuan and nodded. No wonder. No wonder it's a big deal. Fellow deist, please don't misunderstand. The shopkeeper cupped his hands and said with a smile, although the blood crystals of Tai State are not famous in the outer states, almost all the big families in the nearby states know the wonderful effects of the blood crystals. Therefore, there are many cultivators from the outer states who come to Yanjai Immortal City to buy blood crystals every year. The shopkeeper's words seemed to be intentionally or unintentionally probing Chen Daoxuan's identity. Fellow deist, do I look like a disciple of a large clan? Chen Daoxuan smiled. Hearing this, the shopkeeper shook his head and said, usually, it's difficult to buy blood crystals if you're not from a big family. But I have to say that you're quite lucky. A few days ago, the Zhang family seemed to have been selling blood crystals to the outside world in order to raise spirit stones. Oh? Why is the Zhang family gathering spirit stones? This. The shopkeeper shook his head with a bitter smile. Chen Daoxuan also knew that he had misspoken. How could a small innkeeper know why the Zhang family had made this decision? Even though this shopkeeper was a foundation-building cultivator, he was still a rogue cultivator. He was able to have such knowledge because he had been in Yanjai Immortal City for many years and was relatively well informed. Thank you for your explanation, fellow deist. Chen Daoxuan cupped his hands and handed over a storage bag. The shopkeeper used his divine sense to count the spirit stones in the storage bag and then put it away. He smiled and said, "You're welcome." Next. Chen Daoxuan asked many times. The conclusion he came to was no different from what the innkeeper had said, so he was relieved. Everything went smoothly. Chen Daoxuan's face was filled with joy. After finding out about the sale of the blood crystals, Chen Daoxuan, who had been relieved, rented a Grade B Immortals Cave in Yanjai Immortal City. He wanted to refine his avatar here. This was because he didn't know how many blood crystals were needed to refine his clone. Logically speaking, Chen Daoxuan could choose to use magic tools to refine his avatar. There was no need to go around in circles and waste so much time. After all, the main purpose of his avatar was to harvest the world origin pearl from the true demon realm. But in reality, there was a natural limit to the number of times one could refine a clone. When cultivators refined avatars, they couldn't refine as many as they wanted. To refine an avatar, one needed to cut the cultivator's sea of consciousness. According to the avatar secret technique substitution tribulation, the essence of refining an avatar was to split the soul. He needed to inject a portion of his original body's soul into the avatar. Therefore, before the immortal soul stage, a cultivator could only cultivate one avatar at most. Even if this avatar died, the cultivator could not cultivate a second avatar. Otherwise, cutting the soul continuously would cause irreversible damage to the origin of the soul and affect the cultivator's Dao path. This was also the reason why Chen Daoxuan chose the flesh clone with the greatest potential. Otherwise, just to use his clone as cannon fodder, Chen Daoxuan could choose a cultivator of the Fu generation from the Chen family's military headquarters to go to the true demon realm in his place. In the following days, Chen Daoxuan shut himself in his cave abode in the eternal night immortal city. He had brought a total of 340 million spirit stones from the Chen family. With the price of 100,000 spirit stones per blood crystal, he could buy a total of 3,400 blood crystals. Including his own one, he had a total of 3,401 blood crystals. With so many blood crystals, it was definitely enough to refine his clone. In the rented cave abode, Chen Daoxuan waved his hand and activated the defensive array formation that came with the cave abode. Chen Daoxuan, who was sitting on the warm jade futon, patted the storage pouch at his waist. Suddenly, a pile of blood crystals appeared in front of him. Counting carefully, there were a total of 200 blood crystals. Immediately after, Chen Daoxuan summoned his intrinsic flying snow sword. He stretched out his right arm and rolled up his sleeve. Then, he controlled the flying snow sword and slashed at his right arm. Intense pain came. Chen Daoxuan's expression did not change. He picked up a blood crystal with his left hand and pressed it on the wound that was curled up like a baby's mouth. At this moment, a miraculous scene happened. The blood crystal melted when it came into contact with Chen Daoxuan's blood. Then, it quickly fused into Chen Daoxuan's wound. Moreover, his wounds were healing rapidly as the blood crystals entered his body. Chen Daoxuan wasn't surprised that his wounds could heal so quickly. This was because he was a body refinement cultivator. Although his body had not yet reached the level of flesh and blood regeneration, he could still regrow his severed limbs. However, it was not a problem for him to quickly recover from his injuries. Not to mention that Chen Daoxuan had cultivated a body-tempering cultivation technique, even for foundation establishment cultivators who had not cultivated a body-tempering cultivation technique, with the strength of their bodies, recovering from such injuries was a piece of cake. Just as true Lord Yuan Chen had said. The cultivation of a cultivator's essence, qi, and spirit was actually dependent on each other. Even a foundation-building cultivator who had never cultivated a body-tempering technique would have a body that a qi condensation cultivator could not compare to. As the blood crystal fused into Chen Daoxuan's body, his skin was as red as a cooked prawn. In addition, the temperature of his body was also rising rapidly. If a mortal were to approach him at this moment, they would probably be scalded to death by the high temperature emitted by his body. Even so, Chen Daoxuan's consciousness was still clear. This was the first time he had tried to use blood crystals to refine his body since he had learned the method of using them from Zhang Yu. He calculated carefully. Ever since Chen Daoxuan stepped into foundation establishment, he had not cultivated the dragon python heaven swallowing technique. Chapter 265, Sacrificial Clone, 2. It wasn't that the level of this technique was too low, but that Chen Daoxuan didn't have the appropriate resources to cultivate it. As his cultivation continued to rise, Chen Daoxuan knew that the reason why high-level cultivators were restricted in cultivating body-tempering techniques was not because of the high consumption of ordinary resources, but because of the lack of body-tempering resources. For low-level cultivators, he could also refine his body by eating spiritual rice. However, for foundation establishment cultivators, low-level spiritual rice was useless, and the production of high-level spiritual rice was too low to be distributed. In addition, the increase in strength brought by cultivating a body-tempering technique was far less than the increase in strength brought by increasing cultivation. Therefore, cultivators would usually give up on cultivating body-tempering techniques after successfully building their foundation. Chen Daoxuan was a classic example. He realized that cultivating a body-tempering cultivation technique had little effect on his strength, especially after he had built his foundation and his sword realm had increased greatly, which made him feel that body tempering was useless. As a swordsman, it was basically impossible for him to be reduced to the level of fighting with the enemy. In terms of defense, the defense of a body refinement cultivator was far inferior to the defense of a Ling armor. But in the true demon realm, Chen Daoxuan saw a completely different scene. In the true demon realm, the human race all walked the path of body refinement, even though their path of body refinement was far inferior to the cultivation path of this world. However, it had to be said that the recovery ability of body refinement cultivators was really too strong. As long as he reached the cultivation base of flesh and blood, he would be able to regrow severed limbs. If he reached the cultivation base of blood rebirth, wouldn't he be immortal? In the secluded chamber, Chen Daoxuan's thoughts spun quickly, but he quickly calmed down. As the dragon python heaven-devouring technique circulated once again, the temperature of his body gradually dropped. At the same time, as the temperature of his body dropped, Chen Daoxuan discovered that his physical strength, which had not improved for a long time, was slowly increasing again. Moreover, the speed of his body was much faster than when he ate the spiritual rice. This blood crystal is indeed worth 100,000 spirit stones. Its effect is many times stronger than spiritual rice. Chen Daoxuan thought. In the secret room, Chen Daoxuan's Taoist robe was casually thrown aside. His streamlined muscles were hidden under his skin, making his naked upper body look extremely strong. 2 hours later, the redness on Chen Daoxuan's body had completely disappeared, and his body temperature had returned to normal. He gently clenched his fist. Instantly, a crackling sound like fried beans echoed in the secret chamber. Just one blood crystal has strengthened my body by at least IO%. Chen Daoxuan looked at the blood crystals piled up in front of him in shock. At this speed, I'll be able to break through the shackles of my physical body with at most 10 blood crystals and reach the realm of flesh and blood derivation. Thinking of this, Chen Daoxuan's face was filled with excitement. If it wasn't for the fact that there was no hope of improving his physical body, why would Chen Daoxuan give up the opportunity to improve his physical body cultivation? Even if the strengthening of the body could not bring about a huge increase in the strength of the cultivator, it could at least increase the cultivator's ability to survive. But unfortunately, the blood crystal was too precious. Ordinary cultivators could not afford it. Continue. Chen Daoxuan restrained the expression on his face and used the flying sword to cut his skin again. Inside the secret chamber, Chen Daoxuan used the flying sword to cut his skin again and again. Blood crystals fused into his body and were digested by him circulating the dragon python heaven-devouring technique. Because Chen Daoxuan's realm was far higher than his qi and body refinement cultivation. Therefore, there was no bottleneck to speak of. Blood crystals were different from spiritual rice. They didn't have the hidden danger of damaging the body if one ate too many impurities. Chen Daoxuan discovered that as long as his realm could keep up, he could keep strengthening. Finally, after Chen Daoxuan absorbed the 9th blood crystal, his body underwent a drastic change. Although this change was not as violent as Chen Daoxuan's foundation establishment, the shock brought by the reconstruction of flesh and blood was not any less than the shock brought by the expansion of the sea of qi and the transformation of true qi. Perhaps Chen Daoxuan's realm was too high, or perhaps he had already built his foundation once. This kind of flesh and blood reassembly was ultimately frightening but not dangerous. 3 days. Only then did the flesh and blood reassemble slowly stop. When he opened his eyes again, Chen Daoxuan felt that everything in front of him had changed. Because this transformation was a transformation of his physical body, the first change he felt was a change in his vision. All this while, Chen Daoxuan had never cultivated the secret skill of spirit eyes. But at this moment, Chen Daoxuan discovered that his pupil distance could be adjusted at will like an eagle. By adjusting the distance between his pupils, Chen Daoxuan discovered that the dust floating in the air in the secret room was actually as big as a basketball. When Chen Daoxuan saw this scene in front of him, he immediately felt an unprecedented novelty. This feeling was the same as the first time he used his divine sense to observe this world. At this moment, he had an inexplicable realization. So the essence of a cultivator's cultivation is to recognize the great Dao and then transform themselves through the great Dao they recognize. And in the process of transforming ourselves, we are getting closer and closer to the great Dao. This is a process of complementing each other. No wonder perfected Lord Yuanchen said that the 3 treasures of cultivation were mutually dependent. Although body refinement did not increase one's strength much, it could allow cultivators to comprehend the great Dao more clearly. It was also helpful for cultivators to refine their qi and spirit. Just as his physical body reached the level of flesh and blood, Chen Daoxuan discovered that his comprehension had actually increased. This feeling was so clear that it was exactly the same as when he had felt his comprehension increase after he had established his foundation. After familiarizing himself with the changes in his physical body, he felt that he had already broken through. Chen Daoxuan took a deep breath and said with a focused gaze, "Now, it's time to refine the flesh clone." As the name implied, if a cultivator wanted to use their own flesh and blood to refine a flesh clone, they would need to take a piece of flesh from their own body. This was undoubtedly a process of self-harm. If the cultivation of the cultivator's body was not enough, it would cause great damage to the cultivator's body. But for Chen Daoxuan, who had already reached the level of flesh and blood derivation, there was no such problem. He held the sword in his right hand. Not only was the body of the flying sword overflowing with spiritual light, but there was also a faint spatial ripple rippling around the sword. In the next moment, Chen Daoxuan steeled his heart and slashed his left hand. Shua! Instantly, a bone-deep pain assaulted his consciousness. However, this pain was blocked by him. As his left hand was cut off, countless flesh sprouts began to grow crazily at the cut. In just a few breaths, a bloody palm slowly took shape. Then, new skin tissue began to grow on the bloody palm and covered the entire palm. In less than half a cup of tea's time, the new left hand grew back and looked exactly the same as the previous one. This kind of recovery ability is simply a monster. Chen Daoxuan looked at his newly grown palm and muttered. He only exclaimed for a moment. He picked up his severed left palm again. Looking at his broken left palm, Chen Daoxuan couldn't help but have a sudden thought. If he waited until the cultivation of his physical body was higher and split him in half, would there be two of him? But then, he shook his head. He knew that there was a high chance that he would not, because his divine soul was still complete. For example, the palm that he had cut off now, although it was cut off from his left arm, was only a lump of flesh and blood without a soul. It was impossible for it to grow back into a human. Next, Chen Daoxuan had to put a large number of blood crystals into this mass of flesh to provide it with energy to condense a body. Finally, he would put his soul into this clone. Only then would the flesh clone be considered a success. This process was not difficult. It was just that the process of splitting his soul was a little painful, but Chen Daoxuan was confident that he could endure it. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. As 107 blood crystals were thrown in, Chen Daoxuan's severed left hand was no longer the same as before. At this moment, in front of Chen Daoxuan, a huge meat ball with a diameter of about 1.5 meters was floating quietly. The meat ball flickered with bloody light from time to time, looking quite terrifying. Looking at the huge meat ball in front of him, Chen Daoxuan knew that it was time to split his soul. Soon after, he followed the instructions of the substitution calamity technique and cut off his own soul. As he was only in the foundation establishment stage, his soul was formless and intangible. However, when it was reflected in his sea of consciousness, it was like a piece of his sea of consciousness had been cut off. As this sea of consciousness was cut off, Chen Daoxuan's original body's sea of consciousness directly collapsed. The diameter of his sea of consciousness, which was originally 100 kilometers, gradually became 90 kilometers, 80 kilometers, 70 kilometers, and finally stopped at 60 kilometers. Chapter 266, Splurging, 1. Chen Daoxuan didn't pay attention to the changes in his sea of consciousness. At this moment, all his attention was drawn to the meat ball in front of him. After the blood-red meat ball merged with the sea of consciousness fragment, the red light became even brighter. As the red light flashed, the blood-red meat ball started to squirm crazily. Chen Daoxuan knew that this was a sign that the avatar was about to take shape. He didn't dare to delay and immediately threw the remaining blood crystals into the blood-colored meat ball. As the blood crystal fused with it, the blood-red meat ball squirmed even faster. Chen Daoxuan could clearly sense the energy fluctuations emitted by the blood-colored meat ball in front of him, which made him feel a little shocked. Gradually, the squirming blood-red meat ball took the form of a human figure about 7 feet tall. Furthermore, the face and torso of the human figure became clearer and clearer. In the end, Chen Daoxuan discovered that the new body looked exactly like him. This feeling, it's really wonderful. Floating in midair, the naked clone opened his eyes and looked at the white-robed main body. He subconsciously touched his face with his hand, and his face was filled with a strange expression. Chen Daoxuan didn't know how to describe this feeling of looking at himself. He could only use the word wonderful to describe it. Although this clone is only at the qi condensation stage, the strength of its body is almost comparable to the original body, reaching the realm of flesh and blood derivation. Chen Daoxuan sensed it carefully, and his face revealed a look of joy. All in all, Chen Daoxuan had spent about 200 blood crystals for this clone, which was 20 million spirit stones. This price was not small. If it was an ordinary magic tool, he could buy a 4th-tier middle grade or even stronger magic tool. But now, he had only obtained a clone that was comparable to a refinement stage cultivator. From the perspective of his clone's combat strength, Chen Daoxuan was undoubtedly at a disadvantage. However, Chen Daoxuan felt that it was worth it to use the flesh clone's potential, which was not inferior to his main body. Others might not know how strong his true body's potential was, but Chen Daoxuan himself knew it all too well. If it was a Dharma artifact clone, it would be impossible for it to keep up with his improvement speed. Only a flesh and blood clone that was of the same origin as him could keep up with the speed of his main body's improvement. Chen Daoxuan was in a good mood after successfully refining his clone. He opened the door of the cave abode. Only then did Chen Daoxuan truly stroll around the number 1 immortal city in Tai Province, Yanzhai Immortal City. Compared to the immortal city in Kangzhou, the Yanzhai Immortal City's architectural style was more inclined to black and dark colors. This color was more in line with the solemn and steady cultivation atmosphere in Taizhou. On the busy street, Chen Daoxuan strolled around casually. His eyes occasionally looked at the shops on both sides, wanting to find something worth learning from viewing Immortal City. However, after strolling for an entire day, Chen Daoxuan realized that it was impossible for Guanhai Immortal City to develop to its current scale according to the model of Yanzhai Immortal City. With Chen Daoxuan's gaze, the reason why Yanzhai Immortal City was so prosperous was that it relied on the entire Tai state to support this immortal city. Although Yanzhai Immortal City's cultivators were not as large as Chen Daoxuan's Yuanchen Immortal City, its wealth far exceeded Yuanchen Immortal City. Although the Primal Star Immortal City was very prosperous, the cultivation resources it sold could not compare to the Eternal Night Immortal City. In the Eternal Night Immortal City, Chen Daoxuan was actually able to buy foundation establishment pills that could only be bought at Guang'an Prefecture Immortal City auction house from a random pill shop on the street. This surprised Chen greatly. Although the foundation establishment pill was not an amazing pill, it was not even a precious pill to a newly risen family like the Chen family of Twin Lake Island, let alone a large cultivation clan. However, in the entire Kangzhou medicinal pill market, it was still very rare to see any medicinal pill shop selling it in the store. This meant that in Taizhou, a medicinal pill like the foundation building pill was not considered a precious resource at all. It was in a situation where supply exceeded demand. One could tell from a glance how much more abundant the cultivation resources of the state of Taizhou were compared to the state of Kangzhou. Seeing this, although Chen Daoxuan was very envious, he knew that the situation of the heroes in Taizhou and Kangzhou was different. This was the territory of the Zhang family. True Lord Yuanchen was a nascent soul, but he was forced to leave Taizhou by the Zhang family. From this, it could be seen how overbearing the Zhang family was. If the Chen family wanted to extend their influence to Taizhou, it was simply courting death. On an incomparably vast island, in the Zhang family's territory, in a deep palace, 3 similar-looking figures were sitting on the throne in the palace. In front of the 3 of them, a black shadow stood in the air. "What do you think of my suggestion?" the black shadow said indifferently. "You want our Zhang family to betray the Qian Yuan sword sect." The nascent soul of the Zhang family sitting in the middle seat sneered. "Don't forget that the Yun nation is under the attack of the infinite star sea. Have you lost your mind? Ancestor Zhang, you know the truth very well. Why are you deceiving yourself?" The black shadow said calmly, "The Qian Yuan sword sect and our Xianqing Dao League have been fighting for more than 4.00 years. Have you taken over the Yun nation? Not to mention touching the territory of our Xianqing Dao alliance. Besides, your Zhang family is sitting on the crater of a volcano that is about to erupt. Don't you feel any sense of danger?" "What do you mean?" A ripple appeared in Ancestor Jiang's heart as he asked. "What I mean is, isn't your Zhang family worried that the passage to the true demon realm will expand again and become a new two-world abyss?" Hearing this, Patriarch Zhang stood up from his throne and stared at the black shadow. He said word by word, "How did you get this information?" Chapter 267, Splurging, 2. There's no need for Ancestor Zhang to worry about this. The black shadow smiled. "I just want to know what the Zhang family will choose. Would you choose to stand with the Heavenly Essence Sword Sect and let your Zhang family become cannon fodder to resist the invasion of the true demon realm, or would you choose to stand with the Xianqing Dao alliance and become the new Yuanying stage family of the Yun nation?" Hearing this, Patriarch Jiang's 1,000-year-old unchanging state of mind began to beat like a drum. He knew that his decision would determine the survival of the Jiang family. Once he made the wrong choice, he would be in a state of eternal damnation. He widened his eyes and stared at the black shadow. The black shadow stared back at him. After a long time, "This matter is of great importance. I have to think about it again," said Patriarch Jiang slowly. "You can, but your Jiang family doesn't have much time left. Remember, once the passage to the true demon realm is expanded, your Jiang family will be worthless." After saying that, the black shadow suddenly disappeared in front of the three of them, as if it had never appeared. He watched the black shadow leave. Patriarch Jiang clenched his fists tightly. Eternal Night Immortal City. After a round of wanton purchases, Chen Daoxuan finally stopped. This trip, he had spent nearly 50 million spirit stones in the various shops in the Eternal Night Immortal City. This number of spirit stones could buy 5 purple mansion pills. In addition, he had spent 20 million spirit stones to buy the blood crystals. He had spent a total of 70 million spirit stones on this trip to Taizhou. Before he came to Taizhou, he had brought 340 million spiritual stones from the Chen family. After deducting 70 million spiritual stones, he had 270 million spiritual stones left. Such a huge sum of spirit stones was not a small sum even for the large clans in Kangzhou. However, to the current Chen family, it was really not that terrifying. The Chen family's magical equipment factory and pill factory had already formed a certain scale of industry, bringing hundreds of millions of profits to the Chen family every year. In addition, the Chen family had a similar traditional income as other great cultivation clans. The current Chen family was not rich enough. What gave the entire Chen family a headache was not the problem of making money, but the problem of spending money. In other words, the Chen family had earned too many spirit stones and did not know how to spend them. If it were any other family, they would definitely choose to keep these mountains of spirit stones in the family treasury. But Chen Daoxuan was different. He knew very well that aside from the sliver of power of creation contained in the spirit stone, it did not have much value in itself. The only value it had was its circulation value as a currency. Once the spirit stones were no longer in circulation, their value would be greatly reduced. It was impossible for the Chen family to really invest all their spirit stones into the construction and advancement of the spirit vein, right? It wasn't impossible to do so, but for the current Chen clan cultivators, a grade 3 spirit meridian was more than enough. Even if he upgraded a spirit meridian to grade 4, he still wouldn't be able to spend all these spirit stones. This was because with the operation of the Chen family's magical equipment factory and pill factory, the number of spirit stones in the clan was increasing at every moment. Moreover, the speed of the increase in spirit stones was extremely shocking. This trip to Taizhou, Chen Daoxuan didn't plan to bring back the 340 million spirit stones. This was because he knew that the clan did not lack this sum of spirit stones at all. Perhaps after his trip to Taizhou ended, the clan's spirit stones would increase by tens of millions. Even Chen Daoxuan himself didn't expect that he would be troubled by how to spend money one day. However, no matter how vexed he was, he still had to spend the spirit stones he needed to spend. Returning to the cave abode, Chen Daoxuan thought about it carefully. Other than the resources he had already bought, what else should he buy? Ordinary shops won't sell all kinds of precious treasures. We can only wait for the annual auction in Tai province. Chen Daoxuan frowned. In that case, the most precious resource in Tai province is the blood crystals that the Jiang family sells wantonly. Speaking of which, why was the Jiang family selling blood crystals and accumulating spirit stones so wantonly? He thought for a long time. Chen Daoxuan, who had gained nothing, shook his head. Forget it. The matter of Taizhou has nothing to do with Kangzhou for the time being. Chen Daoxuan did not forget that although the Chen family was now considered a big family in Guang'an Prefecture, it was still not enough in the entire Kangzhou. In the Azure continent, which great clan didn't have a few or even a dozen Zifu disciples? As for the Chen clan, although Dao-level cultivators continued to succeed in reaching foundation establishment, not a single Zifu disciple was present. Chen Daoxuan had already decided. After ending his trip to Tai province, he began to cultivate in seclusion at the Devil Ape Mountain, trying his best to break through to the Zifu. As for the purple mansion pill, Chen Daoxuan could not help but think of Luoli. Forget it. I will let Dao Lin help me look for one in the Kangzhou Merchant Union. Although the Purple Mansion pill was precious, if a large faction offered a high price, it could still be bought. After all, this wasn't some precious resource that couldn't be regenerated. It could only be said that it was much more precious than the Foundation Establishment pill. For example, in the Eternal Night Immortal City, if Chen Daoxuan had the patience to wait until its annual auction began, he would almost certainly be able to buy the Purple Mansion pill, and the price would not exceed 10 million spirit stones. But clearly, Chen Daoxuan didn't have the patience to wait. Since that's the case, I'll buy all the remaining spirit stones for the blood crystals. Chen Daoxuan made up his mind. 2 days later, Chen Daoxuan, who had spent all 340 million spiritual stones, left the Eternal Night Immortal City on a flying light. In the sea area about 1,000 miles away from the Eternal Night Immortal City, 2 figures suddenly appeared. If Chen Daoxuan were here, he would discover that these 2 were actually late-stage Zifu disciples. Where is that kid? I don't know. The other Zifu disciple shook his head, then frowned. This kid is too strange. I've calculated these few days. He bought at least 100 million spirit stones worth of materials in the Eternal Night Immortal City. So many. The other Zifu disciple sucked in a breath of cold air, then swept his divine sense once more across the surrounding 50 kilometers. After discovering that he still found nothing, he helplessly shook his head. What a pity. Yes. As the 2 spoke, they transformed into streaks of light and left. Half an incensus time later, the 2 streaks of light once again returned to their original spots and frantically used their divine senses to search the surroundings. Looks like that kid really left. He probably really has some life-saving item. Another person shook his head and sighed. Then, the 2 of them left again. This time, the 2 of them truly left. On an isolated island 100,000 miles away, a figure in a white Daoist robe suddenly appeared in a cave on the island. This white figure held a green spirit banner and staggered. It was Chen Daoxuan. As soon as he was teleported here, he activated his true essence and obliterated the special mark left here. As this special mark was obliterated, the coordinate mark engraved on the green spirit flag also dimmed and disappeared. As expected, resources worth hundreds of millions of spirit stones are enough for golden core cultivators to take risks. Seeing that no one was chasing after him, Chen Daoxuan heaved a sigh of relief. Even though he knew that there would be risks in wantonly sweeping goods in the Eternal Night Immortal City, he still did it. Amongst them, Chen Daoxuan's greatest confidence came from the overflowing dust banner. In the past, Reverend Shenzhou had relied on this dust-covering banner to toy with even nascent souls, much less shake off 2 puny Zifu disciples. Actually, if it wasn't for the fact that Chen Daoxuan didn't want to cause any more trouble, given the power of 2 ordinary Zifu disciples, he wouldn't have had to fear them at all. However, this was the territory of Taizhu after all. Firstly, Chen Daoxuan was unfamiliar with this place, and secondly, he wasn't sure if there were any more powerful cultivators following behind these 2 Zifu disciples. It was not wise to act rashly. Chen Daoxuan had been in the cultivation world for so long that he knew that stability was the first rule of survival. The reason why Daoist Shenzhou was defeated was because he wasn't stable enough. Although Daoist Shenzhou's life-saving ability was top-notch, his ability to cause trouble was unparalleled in the entire Infinite Star Sea. He tidied up. Chen Daoxuan flew out from the isolated island, riding on a flight light and flying towards Kangzhou. Half a month later, Chen Daoxuan finally returned to Shuanghu Island safe and sound. Looking at the familiar Shuanghu Island, Chen Daoxuan suddenly heaved a sigh of relief. In his danshan, a white lotus of creation floated quietly. On top of the white lotus of creation sat a small person who looked exactly like Chen Daoxuan. This little person was not Chen Daoxuan's nascent soul, but his flesh and blood clone. Similar to the clone refined by the life-bound magical treasure, the flesh clone refined by the main body could also be stored in the danshan. This was also the meaning of the 2 words substitution tribulation in the substitution tribulation secret technique. At the critical moment, this flesh and blood clone could really block the tribulation for the main body. Chapter 268, Spiritual Talisman Photo Littering Machine, 1. Shuanghu Island. In the courtyard of Chen Daoxuan's spiritual residence, a white figure sat on a warm jade futon. Beside the white figure was a figure wearing a black Daoist robe. This black figure was Chen Daoxuan's flesh clone. The moment his original body opened his eyes, the black clone also opened his eyes. Chen Daoxuan looked at his clone and said with a satisfied expression, "Didn't expect that it would be so easy to raise my clone to the foundation establishment stage." As he said that, he felt that his original body had advanced to the 4th level of the foundation establishment realm, and he was even more satisfied. In just 3 months, not only did he recover his original body's sea of consciousness to a radius of 50 kilometers, but his cultivation also increased by 1 level, reaching the 4th layer of the foundation establishment realm. Speaking of which, it was an unexpected surprise. Ever since he had settled the zombie tide in Kangzhou, Chen Daoxuan had not properly cultivated for a few days. He had been running around. This time, while he was recovering his original body's sea of consciousness, he had advanced his cultivation to the 1st level, which was indeed a pleasant surprise. However, for the current Chen Daoxuan, whether it was the 3rd or 4th layer of the foundation establishment realm, it did not have much of an impact on his strength. This was because he had already reached the limit state of Zhen Yuan mentioned in the Heaven Essence Sword scripture. Even if he raised his cultivation to the 9th layer of the foundation establishment realm, the total amount of true essence in his Danshan Sea of Qi would only increase. With the support of the White Lotus of Fate, Chen Daoxuan did not lack true essence at all. To the current Chen Daoxuan, he wanted to increase his strength. Only by raising his cultivation to the Purple Mansion realm, or breaking through to the corporeal realm of the spatial sword intent, or obtaining a stronger magic weapon. As for raising his cultivation by 1 or 2 levels, it was not of much significance to him. Of course, even though it didn't have much of a meaning to his strength, advancing from the early stage of the foundation establishment realm to the middle stage of the foundation establishment realm meant that he was 1 step closer to the Purple Prefecture realm. This was a good thing for any cultivator. In fact, compared to the increase in cultivation, what surprised Chen Daoxuan more was the recovery of his original body's sea of consciousness. Perhaps it was not accurate to use the word recovery. To be precise, it should be the expansion of the sea of consciousness. 3 months ago, when Chen Daoxuan was refining his flesh and blood avatar in Yongle Immortal City, he cut off a portion of his sea of consciousness, causing his original body's sea of consciousness to collapse to a radius of 60 kilometers. This kind of damage was not small. Logically speaking, unless Chen Daoxuan's cultivation base reached the Purple Mansion stage in the future, it would be impossible for him to expand his sea of consciousness. However, he had the Sea of Divine Light, a spiritual awareness cultivation technique. After cultivating day and night, his sea of consciousness finally recovered to a radius of 100 miles. However, after his sea of consciousness recovered, the speed at which he expanded the Sea of Divine Light suddenly slowed down. Chen Daoxuan was also mentally prepared for this question. If the expansion of the Sea of Consciousness was easy, wouldn't he be able to match the spiritual sense of a Jindan or even Yuanying cultivator at the foundation establishment stage? Obviously, this was impossible. Back then, Daoist Master Shenzhou had plundered countless spirit herbs that could restore his spirit sense. When he was in the Aurous Core stage, his spirit sense was only slightly stronger than a nascent soul cultivator. Chen Daoxuan was at the foundation establishment stage, and his divine sense was comparable to that of a Zifu disciple. This was already a stroke of good fortune. It was almost impossible for a foundation-building cultivator to compete with a golden core cultivator. One had to know that when a golden core cultivator's spiritual sense was fully spread out, it could reach a radius of 1,000 miles. In other words, a golden core cultivator's sea of consciousness had a radius of 1,000 miles. It was many times larger than Chen Daoxuan's sea of consciousness. Other than the changes in his main body, what surprised Chen Daoxuan even more was the transformation of his clone. This clone had just been successfully refined and was only at the qi condensation stage. However, its body refinement cultivation was much stronger and had reached the realm of flesh and blood derivation. In order to increase the strength of the clone, Chen Daoxuan didn't hesitate to spend a large number of blood crystals, wanting it to raise its body refinement cultivation to a higher level. Unexpectedly, after 3 months, although the clone's body refinement cultivation had increased by a lot, it still could not break through the shackles of the main body and reach a higher cultivation. However, the clone's qi refinement cultivation had made unexpected progress and reached the foundation establishment realm. If that's the case, this clone of mine is almost as strong as my original body. He looked at the black-robed clone, and his expression became more and more satisfied. I just don't know how much worse this clone is compared to myself. Chen Daoxuan shook his head. As his cultivation level increased, Chen Daoxuan's judgment of a cultivator's strength became more and more blurry. In fact, after Chen Daoxuan comprehended sword essence, he realized that it was extremely unreliable to measure the strength of a cultivator with cultivation. Even without the addition and influence of the realm of the sword on the strength of a cultivator, it was still very unreliable to judge the strength of a cultivator by cultivation alone. This was because other than cultivation and realm, there were also magic tools, explosive pills, spiritual talismans, and various secret techniques that could affect a cultivator's strength. Between two cultivators, it was hard to say who was stronger and who was weaker until the end. This was also the reason why the Qianyuan Sword Sect's Hidden Dragon rank, the Purple Prefecture's Sons of Heaven rank, and the Golden Core rank were so credible. This was because the cultivators on these three rankings had all killed their way through the Yun Nation's battlefield. There was nothing fake about it. Otherwise, with so many Zifu disciples, why would you be stronger? Speaking of which, it was very likely that Chen Daoxuan would be on the latest Foundation Establishment Hidden Dragon list. Based on his achievements in the Corpse Tide in Kang Prefecture, it was even possible for him to directly rush into the top 10 of the Foundation Establishment Hidden Dragon rankings. Chapter 269, Spiritual Talisman Photo Littering Machine, 2. However, Chen Daoxuan himself had no interest in the three lists launched by the Qianyuan Sword Sect. Chen Daoxuan wasn't interested in such a famous good thing at all. Compared to fame, he was more interested in tangible benefits. Of course, there were benefits to being famous. The reason why the Azure Continent's Zhou family was so famous was because of Zhou Mubai, a prodigy on the Purple Prefecture prodigy roll. Even some of the higher UPS of the Qianyuan Sword Sect, including Zhou Mubai, would glance at the Zhou clan. This was the invisible benefit of being on the rankings. Chen Daoxuan's reputation was also the reason why the Chen family of Shuanghu Island could become a major clan in Guang'an Prefecture. If it weren't for his status as the second sword cultivator in Guang'an Prefecture, how could the Chen family become the third largest family after the Yang family? Thinking of this, Chen Daoxuan looked at the black clone. The black clone nodded and turned into a stream of light, flying into Chen Daoxuan's Danshan Sea of Qi and sitting on the white lotus of fate in his Sea of Qi. In his Qi Sea, the white lotus of creation and the black clone complemented each other. Around the two of them, there was a dazzling starlight. It was the rain sword intent that was about to enter the star transformation realm. Other than that, there was flying snow, the Chengying dual swords, and a set of level 2 upper grade natal spiritual armor circling around the clone. Apart from the formless space sword, this was the entire scene in Chen Daoxuan's Danshan. He recalled his clone. Chen Daoxuan stood up and turned into a streak of light, flying toward the Changping Magical Equipment Research Institute. Changping Magical Equipment Research Institute. When Chen Daoxuan arrived, he met an unexpected person in the empty laboratory of the Research Institute. Young clan leader. Young clan leader. When they saw Chen Daoxuan, everyone bowed to him. Waving his hand casually, Chen Daoxuan looked at a young cultivator and said Fusion, why are you here? Young clan leader, I. Before Chen Fusion could explain, Chen Daoku, who was working with him on a strange magic tool, smiled and patted the magic tool beside him. Young clan leader, we are studying a treasure that we bought from the Hall of Magical Artifacts of the Qianyuan Sword Sect. Oh! Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan curiously sized up the treasure that Chen Daishu was talking about. This magic tool looked extremely thick and heavy. Its main body was like a thick wall. Its surface was suffused with a black light, and it gave off an indestructible feeling at a glance. Although Chen Daoxuan was an experienced refiner, he couldn't tell what kind of material this magic tool was made of just by looking at it with his naked eyes. Chen Daoku became excited when he talked about this strange magic tool. Young clan leader, listen to me. This magic tool. Before he could explain, Chen Daoxuan waved his hand and said, we'll talk about this magical artifact later. Let me ask you, have you made any progress on the spiritual talisman photo littering machine that you developed last time? Chen Daoxuan had shown him a magic tool that could automatically create spiritual talismans with a spiritual control array as the core. It had indeed aroused Chen Daoxuan's interest, or rather, it had attracted his attention. According to Chen Daoku, once this magic tool was successfully developed, it would announce that ordinary people could also independently complete the production of spiritual talismans. The significance of this was no less than the harmonious spirit stove that Chen Daoxuan had invented back then. In fact, it was even more significant. This was because a magic tool factory with a harmonious spirit stove as its core still had to rely on the strength of cultivators to refine magic tools. As for the spiritual talisman photo-littering machine that Chen Daoku had created, it only required an ordinary person to operate the entire process and could produce spiritual talismans in an assembly line. Its significance was much greater than the melting spirit stove. This was because compared to cultivators, the majority of people in this world were still ordinary people. Even though cultivators had long lifespans, ordinary people were more fertile. The difference between these two groups was at least tens or even hundreds of times. For example, the Twin Lake Island Chen family. Among all the clansmen, there were hundreds of thousands of ordinary clansmen, while there were only a few thousand cultivators, including the immortal seedlings. Most of these thousands of cultivators were just children who were receiving education in the clan's schools. There were less than 1,000 cultivators who could really invest in industrial production. This was also the reason why the Chen family's factory on Shuanghu Island could not expand greatly. What restricted the Chen family's industrial production wasn't the industrial magic tools like the harmonious spirit stove or the centrifugal wall breaker, but the cultivator population. However, the talisman engraving machine was different. Once this thing was successfully developed, all the ordinary people in the Chen family could join in the production. At that time, the spiritual talisman factory could definitely replace the pill factory and become the Chen family's largest source of income. Hearing Chen Daoxuan ask about the talisman engraving machine, Chen Daoku immediately nodded like pounding garlic and said with a smile, "I've long succeeded in developing it. It's just that I saw that young patriarch was in seclusion, so I didn't dare to disturb you." Not only that, in the eastern part of the industrial zone, the newly built talisman factory had already been put into production. What? After hearing that he had been in seclusion for 3 months, Shuanghu Island's industrial zone had undergone such a huge change. Let's go and take a look together. Chen Daoxuan was overjoyed. All right. Chen Daoku smiled and nodded. Immediately, Chen Daoxuan, Chen Daoku, and Chen Fuxian flew toward the talisman factory together. With Chen Daoxuan's flying light, they arrived in the blink of an eye. Chen Daoxuan descended from the light and looked at the brand new talisman factory in front of him. His heart was pounding with excitement. Let's go in. The three of them lifted their legs and walked towards the spiritual talisman factory. The moment they entered the talisman factory, Chen Daoxuan discovered that it was just as he had seen with his divine sense. The interior of the factory was filled with ordinary workers. There was not a single cultivator. Including the managers who managed the various production lines, they were all ordinary people. This talisman factory occupied an area of about 1,000 square meters, far less than the 3 magical equipment factories and 2 elixir factories in the industrial zone. Seeing this, Chen Daoxuan looked at Chen Daoku and asked, "Why is this factory so small?" "Because the talisman engraving machine has just been developed, we still need to carry out further tests on its specific performance in production. This talisman factory is actually just an experimental factory." Chen Daoku paused for a moment. "There's another reason. The production process of the talisman factory is different from that of the magic tool factory and the elixir factory. The training of ordinary workers also takes some time." Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan nodded. Over the years, not only had Chen Daoku become more proficient in industrial language, but more importantly, his industrial thinking had also become more mature. Chen Daoxuan knew that humans were essentially creatures of interest. After feeling the tangible benefits brought about by industrialization, the Chen family was more proactive than anyone else in promoting the industrialization of various industries. Now, the production of magic tools and medicinal pills were in a half-manual and half-machine state. Only the production of spiritual talismans would basically be produced by machines. Therefore, it wasn't just the young clan leader Chen Daoxuan who was paying attention. All the high-level cultivators of the Chen clan were staring at this factory. "Young clan leader, look. Chen Daoxuan pointed at a new spiritual artifact in the factory that was 70% to 80% similar to the one Chen Daoxuan had seen. The talisman engraving machine is mainly composed of 4 parts, namely the energy system, the control system, the drive system, and the workbench. This machine is powered by spiritual energy from the spiritual energy network in the industrial area. The core of its control system is a spiritual control array and 6 other arrays. We've already solved these problems last time. The main problem we're solving this time is the drive system. Chen Daoxuan pointed at the diamond-shaped transparent gem-like object above the workbench and said, "This is the laser head of the talisman engraving machine." It was one of the components of the spiritual talisman illumination machine, but it was also a magic tool. It had a light attribute array formation inside. Under the control of the energy system and the spiritual control system, it could use the magic laser to inscribe magic Dao patterns. Chen Daoxuan continued, "This is the workbench. The workbench has a total of 4 clasps, up, down, left, and right. You can fix the naked spiritual jade on the workbench. Then, press this button, and this spiritual talisman photo littering machine will automatically work." Chen Daoxuan pressed the red button on the back of the machine as he fixed the spiritual jade. Immediately after, with the supply of spiritual energy, this magic tool called the spiritual talisman illumination machine slowly began to operate. Soon, the laser head shot out a dazzling beam of light. Under the control of the machine's control system and drive system, the magic pattern was slowly carved on the spiritual jade. Chen Daoxuan looked at the scene in front of him in a daze. He suddenly felt as if he had traveled back to his previous life. Chapter 270, Volume of Strength, 1. In less than half an incensus time, a spirit talisman made of spirit jade was completed. As the laser head slowly lifted, Chen Daoxuan took the completed talisman off the workbench and handed it to Chen Daoxuan. "Young clan leader, look." Chen Daoxuan solemnly took the talisman and examined it carefully. This talisman was the size of a palm and was about half an inch thick. The spiritual light on it was restrained, and it was obvious that it was a high-quality first-tier high-grade talisman. At present, the spiritual talisman illumination machine in the spiritual talisman factory can only produce spiritual talismans that contain the wind blade technique, Chen Daoxuan explained. However, as long as we verify the stability of the spiritual talisman illumination machine, we can also produce spiritual talismans that contain other spells in the future. At that time, our Chen family will truly realize the automatic production of spirit talismans. Not only will our Chen family cultivators be able to use extremely low-cost spirit talismans, but we will also be able to greatly increase the strength of our family cultivators. He could also rely on selling spiritual talismans to open up a new source of income for the family. At this point, Chen Daoxuan's tone gradually became excited. It had to be said. Spiritual talismans were the same as magic tools. They could even increase the strength of ordinary cultivators more than magic tools. This was because ordinary cultivators would have to consider the problem of insufficient true qi or true essence when using magic tools of a higher level. After all, not everyone was a sword cultivator and the quality of true essence far exceeded that of cultivators of the same level. For ordinary qi condensation or foundation establishment cultivators, using a high-grade spirit talisman of the same level or a higher level could greatly increase the strength of the cultivator. There were even many cultivators who used high-grade spiritual talismans as their trump card to turn the tables. For example, if a late-stage or a refining cultivator grasped a second-grade talisman, he could instantly unleash an attack comparable to a foundation establishment cultivator. Facing such an attack, unless the enemy had a life-saving secret technique or treasure, it was inevitable that they would die. This was obvious. How much could a high-grade spiritual talisman increase a cultivator's combat strength? Even if a qi condensation cultivator didn't have a second-tier spirit talisman, he had a pile of first-tier top-grade spirit talismans, which could similarly suppress cultivators of the same tier. Just imagine, when someone else was still controlling a magic tool or preparing to release a spell to attack you, and you took out a bunch of spiritual talismans and smashed them in the face, that scene was simply unbearable to look at. Other than that, the talisman factory could also bring great profits to the Chen family. Currently, there were only 5 large factories in the Chen family's Shuanghu Island industrial zone. Including this small talisman factory, there were barely 6 factories. Among these 6 factories, only 3 magical equipment factories and 2 elixir factories could really generate profits for the Chen family. However, now, these 5 factories were already saturated. In the short term, it would be difficult for the Chen family to quickly expand their magical equipment factories and pill factories. This was because although the magic tool factory and pill factory had solved some of the production steps of magic tools and pills, in the end, they still relied on the strength of cultivators to produce them. It would be difficult for the Chen family to have enough cultivators to replenish the factory in a short period of time. In the past, in order to earn profits quickly, the Chen family had no choice but to send young cultivators to the factory. However, now that the Chen family's profits were getting higher and higher every year, there was no longer a need to exploit the young Chen family cultivators. Therefore, the education plan proposed by Chen Daoxuan was implemented again. According to this education plan, it would take at least 12 years for the Chen family cultivators to graduate from school. Such a long period of education would definitely greatly delay the time for the Chen family cultivators to participate in production. In the short term, it did affect the Chen family's interests. However, considering the long-term interests of a family, this was a necessary action. Every time Chen Daoxuan used his spiritual sense to investigate the 5 factories in the industrial zone, he could see the numb expressions on the faces of the cultivators of the Fu generation who had entered the factory early. In a sense, the first batch of cultivators who entered the factory were basically hopeless. Even if their spiritual roots were decent, their thinking and comprehension had long been frozen in such high intensity and repetitive labor. It made it impossible for them to improve on their Dao path. If nothing unexpected happened, it would be considered good if this batch of cultivators of the Fu generation could build their foundation with the accumulation of resources in their lifetime. As for reaching a higher cultivation level, there was no hope at all. Therefore, he had no choice. Chen Daoxuan would never allow the later generations of the Chen clan to continue to sacrifice for the clan like this batch of cultivators of the Fu generation. In other words, the sacrifice of this batch of cultivators with the word Fu was to prevent the later generations of cultivators from making such sacrifices. Even if he had to sacrifice, Chen Daoxuan would choose to sacrifice the itinerant cultivators of the Seaview Immortal City. This was also the reason why he told Chen Daolan that he wanted to build the Seaview Immortal City into an industrial immortal city. He wanted to build the industrial immortal city. Other than the huge benefits, Chen Daoxuan also didn't want to see his family's cultivators continue to be exploited. Inside the talisman factory, Chen Daoku said excitedly. However, he saw the different expressions on Chen Fuxian and Chen Daoxuan's faces. Chen Fuxian was just as excited as him, while Chen Daoxuan was frowning and deep in thought. Seeing the two of them looking at him, Chen Daoxuan patted Chen Daoku's shoulder heavily and praised, "Well done." Hehe. Hearing the praise, Chen Daoku grinned. Looking at the busy factory, Chen Daoxuan turned his head and said, "Let's go back first." Yes. Chen Daoku nodded. After saying that, the 3 of them left the factory together and returned to the Magical Equipment Research Institute. He returned to the laboratory. What's the cost and production capacity of the talisman factory now? Chen Daoxuan could not help but ask. Chapter 271, Volume 2. Young Clan Leader. Chen Daoku cupped his hands. This spiritual talisman factory can only be considered a small factory. As you can see, there are only 20 machines in total. According to the speed of a machine producing 8 spiritual talismans in 2 hours, a maximum of 96 spiritual talismans could be produced in 24 hours a day. Wait, are you saying that this spiritual talisman factory doesn't stop working all day long? That's right. Why should we stop? Chen Daoku looked at Chen Daoxuan with a strange face. The talisman factory was different from the magic tool factory and the pill factory. The magic tool factory and the pill factory were limited by the number of cultivators in the family. They had to stop. After all, cultivators were also humans. They couldn't stop working. But the machines in the talisman factory could. I've arranged for 3 shifts of ordinary workers. Each worker only needs to work for 8 hours to keep this factory running day and night. As he spoke, Chen Daoku's face was filled with pride. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan didn't know what to say. He waved his hand and said, "It's fine. You can continue." Chen Daoku nodded. Most of the spiritual jades we are buying now come from Jinan Prefecture. The price is much lower than the original 50 spiritual stones in Guang*in Prefecture. You can buy a high-quality superior grade level 1 spiritual jade for only 4.0 spiritual stones. Spiritual talismans made from superior grade level 1 spiritual jade are about 80 to 100 spiritual stones. For example, our wind blade technique spiritual talismans can only be sold for 80 spiritual stones each. For example, some defensive talismans were more expensive, about 100 spirit stones. However, as more and more spirit stones are flowing into Guang*in Prefecture from Jinan Prefecture, the price of spirit talismans has also been decreasing. Compared to before, the average price has dropped by about 10 spirit stones. In total, our spiritual talisman factory makes a profit of about 30 spiritual stones for every spiritual talisman produced. Hearing Chen Daoxuan's description, Chen Daoxuan finally had a preliminary estimate of the profit of this small talisman factory. They did not consider the labor cost of mortals. A small factory with 20 spiritual talisman engraving machines could produce up to 19-20 spiritual talismans a day, with a daily profit of 57,600 spiritual stones and an annual profit of more than 21 million. If that was the case, it was almost comparable to the Chen family's magical equipment factory. When Chen Daoxuan heard this, he was also dumbfounded. How big was this talisman factory? Compared to the other 5 factories of the Chen family, it was simply a small workshop. Moreover, there was not even a single cultivator in the factory, but its profitability was comparable to a large magic tool factory. As for whether the Chen family would lower the price of the spiritual talismans if they mass-produced them, theoretically, there would definitely be some influence. However, the cultivation world was extremely vast, and the market for spiritual talismans was the same. Moreover, spiritual talismans were different from magic tools. They were consumables that were not easy to store. Moreover, due to the constant disputes in the cultivation world, the market demand for spiritual talismans was large. The Chen family's little bit of production capacity, don't say, let the cultivation world's market saturated, let the Kangzhou market saturated, don't necessarily be able to do it. Seeing Chen Daoxuan gulping unconsciously, Chen Daoxuan smiled and said, it seems that this talisman factory is going to replace the pill factory and the magic tool factory and become the biggest source of income for my Chen family. Ahem. Hearing Chen Daoxuan's affirmation, Chen Daoxuan became humble instead. Young clan leader, the tests of our spiritual talisman factory have not ended yet. Perhaps the spiritual talisman photo littering machine has some other defects. Not bad, you've learned to be humble now. Chen Daoxuan laughed loudly. After laughing for a while, Chen Daoxuan stopped smiling and said seriously, in short, I will leave the matter of the spiritual talisman factory to your Magical Equipment Research Institute. In the future, you'll have to assign a specialized research force to continue to tackle the technical problems of the spiritual talisman photo littering machine. For example, the types of talisman engraving machines, higher grade talisman engraving machines, and so on. Also, don't forget what you promised me before. You'll also realize automated production in the magic tool factory and the pill factory. As he spoke, Chen Daoxuan looked at him deeply. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan's happy expression immediately changed, and he said, young clan leader, the success of the spiritual talisman illumination machine is mainly due to the puppet technique of the Thousand Engineering Palace. If we were to do our own research, who knows how much time it would take. However, automating the magic tool factory and the pill factory. Chen Daoxuan shook his head and said nothing more. Chen Daoxuan also knew that this was something that had no clue at all. It was not difficult to solve the problem of shaping the magic tool factory. However, it was really difficult to invent a machine to solve the problem of fusing the magic tool embryo. It was the same for the pill factory. The higher the grade of the medicinal pill, the more complicated the final medicinal pill fusion was. When refining some high-level pills, cultivators would need to cultivate a special pill fusion technique, which was extremely complicated. The difficulty of automating the production of these two things was unimaginable. Looking at Chen Daoxuan's expression, Chen Daoxuan knew that this request was a little difficult for him. He smiled and said, I don't want to be pressured. I just want to give you a research direction. As for whether I can do it or not, who knows? If the Thousand Engineering Palace could create a magical formation like the Spirit Manipulation Formation, perhaps you, Chen Daoxuan, could also create a revolutionary magical tool that will be passed down in the future. Yes. Chen Daoxuan nodded upon hearing these words of encouragement. When he first established the research institute, he had followed Chen Daoxuan's instructions. But as new magical artifacts were born in his hands one after another, Chen Daoxuan had completely fallen in love with developing new magical artifacts. Chen Daoxuan realized that every time he developed a new magic tool, he would feel an indescribable sense of satisfaction. This feeling made him even more excited than the increase in his cultivation. After they finished talking business, Chen Daoxuan turned his head to look at the strange spiritual artifact that looked like a dark wall in the laboratory and asked, "You were watching this just now?" Yes. Chen Daoxuan's face was full of excitement when he talked about this new type of magic tool developed by the Hall of Magic Tools of the Qianyuan Sword Sect. Chen Daoxuan had a deep impression of the Hall of Magical Artifacts in the Qianyuan Sword Sect. The most impressive thing about the Hall of Magical Artifacts of the Qianyuan Sword Sect was when he saw Zhang Yu holding a magical artifact that could be used to exchange for battle merits, the Arc Shadow Disc. When Chen Daoxuan first saw the disc, he was truly shocked by it. It was hard for him to imagine that there was such a genius in this world who could use a magic tool to ensure the healthy operation of the military merit system of the Qianyuan Sword Sect. Then, Chen Daoxuan met Hall Master Huiyan of the Hall of Magical Artifacts in the Qianyuan Sword Sect and was protected by him. Naturally, he had a deeper impression of the Hall of Magical Artifacts. Standing at the side, Chen Daoxuan continued, "Strictly speaking, this magic tool is neither an offensive magic tool nor a defensive magic tool. It's not even an auxiliary magic tool." Oh! Hearing that it was another special magic tool, Chen Daoxuan's interest was piqued. He looked at the thick turtle shell curiously. He thought it was a new type of defensive magic tool, but Chen Daoxuan told him it wasn't. Seeing Chen Daoxuan's curious expression, Chen Daoxuan chuckled and said, "To be precise, this is a special magic tool that can measure the strength of cultivators." The strength of a cultivator? Chen Daoxuan frowned. Yes. Chen Daoxuan nodded and his face became serious. "Actually, I also realized this problem after I built my foundation. I'm a foundation building cultivator, but I'm not a match for Fusion in private." At this point, Chen Daoxuan's expression turned slightly awkward. Chen Fusion's expression froze and he said shyly, "Uncle Daoxuan, you don't need to comfort me. Anyway, according to the duties of the young clan leader, I will rarely have the opportunity to charge forward for the clan." Chen Daoxuan smiled bitterly. "Since then, I've been wondering if it's accurate to measure a cultivator's strength purely based on their cultivation base." Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan's expression turned serious. This wasn't just Chen Daoxuan's question, it was also his question. Logically speaking, Chen Daoxuan's own power had long since surpassed the understanding of foundation establishment cultivators. In fact, even the vast majority of Zifu disciples were no match for him. Purely using cultivation to measure his strength was no longer generally unreliable. Moreover, there were many cultivators like Chen Daoxuan in the cultivation world. The problem that Chen Daoxuan and the others could find, the Qianyuan Sword Sect, such a behemoth, naturally would not be unable to find it. Therefore, the Hall of Magical Artifacts of the Qianyuan Sword Sect produced such a special magical artifact that could measure the strength of a cultivator. Chapter 272, Yun Mo Wall. 1. Quantum Strength. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan sized up the strange magical equipment in front of him with great interest. "How do I calculate it? Could it be that by injecting true essence and divine sense into this magic tool, it could automatically determine the strength of a cultivator?" Chen Daoxuan was stunned for a moment before he shook his head. "Of course not." Chen Daoxuan couldn't help but laugh. It seemed like he was thinking too much. This wasn't an online game from his previous life where the combat strength of the characters could be displayed. Besides, even if this magic tool could determine a cultivator's strength through the strength of their true essence and divine sense, it would still be inaccurate. After all, the overall strength of a cultivator was also affected by their realm, magic tools, secret techniques, and so on. This magic tool is called the Yun Mo Wall. Its main body is made from the rank 5 spirit or Yun Mo Gold. Yun Mo Gold. Chen Daoxuan looked at Chen Daoxuan in shock. "How much did you spend on this?" Chen Daoxuan stretched out a palm and said embarrassedly, 50 million spirit stones. Chen Daoxuan shook his head. No wonder the Qianyuan sword sect only bought it from the big families. Ordinary families can't afford it. Chen Daoku and Chen Fuxian nodded in agreement. In fact, the 9 ruins exquisite pagoda that the Chen family had bought from the Qianyuan sword sect was the same. The Hall of Magical Artifacts of the Qianyuan sword sect would often introduce some strange magical artifacts to the immortal cultivation clans in the Infinite Star Sea. Some of them were useful, such as the 9 ruins exquisite pagoda, while others were of little value. However, the various families did not dare to refuse. It wasn't just because they were afraid of the power of the Qianyuan sword sect. It was because other families in the Infinite Star Sea had bought these celestial devices. If they didn't buy them, they would be easily surpassed by other families in the long run. For example, the 9 ruins exquisite pagoda was a great help to the training of the disciples of the major families. The same logic applied to this Yun Mo wall. Who knew if it would be of help to the clan cultivators in the future? Even if it didn't help, it could help the family to determine the strength of their own disciples. Compared to sparring, this kind of test was more direct and did not harm the harmony of the cultivators in the clan. Don't think that it's a good thing to mess with the competition within the family. This was because such competitions were often linked to cultivation resources. Once the competition was linked to benefits, there would definitely be conflicts in the end. For a family, unity was the most important thing. Thus, Chen Daoxuan rarely heard of any cultivation clan organizing a battle of magic within the clan. Since its main body is made of Yun Mo gold, it must be able to determine the strength of a cultivator by absorbing their attacks. Yes. Chen Daoku knew that Chen Daoxuan's refining skills were above his, so he nodded and said, not only that, but there's also a small cave inside this ritual implement that's specially used to absorb the aftershock of a cultivator's attack. Using the strength of a cultivator's attack to measure the strength of a cultivator is still a little inaccurate, but it's much better than using cultivation to measure. Chen Daoxuan nodded in agreement. Then, he looked at Chen Fuxian and smiled. Is this why you're called Fuxian? Hehe. Chen Daoku smiled. How was it, Fuxian's test? I haven't tested it yet. Chen Daoku shook his head and smiled. We were just about to take the test when you arrived, young clan leader. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan immediately showed an interested expression. That's good. Fuxian, go and test it. After some thought, Chen Xian added, there's no rush. Let's test it step by step. Fuxian, don't use any sword techniques or magic tools first. Just use your Genkai to attack. Then, use your sword techniques empty-handed. Finally, go all out. Hearing Chen Daoxuan's order, Chen Fuxian cupped his hands and said, yes, sir. In the next moment, Chen Fuxian stood in front of the dark Yun Mo wall, waiting for the right moment. There won't be any problems testing here, right? Chen Daoxuan said worriedly. Although Chen Fuxian was only at the 9th level of Qi refinement, his genuine Qi had almost reached the perfection realm. The strength of his genuine Qi had already reached the limit state mentioned in the Qianyuan sword scripture. If he took another step forward, he could only condense true essence. Under normal circumstances, when Chen Fuxian's true Qi exploded, the shockwave could destroy a large cargo ship. If they were to test it here, the entire laboratory might be destroyed. Hearing Chen Daoxuan's doubt, Chen Daoku frowned and said, there shouldn't be a problem. I've asked the people in the Celestial Device Hall of the Qianyuan Sword Sect. This celestial device comes with a cave that can absorb the aftershocks and can absorb the full power of a golden core cultivator. In theory, even if a cultivator of the nascent soul stage came to test it, there wouldn't be much of a problem. Hearing this explanation, Chen Daoxuan didn't say anything else. Thinking about it, it made sense. If the magic tool that he had spent 50 million spirit stones to purchase did not have any skill, then wouldn't he have spent so many spirit stones in vain? As the two of them talked, Chen Fuxian circulated his Genkai, stomped his feet and lowered his shoulders, sending out a palm strike towards the Yun Mo wall. Boom! The air was torn apart with a violent rumble. In the end, Chen Fuxian's jade-like palm smashed heavily onto the Yun Mo wall. A light circle lit up from where Chen Fuxian's right palm touched the Yun Mo wall, and then spread throughout the entire wall. Other than that, this Yun Mo wall was completely unharmed. Chen Daoxuan wasn't surprised that Chen Fuxian couldn't damage the Yun Mo gold magic tool. This was because Yunmo Gold had the insane ability to absorb energy, but its properties made it impossible for it to be used to forge Ling armor or other defensive magic tools. Chapter 273, Yunmo Wall, 2. Hence, Yunmo Gold, a grade 5 spirit ore, had always been in an allward position. It was clearly a top-notch grade 5 spirit ore, but its practical value was far inferior to other grade 5 spirit ores. Otherwise, this magic tool would definitely be worth more than 50 million spirit stones. Chen Daoxuan and Chen Daoku stared intently at this magic tool, only to see that after the light circle covered the entire Yunmo wall, it started to condense towards the center. In the end, a huge one was left on the dark Yunmo wall. Is this the so-called cultivation? It should be. Chen Daoxuan frowned. A 9th level or a refining cultivator who has comprehended sword intent only got one. Does that mean that ordinary or refining cultivators can't even reach one? As he spoke, Chen Daoxuan called over a qi condensation cultivator from the Magical Equipment Research Institute and ordered, "You, attack this black wall with all your might. Young clan leader, can we use magic tools?" "Sure, go all out." "Yes, sir." The 7th qi layer cultivator said excitedly. In front of Chen Daoxuan and the other two, he took out a high-grade tier 1 flying sword, and a 9-foot-long sword light burst out from the flying sword. In the next moment, the flying sword struck the black Yunmo wall. However, the strange thing was that the Yunmo wall displayed a value of 0. Seeing this number, even though this 7th qi layer cultivator was unsure of what it meant, he still instinctively felt a little ashamed. "All right, you can leave first." "Yes." Hearing this, the 7th qi layer cultivator of the Fu generation cupped his hands and left. Chen Daoxuan watched the other party leave and turned to Chen Fusion. "Fusion, continue." Chen Fusion nodded. This time, he used a branch of the earth element sword intent that he had comprehended, the thick earth sword intent. The monolith sword technique, with the addition of the thick earth sword essence, erupted with power that far exceeded the limits of this sword technique. Chen Daoku felt a chill run down his spine when he saw the earthy yellow sword qi condensed from genuine qi. Obviously, the power of this sword was enough to threaten him, a foundation-building cultivator. Chen Fusion pursed his lips and said nothing. The earthen yellow sword qi once again struck the dark black Yunmo wall. This time, the number 2 appeared on the Yunmo wall. The third time, Chen Fusion went all out. Not only did he use his genuine qi, sword intent, but he also used his Dharma artifact. His third attack finally left a 3 on the Yunmo wall. Upon seeing this, Chen Daoxuan turned to Chen Daoku and said, "You should try it too." Hearing this, Chen Daoku, who was eager to try, nodded. Since there was no realm bonus, Chen Daoku's numbers were T and 2. In other words, according to the Yunmo wall, Chen Fusion, who had reached the limit of true qi, and Chen Daoku, who had just reached the foundation stage, had similar true qi and Zhen Yuan. Moreover, with the help of his sword intent and magical equipment, Chen Fusion's maximum attack was 1.5 times stronger than Chen Daoku's. It had to be said that this comparison was already quite clear. Chen Daoku said that he was not Chen Fusion's match in private sparring. It seemed like he was not lying. Chen Daoxuan couldn't help but feel extremely curious about his own strength. Logically speaking, given the strength of his true essence at its peak, he should be only a hair's breadth away from the magic power of an ordinary Zifu disciple. It was just that he didn't know how much he could reach. Thinking of this, Chen Daoxuan rubbed his arm and smiled. "Dao Chu, move aside. I will try to." "All right." Chen Daoku smiled and retreated to the side. Both of them looked at Chen Daoxuan with fervent eyes. Regarding Chen Daoxuan's true strength, not only was the outside world confused, even the cultivators of the Chen family were confused. Even Chen Daoxuan himself did not have a clear understanding of his own strength. Now that he had the Yunmo wall, he was clear about his attack limits. In the next second, Chen Daoxuan moved like lightning. His Zhen Yuan and physical strength exploded out as he punched the dark Yunmo wall. Boom! A thunder-like sound rang out in their ears. Fortunately, a soundproof array had been set up here. Otherwise, if the outside world heard this loud sound, it would probably cause a ruckus. On the dark Yunmo wall, rings of light rippled outwards like water. Counting carefully, there were a total of 11 light wheels. As expected, the Yunmo wall finally displayed the number 11. In other words, Chen Daoxuan's attack power was 4 times stronger than Chen Fuxian's and 5 times stronger than Chen Daoku's without the use of sword intent or magic tools. Although Chen Daoku was not very strong, his magical equipment was good enough to represent the average level of the foundation building cultivators in the Infinite Star Sea. In other words, Chen Daoxuan's normal punch was already 5 times the maximum attack of an ordinary foundation building cultivator. It was obvious. There was already a fundamental difference between him and ordinary foundation establishment cultivators. His expression was solemn. Chen Daoxuan condensed the true Yuan into a star and bombarded the meteorite wall again. This time, the Yunmo wall displayed a shocking 37. In other words, the threads of rain sword essence, which is close to the third level of sword essence, has a 2.7-fold increase in my attack power. Chen Daoxuan frowned. Then, he raised his head again. Then, what about using my intrinsic flying sword? The Chengying sword's starlight struck the Yunmo wall once again. Following which, looking at the numbers on the Yunmo wall, Chen Daoxuan's pupils constricted, 46. In other words, the intrinsic flying sword only increased the power of a basic attack by 0.9 times. After a series of tests, Chen Daoxuan finally had a clear idea of the specific value of the increase in strength from the realm and the magic tool. Chapter 274, Yunmo Wall, 3. In the past, he only knew that the realm of sword intent increased the strength of a cultivator by more than twice, but he did not know how much. Now, he finally knew the exact value. The Yunmo wall displayed the number 46. It was Chen Daoxuan's true essence attack of 10, 2.7 times the sword realm bonus of 27, and 0.9 times the magic tool bonus of 9, a total of 46. Chen Daoxuan seemed to have thought of something. I wonder, what is the value of using the Chengying sword in close combat? Thinking of this, Chen Daoxuan couldn't care less about Chen Daoku and Chen Fuxian who were scared silly. He recalled the Chengying sword, his right hand holding onto the sword hilt as he became one with the sword, turning into a huge starlight that slashed onto the dark Yunmo wall. This time, the numbers on the Yunmo wall increased once again. As expected, the realm of the sword had an additional effect on one's body refinement cultivation. Looking at the shocking 51 on the Yunmo wall, Chen Daoxuan's face was filled with joy. Although the difference between 51 and 46 did not seem big, it meant that Chen Daoxuan's body refining cultivation was not useless. It could also be enhanced by Chen Daoxuan's sword realm. This was what excited Chen Daoxuan the most. Although Chen Daoxuan's basic physical strength was only 1, with the addition of his sword Dao realm and magical equipment, it suddenly expanded to 5. Don't underestimate the value of 5. It was actually quite impressive. One had to know that ordinary foundation establishment cultivators could not reach this value at all. In the laboratory, Chen Daoku and Chen Fuxian saw the number 51 that Chen Daoxuan left on the Yunmo wall and were completely stunned. Seeing this, Chen Daoxuan did not test the spatial sword intent again. After all, almost no one knew that he had comprehended space sword essence. Chen Daoxuan decided not to expose himself. This magic tool is quite interesting. Lend it to me for a while. After saying that, Chen Daoxuan looked at Chen Daoku. At this moment, Chen Daoku finally recovered from his shock. He immediately nodded and said, "Of course, this is for the clan cultivators." Chen Daoxuan thought for a while and said, "Forget it. You can buy another one from the Hall of Magical Artifacts of the Qianyuan Sword Sect." All. When Chen Daoku heard this, he didn't seem to be able to react. A magic tool worth 50 million spirit stones was something that the young clan leader could buy just like that. Chen Daoku couldn't help but sigh. Now that his family was rich, things were different. As expected, Chen Fuxian, who had a bitter expression on his face, smiled when he heard this. Chen Daoxuan borrowed this celestial device because he was going to the bottom of the Infinite Star Sea for closed-door cultivation. He needed to use this celestial device to judge the extent of his strength improvement. As the head of the Chen family's military, Chen Fuxian would definitely need this spiritual artifact to motivate the cultivators in the military to improve their strength. In the past, everyone only had a vague understanding of the increase in their strength. The higher the cultivation of a cultivator, the more so. For example, if Chen Daoxuan's strength increased from 46 to 47, he probably wouldn't feel anything. He would only feel that he had made some progress. However, through the Yun Mo Wall's magic tool, it could be directly reflected. This kind of direct reaction would greatly increase the enthusiasm of cultivators. Many times, cultivators slack off in their cultivation because they can't see their own progress day after day. If they could measure their progress bit by bit, no cultivator would slack off. Instead, they would be full of passion. Chen Daoxuan was filled with passion. He was eager to see to what extent his strength could be improved during this trip to the Devil Ape Mountain in the Infinite Star Sea. Chapter 275, Enlightened, 1. In the Southwest Sea area of the Infinite Star Sea. Devil Ape Mountain. When he returned to the passage of the True Demon Realm in the Devil Ape Mountain, Chen Daoxuan found that Luo Xiaoyuan, the chief of the Merman tribe, and his daughter, Luoli, were guarding the passage of the True Demon Realm for Chen Daoxuan. My lord! Luo Xiaoyuan, who was meditating with his eyes closed, sensed Chen Daoxuan's arrival and welcomed him from afar. Not far from the cave abode that Chen Daoxuan had opened, Luoli had built another cave abode. At this moment, Luoli also sensed Chen Daoxuan's arrival and flew out of the cave abode. Seeing the father and daughter in front of him, Chen Daoxuan said seriously, "Clan leader Luo Xianzi, it's been hard on the two of you during this period of time. My lord, this is what we Mermen should do. The passage between the two worlds is a big deal. If the realm demon passes through the passage and causes trouble in the Infinite Star Sea, won't our Mermen be the first to bear the brunt?" Chen Daoxuan nodded. Then, he looked at Luoli and asked, "Luo Xianzi, when do you plan to establish your Zifu?" Hearing this, Luoli's expression froze. Even Luo Xiaoyuan looked a little embarrassed. Luoli's face was flushed red, and she looked like she wanted to say something but hesitated. "Last time, I heard from clan leader Luo that your Merman race doesn't seem to have any treasures that can help you open your purple mansion." Yes. Luo Xiaoyuan was delighted when he heard this. As expected. The next moment, Chen Daoxuan took out a jade bottle from his storage bag and opened the restriction on the jade bottle. A light purple 9-mark spirit pill was inside. It was the most precious treasure that Foundation establishment cultivators dreamed of, the purple mansion pill. "This is, for me." Luoli looked at Chen Daoxuan in disbelief. "But this pill is too precious." Upon hearing this, Luo Xiaoyuan's expression darkened. Indeed, to the current human race, this medicinal pill was really too precious. Although it was not that the merfolk clan could not afford this medicinal pill with their wealth. However, Chen Daoxuan was able to successfully buy the purple mansion pill in Kangzhou. In addition to spending spirit stones, he also had to pay a lot of favors. Purple mansion pills were not common goods that could be bought with money. Otherwise, there was no way that so many rich cultivation clans could not buy purple mansion pills. Seeing Luo Xiaoyuan and Luo Li's expressions, Chen Daoxuan knew what they were thinking. He smiled and said, "What, could it be that your Merman race is a subordinate race of my Chen family, and you want to disobey orders? I wouldn't dare." When Luo Xiaoyuan heard this, he felt a surge of warmth in his heart. He looked at Luoli and nodded at her. Luoli took a deep look at Chen Daoxuan. She took the purple mansion pill from him and said, "My Merman race has human bloodline, I can transform when I reach the golden core stage." After saying that, Luoli flew away as if she was fleeing. Chen Daoxuan looked at the other party's beautiful figure that was fleeing in panic. For some reason, a ripple appeared in his heart. Luo Li's transformation? He was really looking forward to it. Luo Xiaoyuan smiled and glanced at Chen Daoxuan. He cupped his hands and said, "Since master has returned, this subordinate will take his leave. Take care, clan leader Luo." Chen Daoxuan returned the salute. After watching Luo Xiaoyuan and Luo Li leave, Chen Daoxuan was the only one left. Looking at the mountain range where he opened up his cave abode, Chen Daoxuan planned to set up a Tier 4 waterproof array before exploring the true demon realm and cultivating in seclusion. After all, this was the underwater world. Although he had cultivated the water escape technique and was not afraid of the deep sea environment. However, as a land creature, he was still not used to an environment that was completely filled with seawater. This set of Tier 4 waterproof grand array was one of the resources he purchased from the Eternal Night Immortal City. Coupled with the fact that the Demon Ape Mountain happened to have a Tier 3 spirit vein, it was sufficient to support this set of Tier 4 grand array. He took out the array formation jade slip from his storage bag. With the support of 30 times his comprehension ability, Chen Daoxuan quickly comprehended this array formation. He took out the array flags and other array formation materials and sized up the environment of the Devil Ape Mountain range. Chen Daoxuan set about setting up this set of Tier 4 waterproof grand array. In less than 3 days, a simplified version of a Tier 4 waterproof array formation was set up by him. The reason why it was called a simplified version was because a complete Tier 4 waterproof array was enough to envelop the entire Devil Ape Mountain range, while the waterproof array set up by Chen Daoxuan could only cover the mountain range where his cave abode was located. It was at most 100 miles in radius. This area was not worth mentioning when compared to the area of thousands of miles around the Devil Ape Mountain range. As the Tier 4 waterproof array formation was set up, the surrounding seawater was all expelled by the water shielding spell formation, forming an upside-down bowl-shaped transparent membrane above the mountain range. Inside the membrane were the mountain range and the passageway to another world where Chen Daoxuan was. Outside the membrane was seawater. It was very magical. Although this array formation was good, the only flaw was that it required a large amount of spiritual energy at all times to maintain the pressure of the seawater. If it wasn't for the fact that the Devil Ape Mountain range had a Tier 3 spirit vein, Chen Daoxuan wouldn't have dared to play like this. Even so, he did not dare to set up a large waterproof formation. This was because the wider the range of the waterproof array formation, the more terrifying the consumption of spiritual energy. The waterproof array formation within a radius of 100 miles was just equivalent to the consumption of a Tier 4 mountain protecting array that had not been attacked to a Tier 3 spirit meridian. It did not have too much of a burden on the spirit meridian. After setting up the array, Chen Daoxuan looked at the transparent film hanging above his head and nodded in satisfaction. Once again, he entered the cave abode that he had opened up last time. Chen Daoxuan discovered that the layout of the cave was slightly different from before. In the hall. Chapter 276, Enlightened, 2. There were a few strange spiritual plants that could only be found in the underwater world of the Infinite Star Sea, which added some vitality to the originally dull cave abode. Chen Daoxuan knew that this was definitely Luo Li's doing. Looking at the exuberant scene in the hall, Chen Daoxuan couldn't help but smile. He arrived at the seclusion room. Chen Daoxuan sat cross-legged on the warm jade futon. In the next moment, with a flash of light, a black figure appeared beside Chen Daoxuan. It was his newly refined clone. Due to the split soul, Chen Daoxuan's sword art was at the first layer of space sword intent and the second layer of rain sword intent. Therefore, the clone that was refined had the same sword Dao realm as the original body. As for the realm of the clone in the future, it would depend on the result of the clone's self-cultivation. After all, apart from the fact that the clone's cultivation base was higher than the main body's, there were no other restrictions. In other words, if the clone's comprehension was better, the clone's sword Dao realm could surpass the main body. This also meant that the power of the doppelganger was not necessarily weaker than the main body. Of course, other people's avatars might be stronger than the main body. It was very difficult for Chen Daoxuan's avatar to do this. This was because Chen Daoxuan's original body had the cheat of the primordial enlightenment scripture to store comprehension, but his avatar did not. Even though the main body could also use the sermon to help the avatar increase its comprehension. But in the end, preaching was only a reduced version of storing comprehension. How could it compare to the exaggerated absorption of chaos chi by the golden scripture? Thinking about it this way, if there were no special opportunities in the future, Chen Daoxuan's avatar would probably find it very difficult to keep up with the main body's strength. But for now, Chen Daoxuan's clone was extremely powerful. Thinking of this, Chen Daoxuan once again stretched out his palm and a mini magic tool appeared in his palm. It was the magic tool he had borrowed from Chen Daoxuan Mo wall. Following the removal of the Meson technique, the huge Yun Mo wall appeared in the training room, causing the originally spacious training room to instantly become narrow. Helpless, Chen Daoxuan went outside the cave dwelling. After thinking for a while, he set up a high-level soundproof array. This way, this place really became a place for seclusion. Looking at the Yun Mo wall in front of him, Chen Daoxuan nodded to his black-robed clone. The clone's eyes were like lightning, and his body was like a stream of light. He turned around and punched the Yunmo wall. Boom! A terrifying explosion sounded out, but other than that, the shockwaves of the attack were all absorbed by the small heaven inside the Yunmo wall. In the next second, the Yunmo wall started to glow like ripples, and finally, a new number appeared on the black wall, 11. N. Chen Daoxuan nodded. The basic strength of the clone is indeed the same as the main body. The extreme state of true essence and the physical strength derived from the initial cultivation of flesh and blood. Immediately after, Chen Daoxuan took out a flying sword from his storage pouch. It was the flying sword that the Yang family patriarch had given him, the Rainbow Light Sword. Ever since Chen Daoxuan's intrinsic flying sword advanced to mid-tier tier 3, he rarely used it. Logically speaking, as a high-grade level 3 flying sword, the Rainbow Sword's boost to a cultivator's strength was indeed stronger than a mid-grade level 3 intrinsic flying sword. However, if the consumption of quintessential essence on the intrinsic flying sword was taken into account, it could not compare to a middle-grade level 3 intrinsic flying sword. It was up to the cultivator to decide. Chen Daoxuan had chosen to use his intrinsic flying sword, so the rainbow sword had become dusty in his storage bag. Now, the Rainbow Light Sword finally had a new master. Catch! Chen Daoxuan gently tossed the sword. The Rainbow Light Sword turned into a stream of light and flew into the hands of the clone. The black-robed clone took the Rainbow Light Sword and examined it from top to bottom. With the flying sword in hand, he once again charged towards the Yunmo wall. His choice was the same as Chen Daoxuan's, which was to directly attack in close combat. Ever since Chen Daoxuan discovered that in close combat, the realm of the sword could also increase physical strength, it was as if he had opened up a new world. In that case, the increase in body refinement cultivation was definitely not useless. If his body refining cultivation was the same as his chi refining cultivation, and he also reached the limit of flesh and blood, then his basic strength could reach 20. With the addition of his sword realm and magic tools, his strength would definitely reach a terrifying level. Boom! Just as he was thinking about it, the Yunmo wall let out another roar. In the next second, a new number appeared on the Yunmo wall. 52. Chen Daoxuan's eyes flashed. After using a high-grade level 3 magic tool, the strength that erupted from the clone was indeed slightly stronger than the original body. Of course, this difference was nothing. If the difference in strength between two cultivators with combat strength of 1 and 2 was obvious, then at the level of 51 and 52, a slight difference in combat strength was not considered a difference at all. Compared to the difference in attack limits, factors such as battle experience, speed, and defensive ability had a greater impact on the outcome of the battle. Then, how about using the spatial sword intent? Chen Daoxuan thought about it and ordered his clone to use space sword intent to attack the Yunmo wall. This time, he saw a new value, which was the biggest attack Chen Daoxuan could unleash at this moment. 55. As expected, the complete space sword intent's enhancement to strength is too terrifying. The rain sword intent, which is close to the third realm, only has a 2.7-fold enhancement. However, the space sword intent, which has just reached the invisible realm, actually has a 3-fold enhancement. After seeing this scene, Chen Daoxuan not only had a new understanding of his own strength, but he also had his own judgment of the strength of the other cultivators. In the tests of the Yunmo wall, the true chi at its limits is roughly the same as the most ordinary true essence. In that case, my true essence at its limits is probably comparable to the magic power of a Zifu disciple who has just broken through. If he was a first-level Zifu disciple who didn't have a body tempering technique, his basic battle prowess would be 10. Ordinary Zifu disciples, even if they hadn't set foot on the Dao of the sword, would definitely have set foot on the Dao of art. Their level of mastery should be doubled, and with the addition of the 0.3-fold boost from low-grade level 3 magic tools. An ordinary first-level Zifu disciple's attack limit should be around 23 points. As he used the Yunmo wall more and more, Chen Daoxuan became more and more proficient in estimating the strength of others. Of course, this was based on knowing the other party's Dao realm and the magic tools they had. Otherwise, if others kept this information a secret, one would still not be able to know how strong the other party was. If that was the case, Zhou Mubai's strength was a little terrifying. Chen Daoxuan was sure that Zhou Mubai's basic strength was close to the weakest golden core cultivator, which was 100. If his physical strength was included, it would definitely exceed 100. This was because Zhou Mubai was also a body refinement cultivator. Even if his basic strength was 150, coupled with the threefold increase in his sword realm, at least twofold increase in his magic weapon, and the unknown increase in his strength from his self-created sword technique, he would still be able to use the sword technique. Zhou Mubai's maximum attack was at least 750. Zhou Mubai's weak performance was because he had never displayed his body tempering cultivation. Even when Chen Daoxuan explored Lotus Island with him, he had never displayed his body tempering cultivation. If not for that, Chen Daoxuan would not have been unaware that the realm of the sword could actually enhance physical strength. No wonder Zhou Mubai is ranked 9th on the Zifa Prodigy roll. Chen Daoxuan thought to himself, the cultivators in the Infinite Star Sea are all cunning. He really didn't expect Zhou Mubai to still be hiding his true strength under such circumstances. Thinking of this, Chen Daoxuan could not help but start to examine himself. Recently, he had indeed been a little arrogant. It seemed like ever since he won the battle of the zombie horde in Kang Prefecture with his foundation establishment Cultivation, the Guang'an Prefecture's Zhou family had started to boast about his name and downplay Zhou Mubai's existence. Now that he thought about it, if this wasn't flattery, what was it? Was Chen Daoxuan strong? His maximum attack was only 55, which was less than 1/10 of Zhou Mubai's. Not to mention the difference in strength between the Chen family and the Zhou family. But now, these old cultivation clans in Kang Prefecture all had a tacit understanding to let the Chen family take the majority of the benefits. When the Cloud Sky Palace was giving out rewards, he had revealed his face in front of many nascent soul cultivators and humiliated the Third Elder's faction. After the establishment of the Kangzhou Business Alliance, the Chen family had inexplicably become the largest shareholder of the Kangzhou Business Alliance. All of you are praising me and my Chen family. After estimating Zhou Mubai's true strength, Chen Daoxuan suddenly felt enlightened. Since you're all willing to support my Chen family, then my Chen family will stand firm in this position for you to see. As Chen Daoxuan spoke, he looked in the direction of the otherworld passage and smiled. Chapter 277, Trial Upgrade, 1. Kangzhou. Spiritual Shell Island, the Zhou family's territory. A continuous cluster of palaces was scattered around the Zhou family's fourth-grade spirit vein. The buildings were faintly discernible in the ethereal clouds. In the palace on the tallest spiritual mountain in the clan, 2 young Taoists were sitting in front of a chessboard playing chess. They were the 2 most powerful figures of the Guang'an Prefecture's Zhou clan, Zhou Minghao and Sword Immortal Zhou Mubai. Zhou Minghao held the black piece in his hand. With a paw sound, the black piece fell. On the chessboard, Zhou Mubai's dragon had already been slaughtered. Mubai, you lost. Zhou Minghao put his hands into his sleeves and smiled. Zhou Mubai looked at the densely packed chessboard and smiled helplessly. He cupped his hands and said, "Clan leader's chess skills far surpass mine, Mubai is convinced." Zhou Minghao looked at Zhou Mubai meaningfully. "It's not that my Go skills are far better than yours, but that you're not sure." As he put away the black chess pieces on the chessboard, he said, "Have you heard about the spirit stone coins circulating in Guang'an City recently?" When he heard the clan leader talk about serious matters, Zhou Mubai said with a solemn expression, "I've heard of it. The Chen's prodigy is truly talented and courageous. Not only has he comprehended sword essence at a young age and stepped into the second level of the form realm, but he also has an extremely far-sighted vision. Once word of the spirit stone coins spreads in Guang'an Prefecture, the Chen family will be able to control all of Guang'an Prefecture's business activities in the future. At that time, the Chen family will become the uncrowned king of Guang'an Prefecture." As the last black chess piece fell into the urn, Zhou Minghao raised his head and looked at Zhou Mubai. "Mubai, I know you and Chen Daoxuan are brothers, but you can't forget that you are the pride of our Zhou family and the hope of our Zhou family." After saying that, Zhou Minghao stood up and looked at the clouds outside the palace. "Mubai won't dare to forget. What the Zhou family wants to do is to become the #1 family in the Gang province. Mubai, what you have to do is not only to restore the glory of our ancestors. I hope you can take a step forward and lead our Zhou family to become a family like the Zhang family in the Tai province and the Ji family in the Jing province." Zhou Minghao turned around and looked at Zhou Mubai. "Do you understand?" Zhou Mubai's expression darkened slightly, but his gaze became firm again. Mubai understands. All right. Zhou Minghao nodded in relief. Chen Daoxuan wanted to use the spirit stone coins to control the commerce and economy of Guang'an Prefecture. However, he forgot that we are cultivators, and cultivators, in the end, it still depends on strength. Ancestor, could it be that you want to? Zhou Minghao shook his head and laughed. Don't worry, I won't break the alliance of the Kangzhou tribes. I just want to completely integrate the Kangzhou cultivators before breaking through to Jindan, just like Taizhou and Jingzhou. Patriarch, what do you plan to do? Let's just rely on our strength. Zhou Minghao sighed and said, ever since the Ye family lost power, the Azure continent has been leaderless for decades. It's time to end this chaotic era. I think this is not only the vision of my Zhou family, but also the common vision of the various prefectures and clans in the Azure continent. Speak with strength. Zhou Mubai muttered. There were only two ways for cultivation forces to use strength to speak. The first was to break out in war. This kind of war could be divided into all-out war and controllable local war. Obviously, this method was not in line with the situation in Kangzhou, and the Qianyuan sword sect would not allow it. The other method was for the cultivation forces to send experts to spar with each other. This method was much gentler than the war between the cultivation forces. It was more in line with the current situation in Kangzhou. Patriarch, didn't you want to push the Chen family to the front and let my Zhou family secretly control the situation in Kang Prefecture? Yes. But I realized that I had misjudged one person. You mean Brother Chen? Zhou Minghao was silent for a long time before he sighed and said, from his actions, it is not difficult to see that Chen Daoxuan is not willing to be under others. Wanting to control such a person is no different from a fantasy. In the end, do we still have to go this far? Mubai. Zhou Minghao frowned slightly. Patriarch, don't worry, I know what to do. Zhou Mubai smiled. Besides, we're only going to decide who's the leader of Azure Continent. We're not going to destroy the other races. It's good that you understand. Zhou Minghao nodded. Once this matter is over, I will step down from my position as the clan leader and focus on breaking through to the Golden Core realm. Patriarch. Zhou Mubai suddenly stood up. But your Great Dao realm has just advanced to the second level. If you break through now, will you? I know. Zhou Minghao sighed. But I can't wait any longer. If I wait any longer, I'm afraid I'll lose my drive to improve. By then, my future will be even more bleak. Zhou Mubai clenched his fists. Although Zhou Minghao's cultivation level had long since advanced to the peak Purple Prefecture realm, his mastery of the Dao of the arts had only just advanced to the second level. He was still inferior to Chen Daoxuan's mastery of the Dao of the sword. At this level, even if he could form a golden core, it would be difficult to overcome the golden core lightning tribulation that followed. After all, the lightning tribulation was the power of the heavenly Dao. Cultivators had no choice but to rely on their own strength to resist it. However, just as Zhou Minghao had said, he was already old. If he did not form his golden core now, his lifespan would be nearing its end, and his chances of breaking through to the golden core would be even slimmer. Besides, as long as the Zhou family had a prodigy like Zhou Mubai, they would only grow stronger and stronger. There was no possibility of them declining. Since the matter behind him had been decided, why not fight with all his might? If he succeeded, he would be able to enjoy a few hundred more years of lifespan. If he failed, he would only become a pile of bones a few decades earlier. Chapter 278, Trial Upgrade, 2. Sensing Zhou Minghao's determination, Zhou Mubai no longer tried to dissuade him. Instead, he stood up straight and bowed deeply to him. In the southwest sea area of the Infinite Star Sea, Devil Ape Mountain, a white figure sat cross-legged in front of the True Demon Realm's passageway. At night, a black shadow flashed, and a figure rushed out of the passage. It was the avatar that Chen Daoxuan had sent to the True Demon Realm. Seeing his clone return safely, Chen Daoxuan heaved a sigh of relief. Even though he knew that with the secret treasure, the Dust Banner, even if the Demon Lord of the True Demon Realm came, it would be very difficult to capture his avatar. However, he was still a little worried. Now that he saw his clone return safely, his heart finally calmed down. He closed his eyes and shared his memories with his clone. Chen Daoxuan figured out what his clone had done in the other world for the past 6 months. All in all, his clone took advantage of the demon-slaying banquet of the Yuan dynasty of the true demon realm to attack and kill realm demons everywhere. Due to the existence of the Dust Banner, the great demons and demon lords of the great Yuan dynasty often discovered that the descendants they had nurtured had died inexplicably before they could react. This time, he was caught off guard. Chen Daoxuan took the storage bag from his clone and opened it. There were 53 world origin beads inside. This was the result of the great demons and demon lords of the great Yuan dynasty reacting to the fact that someone had turned from prey to hunter in their hunting ground, and they were frantically searching for Chen Daoxuan's avatar. Otherwise, he would have gained even more. Of course, 53 world origin beads was no longer a small number. The largest one was actually left behind by a realm demon whose cultivation base was equivalent to that of a Zifu disciple. This made Chen Daoxuan even more excited. Other than that, Chen Daoxuan also found a large number of blood crystals in the storage bag. There were a total of 18,427 pills. Including the blood crystals he bought from Taze Hu, he had more than 20,000 blood crystals in his hands. With so many blood crystals, the market price had already exceeded 2 billion spirit stones. 2 billion spirit stones might not be much to the Zhang family and the Ji family, but to any cultivation family in the Azure continent, it was a huge number. At least for the current Chen family, this number, it was just like that. One had to know that the Chen family's annual net income had already reached hundreds of millions of spirit stones. If the talisman factory expanded in the future, the annual income would increase by 10 times. Chen Daoxuan would not be surprised. In other words, this might only be the Chen family's income for the next year. There was indeed nothing to be surprised about. However, blood crystals were a specialty of the true demon realm after all. Many times, one could not buy them even with spirit stones. From this point of view, 20,000 blood crystals was indeed a shocking harvest. He looked at the loot in his storage bag. Chen Daoxuan took out 53 world origin beads and 10,000 blood crystals. Then, he threw the storage bag to his black-robed clone, asking him to go to the cave abode opened by Luoli to improve his body-refining cultivation. To the clone, raising his body cultivation was the best way to quickly increase his strength. In this half a year, Chen Daoxuan's original body was all in closed-door cultivation. Compared to qi refinement, body refinement didn't seem to have any bottlenecks. As long as a cultivator had enough cultivation and resources, they could advance by leaps and bounds, much faster than qi refinement. Chen Daoxuan had to consider the possibility that excessive consumption of medicinal pills would cause his body to develop resistance to the medicine. However, there was no such problem in increasing his body refinement cultivation. This made Chen Daoxuan even more amazed by the magic of the blood crystal. Logically speaking, Chen Daoxuan's sword Dao realm far exceeded his cultivation. His cultivation should be able to increase rapidly. In reality, in the past half a year, Chen Daoxuan had been cultivating his body every day besides refining his qi. He did not dare to slack off even for a day, but his qi refining cultivation had only advanced to the 5th layer of the foundation building realm. However, compared to his qi refinement cultivation, Chen Daoxuan's body refinement cultivation had improved greatly. He had already reached the 4th level of flesh and blood derivation. He was only one step away from catching up to his qi refinement cultivation. What surprised Chen Daoxuan even more was the increase in strength after his body refinement cultivation level increased. Because his Zhenyuan had been tempered by the sword intent, it had reached the limit of Zhenyuan recorded in the Qianyuan sword scripture. In other words, when Chen Daoxuan reached the 5th layer of the foundation establishment realm, his sea of qi expanded and his true essence increased. As for other changes, there was no change at all. However, body refinement cultivation was different. Chen Daoxuan's physical strength was different from his vital essence. It seemed that he couldn't be tempered by the sword intent. Therefore, after reaching the 1st level of flesh and blood derivation, Chen Daoxuan's physical strength was only 1, not 10 of the limit state of true essence. However, after his body refinement cultivation reached the 4th level of flesh derivation, his physical strength had also doubled, reaching 2. One shouldn't underestimate the increase in his basic strength. In fact, after the addition of his realm and magical equipment, Chen Daoxuan's overall strength had increased considerably, reaching 60. Chen Fuxian's attack limit was only 3. One could imagine how much this improvement in basic strength would improve Chen Daoxuan's overall strength. This was also the reason why once a cultivator's cultivation increased, the increase in strength was the most exaggerated. Because for cultivators, cultivation was the foundation of everything. Without sufficient cultivation to support it, no matter how high one's cultivation level was, no matter how powerful one's magical equipment was, it would be nothing more than an illusion. Of course, it was not enough to just be a cultivator without a cultivation base or a magic tool. It was just like the high-level zombie in the Kangzhou zombie tide. It had all its strength but could not unleash it. Instead, it was suppressed by cultivators whose cultivation was inferior to it. He sent his clone into seclusion. Chen Daoxuan immediately went to the cultivation room of the cave abode impatiently. In the cultivation room of the cave abode, Chen Daoxuan's heart was in the sky as he sat cross-legged on the warm jade futon. In front of him, there were world origin beads of different sizes. He broke one of them with ease. Immediately, the grey chaotic chi was absorbed by the golden scripture in his sea of consciousness. Immediately after, Chen Daoxuan did the same thing. The chaos chi in the 53 world origin beads was completely absorbed by him. In the next second, his consciousness sank into the space of his sea of consciousness. The space within the sea of consciousness was filled with comprehension stardust. These comprehension stardust were like stars that filled the sky. They floated in the sea of consciousness and revolved around the golden scripture. It was a spectacular sight. Looking at the dense stardust, Chen Daoxuan felt an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. After cultivating for so many years, this was the most domineering moment he had ever experienced. He didn't know what he would get after passing the legacy trial. However, Chen Daoxuan was confident that with his comprehension abilities, he would definitely be able to pass the legacy trial. If he still couldn't pass this trial, it could only prove that this trial was a joke left behind by that immortal before he died. But after the last trial, Chen Daoxuan was certain that this was definitely not a joke. He even suspected that this inheritance trial was left behind by that immortal. This was because he had obtained the cultivation method of the soul-setting divine light left behind by this immortal. Even though the soul-setting divine light was extremely profound, he always felt that it could not compare to this inheritance trial. 57864 Comprehension Stardust. If I use 30 Comprehension Stardust to gain enlightenment for the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, it would be enough for me to cultivate for a full 40 days in the state of enlightenment. Chen Daoxuan couldn't help but feel ecstatic after silently calculating. In the next second, he calmed himself down. A divine pattern suddenly appeared between his eyebrows. Soon, his consciousness once again came to the 7 stars that were as dazzling as the rising sun. In front of the Legacy Palace, the white-robed deist stood there with a cold expression on his face, like a machine. However, the moment he saw Chen Daoxuan, the white-robed deist's calm expression changed slightly. He looked at Chen Daoxuan with a slightly focused gaze and said, "Spatial sword intent. Greetings, Senior." Chen Daoxuan nodded and cupped his hands. "Thank you for your guidance, Senior." However, the white-robed deist seemed to not hear Chen Daoxuan's greeting. His tone returned to its cold state and he said, 19769th participant, your trial level has increased. Trial level increase. Chen Daoxuan looked at the other party in shock. Chapter 279, Teaching, 1. Just as Chen Daoxuan was feeling astonished, the white-robed deist stretched out his jade-like finger and pointed. The scene around him instantly changed. In the next moment, from the palace on the rising sun, he arrived at a vast and boundless dojo. Chen Daoxuan looked at it carefully. The dojo beneath his feet was paved with an unknown solid stone. He raised his head, the sky was clear. Here, even the circulation of air seemed to be stagnant. About 100 feet in front of Chen Daoxuan, the white-robed Taoist stood on the Taoist temple, facing him. "This place will be your new training ground." Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan's expression tightened. He cupped his hands and asked, "Dare I ask, Senior, the last trial tested the comprehension of the cultivator. I wonder what the new trial tests." Upon hearing this question, the white-robed Taoist, who had been calm all this while, raised his eyebrows slightly. His lips curled up slightly as he said, "Fight. Battle." Chen Daoxuan was stunned. Battles, or rather, fights of magical powers, were a common occurrence for many cultivators who had stepped onto the path of cultivation. Especially the cultivators in the Infinite Star Sea. Thanks to the war between the Qianyuan Sword Sect and the Xian Qingdao Alliance, the cultivators of the Infinite Star Sea had many opportunities to fight. As long as they were not afraid of death, the cultivators of the Infinite Star Sea could fight on the battlefields of the Yun Nation all year round. Therefore, he had no choice. In terms of combat experience, both the cultivators from the Infinite Star Sea and the Yun Nation were extremely rich. However, Chen Daoxuan knew that the battle between the white-robed deist in front of him was definitely not that simple. "Are you ready?" the white-robed deist said coldly. Chen Daoxuan took a deep breath. Although he was currently in the form of consciousness, the amazing thing was that in his perception, his body was real and not illusory at all. If it weren't for the Golden Scripture's reminder, Chen Daoxuan would have forgotten that he was in a state of consciousness. In his danshan, his life-bound magical treasure, the third-grade lotus of creation, and the two-sword intents were all intact. Other than the Golden Scripture in his consciousness not being copied, Chen Daoxuan's consciousness was no different from his real body in the outside world. "Please advise me." Chen Daoxuan cupped his hands. After saying that, Chen Daoxuan suddenly retreated and his two natal flying swords flew out like a stream of light, aiming straight for the face of the white-robed Taoist. 1,000 feet away. The white-robed deist's gaze was calm, as if Chen Daoxuan's attack did not exist to him at all. Chen Daoxuan could clearly sense that the white-robed deist in front of him had controlled his cultivation to the same level as him. If his guess was correct, the other party's sword Dao realm was even the same as his. This trial seemed to test the combat experience of the cultivators. As for his combat experience, Chen Daoxuan believed that he was not weak. The other party was so arrogant, he must be. What was that? Chen Dao's pupils constricted. In the distance, the Chengying sword turned into a streak of starlight and charged straight at the white-robed deist's face, but it was sent flying by a casual strike from the latter's right hand. Using an immortal sword to block the flying sword? Chen Daoxuan couldn't believe his eyes. But then, he remembered that the white-robed deist's body-refining cultivation was at the 4th level of flesh derivation. In addition to his qi refinement cultivation, the two combined into one. The other party was able to block the flying sword. It seemed. It was also very normal. Just as the other party casually sent Chen Daoxuan's flying sword flying away, the white-robed deist moved. Chen Daoxuan's expression changed when he saw the white-robed Taoist rushing toward him with his sword. Although his body refinement cultivation had reached the 4th level of flesh derivation, he was not good at close combat. In other words, there were not many cultivators who were good at close combat in the current cultivation world. In ancient times, most cultivators were good at close combat. However, as the number of body refinement cultivators decreased, the mainstream fighting method in the cultivation world today was to control magic tools from afar. Few cultivators went up and fought with their opponents directly. Obviously, the white-robed Taoist had caught Chen Daoxuan off guard. However, his reaction was extremely fast. Just as the white-robed deist rushed towards him, Chen Daoxuan transformed into a sword light and fled rapidly. At the same time, he used his divine sense to control the flying sword to attack the white-robed deist to slow him down. However, as he was distracted, his speed inevitably decreased. And the two life-bound flying swords he used to block the white-robed deist were easily pushed aside by the other party. Immediately after, the white-robed deist's body moved like a fish, passing through the gap between the two flying swords. His flying swords did not have the effect of stopping the enemy at all. So fast. Chen Daoxuan's pupils constricted. In the next moment, the sharp tip of the sword was pressed against his neck. The sword-light incarnation that he had transformed into did not confuse the other party for even a moment. Chen Daoxuan was not surprised by this result. The escape technique of turning into sword light was originally only used to bully cultivators with weaker spiritual sense and who did not cultivate the spirit eye secret technique. Since the white-robed deist in front of him had the same cultivation level as him, his divine sense should be the same as his. For cultivators of this level, the sword light incarnation could not confuse them at all. Seeing this scene, Chen Daoxuan said dejectedly, "Lost." He didn't expect that the trial this time would not be to continue learning sword scriptures and comprehending sword essence, but to actually fight. Moreover, he had lost terribly. This battle was actually very fast. All in all, Chen Daoxuan had only used his flying sword to attack his opponent twice in the beginning, but he had been defeated in just an instant. If not for the white-robed Daoist holding back, Chen Daoxuan's head would have been crushed by the opponent's immortal sword in an instant. This difference was no longer just a little bit, but the difference between heaven and earth. Chapter 280, Teaching, 2. Even if both sides had the same cultivation base, realm, and magical equipment, their combat skills and experience were worlds apart. It was to the extent that he was almost instantly killed by the other party. The white-robed Daoist glanced at Chen Daoxuan and withdrew the immortal sword that was also a middle-grade third-tier sword from Chen Daoxuan's neck. He said, "In this trial by fire, you will be killed by me within 3 days." What? Chen Daoxuan seemed to suspect that he had misheard and stared blankly at the other party. The Taoist in white frowned slightly and repeated, "In this trial by fire, you were killed by me within 3 days. But, what's the difference between this and now?" Chen Daoxuan looked at the immortal sword in the white-robed Daoist's hand and said gloomily, "Of course there's a difference. Being killed by me proves that you've forced me to the point where I can't hold back." Hearing this explanation, Chen Daoxuan felt even more depressed. He cupped his hands and said, "Senior, if I kill you in 3 days, what will happen?" Hearing this, the white-robed Taoist, who was as calm as an ancient well, curled his lips slightly and said, "We'll talk about it after you do it." Chen Daoxuan pursed his lips and didn't say anything else. In the next moment, the two of them held their immortal swords and rushed towards each other. This time, Chen Daoxuan stopped remotely controlling the flying sword. The truth proved that controlling the flying sword was useless against the white-robed Daoist. Although the flying sword was controlled by the divine sense, it was basically the same as when the sword arrived. However, the other party seemed to be even more exaggerated, able to predict the enemy's advance. Moreover, there was a disadvantage to controlling the flying sword from a distance, which was that he could not display the strength of his body refinement cultivation. The white-robed Daoist was a combination of chi refinement and body refinement, while Chen Daoxuan was only using his true essence to fight against the other party. He was already at a disadvantage. One had to know that under the premise that the two of them were similar in all aspects, this slight difference was enough to determine the outcome. Not to mention that this white-robed Daoist's swordsmanship was so powerful that Chen Daoxuan cursed. "You lost." This time, Chen Daoxuan lost even faster. He realized that he could not defeat his opponent by controlling his flying sword from a distance, so he learned from his opponent and switched to melee combat. However, this time, the other party only used one sword to push away the two immortal swords in his left and right hands at the same time and aimed directly at Chen Daoxuan's forehead. A drop of cold sweat rolled down Chen Daoxuan's forehead. With 30 times comprehension, his sea of consciousness replayed the sword attack, but to no avail. The long-range flying sword could still attack 4 times, while the close combat one could only attack once. Moreover, looking at the relaxed appearance of the white-robed Daoist, it was obvious that the other party still had a lot of strength left. Otherwise, the other party would have killed Chen Daoxuan instead of easily defeating him. To be able to defeat him without killing him proved that the white-robed Daoist was able to fight him with ease. Again. In the next moment, there was another sword. Again. Sword light flashed, the same posture. Continue. After failing again and again, Chen Daoxuan's stubbornness was completely stimulated. Every time he failed, he would constantly deduce in his sea of consciousness, looking for the white-robed Taoist's flaw. Gradually, he seemed to grasp something. The way he struck out with his sword also became a little different. Seeing Chen Daoxuan's change, the white-robed Daoist nodded slightly without batting an eyelid and pointed out, "To control a flying sword from a distance is to fuse spirit and qi. In close combat, one's spirit, qi, and spirit are one." He could achieve the unity of essence, spirit, and soul, could read until the sword reached its destination, and could control the flying sword, but he couldn't do it with his hands. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan suddenly understood. "Thank you for your guidance, senior." Next, Chen Daoxuan's sword style changed greatly. The originally swift and anxious immortal sword immediately became steady. This time, Chen Daoxuan had held on for a total of 4 sword moves. Counting them, it was already on par with the sword moves he had held when he controlled the flying sword remotely. Again. Chen Daoxuan's eyes lit up as he laughed. As time passed, Chen Daoxuan could hold on longer and longer in the hands of the white-robed deist. It only took half a day for him to go from 1 sword to 4, 5, then 10 swords. But after 10 sword strikes, Chen Daoxuan seemed to have fallen into a bottleneck, unable to withstand the 10th sword no matter what. The white-robed deist had mentioned the unity of spirit, essence, and soul. He could already achieve it by chanting until the sword arrived. Speaking of which, before Chen Daoxuan stepped onto the path of immortality, he had once cultivated sword techniques for a period of time. However, those mortal sword techniques could not be compared to the current one. In the eyes of those mortal martial artists, the battle between Chen Daoxuan and the white-robed deist was simply a battle between immortals. They did not even have the right to watch. The mortal close combat sword techniques that Chen Daoxuan had learned were naturally useless. When the sword arrived, this was already something impossible for mortals, not to mention that Chen Daoxuan's consciousness was many times faster than a mortal martial artist's consciousness. However, this level of swordsmanship was clearly not enough. He failed again and again. Even with the support of 30 times his comprehension ability, Chen Daoxuan's Dao heart gradually became impetuous. No one could accept failure after failure. Chen Daoxuan was no exception. This was especially so when this kind of defeat seemed to be the same. Every time, he would lose in 10 moves. But in the eyes of the white-robed deist, the scene he saw was completely different. Although Chen Daoxuan was still defeated every time he struck out with 10 swords, defeat was different. In the beginning, his 10 strikes were casual and relaxed. However, the casual look on his face slowly disappeared and was replaced by a solemn expression. In other words, Chen Daoxuan's swordsmanship was improving. It was just that he did not know it. Finally, one day later, the white-robed deist spoke again. To read the sword is only the most basic realm of sword techniques. Any cultivator who has just stepped into the immortal path can do it. If you can do this in close combat, it proves that your use of the immortal sword in close combat is no weaker than controlling the flying sword from a distance. However, this level is far from enough. Chapter 281, Teaching, 3. He paused. The next step is to anticipate the enemy's attack. Before the enemy's attack arrived, you already knew the position of the attack and the actual situation. The deeper the realm of anticipating the enemy's attack, the greater the advantage you had when fighting with the enemy. Anticipate the enemy's preemptive attack. Chen Daoxuan secretly guessed the meaning of the other party's words. It was just that the phrase anticipating the enemy and taking the initiative was too general. Chen Daoxuan could not understand the true meaning of this sentence at all. However, after the white-robed deist finished his instructions, he did not continue to explain. He just pulled Chen Daoxuan to fight again and again. Fortunately, both of them were cultivators. Even if they could last for months or even a year in a battle of this level, it would not matter. Time slowly passed. 2 days later, accompanied by repeated failures, Chen Daoxuan finally found something different. In his sea of consciousness, he could clearly see the Taoist in white's every sword that was about to attack him. After seeing this scene, the pressure on Chen Daoxuan's body suddenly disappeared. He thought of the arrival of the gods and the first opportunity of the enemy. With the two combined, Chen Daoxuan's time under the white-robed deist's hands skyrocketed. 100 swords, 300 swords, 500 swords. In the end, as Chen Daoxuan's realm of predicting the enemy's first move became more profound, he found that he could actually fight back and forth with the white-robed Taoist in front of him, not losing to the other party at all. In the training hall, the two sword lights collided wildly, cutting through the air. Even the space around the two of them rippled. The two of them fought from the sky to the ground, and then from the ground to the sky. The two of them would sometimes separate and attack with flying swords from afar. Sometimes, they would fly together and fight in close combat. Any of the stones on the training hall would be left with a bottomless dent if they were hit by any of the sword chi. Fortunately, this was the space of consciousness. No matter how much the two fought, the damage caused would be restored after the battle. Otherwise, after fighting for so long, the dojo would have long become a pile of ruins. As Chen Daoxuan fought, his mood became better and better, while the white-robed Daoist's expression became more and more solemn. As Chen Daoxuan became more and more proficient in his sword sense and his ability to predict the enemy's attack, he found that as long as the enemy's attack did not exceed his endurance limit, he could block it. The white-robed Daoist's cultivation, realm, and magic tool were all exactly the same as his. Theoretically speaking, the other party could not take him down at all. Boom! The two of them collided again, then flew apart and faced each other in the air. Looking at Chen Daoxuan in front of him, the white-robed Daoist finally revealed a trace of satisfaction in his eyes. You passed. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan's face lit up. In these 3 days, who knew how many times he had been abused by this white-robed Daoist? Every time, he would defeat him with a few strikes, no more than 10 strikes at most. The two of them had the same cultivation and realm, and their magic tools were exactly the same. Logically speaking, such a situation should not have happened, but Chen Daoxuan could not defeat the other party. Especially close combat. The white-robed Daoist's close combat strength was simply terrifying, completely subverting Chen Daoxuan's worldview. Although he knew that with the enhancement of his body refinement cultivation, cultivators wouldn't be too weak in close combat, he didn't expect them to be so strong. After all, in his original opinion, no matter how powerful a cultivator was in close combat, how could they compare to a flying sword controlled by divine sense? One had to know that flying swords were controlled by divine sense, so they were naturally in the realm of the sword. And in close combat, if one couldn't completely unify their body, true essence, and spiritual sense, they simply couldn't reach the level of the sword. In this way, even if the upper limit of a cultivator's melee attack was higher, it was difficult to say whether it could match a long-range attack. Chen Daoxuan was originally inclined to not be able to win. In his opinion, his melee attack limit was 60, and although his ranged attack limit was 55, his spiritual sense was much faster and more flexible than his. How could a melee fight against a ranged fighter? However, the white-robed Daoist completely overturned his understanding. The other party used an ironclad truth to tell him that divine sense was not necessarily faster than hand, there were even faster than divine sense. In the brand new training hall, the white-robed Daoist's cold gaze softened a little, and then it returned to its cold state. He waved his hand. A figure identical to Chen Daoxuan appeared beside him. This is you from 3 days ago. The white-robed Daoist pointed at Chen Daoxuan beside him and said, Now, let's see how big the gap between you and your original self is. Yes. Chen Daoxuan nodded eagerly. The white-robed Daoist retreated to the side. The Chen Daoxuan that he had conjured was the same as 3 days ago. He attacked with 2 streaks of starlight. Chen Daoxuan, who was holding a sword with both hands, was extremely calm in the face of such an attack. Clang! Clang! 2 crisp sounds rang out. The 2 streaks of starlight returned to the original appearance of the flying snow sword and the Chengying sword, and flew out. Chen Daoxuan himself was relaxed as he walked toward the phantom in the distance. Seeing this scene, a hint of panic flashed across the face of the illusory Chen Daoxuan, but it was quickly suppressed by the other party. He controlled the flying sword again and attacked Chen Daoxuan. This time, the flying sword rippled with a faint layer of ripples. Clearly, the other party had already used the spatial sword intent. However, Chen Daoxuan still used 2 extremely precise strikes to send the flying swords flying. Full of loopholes, too weak. Chen Daoxuan shook his head. In the next moment, with a flash of light, he flew toward the illusory body that was standing in the air. Just like him 3 days ago, the first thing the other party thought of was to escape and use his flying sword to stop Chen Daoxuan. Chen Daoxuan waved his right hand, and the flying sword was accurately sent flying by him again. It was as if the illusory flying sword had collided with his immortal sword. Not only that, Chen Daoxuan even borrowed the flying sword's attack to increase his speed. The illusory body was distracted by controlling the flying sword, so the speed of the flying light was already a little weaker. In an instant, Chen Daoxuan caught up. Shua! In the sky, a sword light flashed. The illusionary body was obliterated into powder by Chen Daoxuan's immortal sword. With Chen Daoxuan's attack strength as high as 60, his 4-layered flesh and blood body could not withstand it at all. He flew back. On the training ground, the white-robed Taoist saw Chen Daoxuan return and nodded. This is your improvement over the past 3 days. Thank you for your guidance, Senior. Chen Daoxuan bowed and said sincerely. He finally knew that the original him was actually so weak. It was said that after a cultivator reached the third level of sword intent, they were qualified to create their own sword scripture. Chen Daoxuan felt that if his original sword technique had reached this level, he would have been able to combine it with his sword realm and create his own sword scripture. At that time, his strength would definitely soar again. A sword cultivator creating a sword scripture meant that he could unleash 100% of the strength of his current realm. One had to know that no matter what kind of sword intent it was, under the same realm, there was actually no difference in power. There was no such thing as a 2.7-fold increase in the power of the second level of the rain sword essence, but the space sword essence that had just reached the first level had a 3-fold increase. The reason for this was because cultivators could not display the strength that their sword realm should have. An inappropriate example. Comprehending sword essence was like discovering a path. The difference between the main sword intent and the branch sword intent was in the length of the path. However, the sword essences of the same realm had the same length. The reason why the increase in power was different was because the sword intent that had just been comprehended was like a path that had just been discovered. However, it was not complete, but blocked and incomplete. The self-created sword scripture was to remove all the blockages on this path and repair all the flaws until it was completely for his own use. In other words, Chen Daoxuan's second level of sword essence of rain had a great degree of blockage and incompleteness, while the first level of sword essence of space had a much smaller degree of blockage and incompleteness. This was also the fundamental reason why the power of the rain sword essence was not as strong as the space sword essence despite the difference of one realm. Once Chen Daoxuan created his own sword scripture based on these two sword essences, it would mean that he had renewed these two paths and completely made the two sword essences for his own use. At that time, the power of the silk rain sword essence would definitely increase exponentially. This was also the reason why Zhou Mubai's ranking on the Purple Prefecture Sons of Heaven rankings soared after he created his own sword art. Normally speaking, a sword cultivator would only be able to do this when they reached the third stage of sword intent. This was because it was usually only at this level that the accumulation of sword shiu would be enough for him to create his own sword scripture. 19769th participant, congratulations on passing this trial. Before Chen Daoxuan could react, the white-robed deist pointed at his glabella again. Instantly, countless information surged into Chen Daoxuan's sea of consciousness. As this information surged into his sea of consciousness, Chen Daoxuan felt a splitting headache coming at him. The last time he had this feeling was when he received the soul-setting Divine Light Inheritance. Chapter 282, Dharma Idol Divine Power, 1. After a long time. Only then did the pain disappear like a tide. Unlike in the outside world, this place of consciousness inheritance seemed to be able to actively protect the cultivator's sea of consciousness. The effect was very similar to when he usually recited the primordial enlightenment scripture. As his consciousness regained clarity, Chen Daoxuan could not care about anything else and immediately checked the information in his sea of consciousness. After the time for an incense stick to burn. With the boost of 30 times comprehension ability, he finally managed to completely comprehend the information in his sea of consciousness. What the white-robed deist had just imparted to him was a new divine power. Strictly speaking, divine arts were different from cultivation techniques and spells. It was more like a combination of cultivation techniques and spells. For example, Chen Daoxuan had mastered the only divine power, soul-setting divine light. This divine power could expand the sea of consciousness and increase the strength of the divine sense. It also had a matching soul-setting divine light that could attack the enemy's divine sense. Moreover, compared to cultivation techniques and spells, divine powers had great potential. Unlike cultivation techniques and spells, which had their own limits. Even the powerful Qian Yuan sword scripture that Chen Dao cultivated was only a cultivation method that could at most reach the Mahayana realm. As for reaching a higher level, cultivating this cultivation method was not enough. Compared to cultivation techniques, spells were even more so. This could be seen from the grade of the spells. Unless a cultivator could start from the cultivation of pure spells and embark on the path of spells, they would be able to break free from this shackle. It was just like how sword cultivators comprehended sword intent from the cultivation of various sword scriptures. However, divine arts were completely different. No matter what kind of divine power it was, even if it was only a chi condensation cultivator, as long as they were able to enter the basics, they were qualified to continue cultivating. Moreover, divine arts would often accompany a cultivator's entire cultivation life. Their power would continue to grow as the cultivator's mastery of divine arts became more and more profound. For example, the soul-setting divine light was a divine ability that theoretically had infinite power. Since the sea of consciousness had no limit, the sea of divine light naturally had no limit as well. Of course, theory was just theory. In reality, a cultivator's soul was restricted by their physical body and true essence, magic power. It was impossible to increase it indefinitely. For example, after Chen Daoxuan expanded the sea of divine light to a radius of 120 miles, he found it difficult to continue expanding. He knew that this was due to the restriction of his cultivation base. In fact, not only would divine powers be restricted by cultivation, but the realm and the grade of the magic tools that cultivators could use would also be restricted by cultivation. Therefore, cultivation was the foundation of a cultivator. 3 heads and 6 arms. Chen Daoxuan looked at the white-robed deist with a strange look after reading the contents of the divine power in his sea of consciousness. However, the white-robed deist said coldly, "When you've mastered this divine ability, you'll be able to accept the next trial by fire." With that, the white-robed deist waved his hand. Chen Daoxuan felt his vision darken, and then his consciousness returned to his body. Devil Ape Mountain. In a cave abode. Chen Daoxuan, who was sitting on the warm jade futon, suddenly opened his eyes. He had also exited his state of enlightenment. Phew! Looking at the familiar training room in front of him, Chen Daoxuan let out a breath of air. The duration of his trial this time was much longer than the previous trial, reaching 3 days. Compared to this, the better news was that his identity as a cultivator seemed to be completely confirmed. In the past, the Shen glyph on his glabella only signified that he could accept 2 trials. And this time, he touched his glabella. The Shen glyph that symbolized the 2 trials had disappeared. In its place was a brand new Shen glyph. This kind of Shen glyph was different from the Shen glyph of Yewudeo that Chen Daoxuan had seen before, as well as the Shen glyph of the genius of the Zhang family that he had met in the Yuan Chen Immortal City. This was a new type of Shen glyph. After carefully experiencing it, Chen Daoxuan understood the meaning of this new Shen glyph. From today onwards, he would become an official trial taker of this inheritance and would have unlimited chances to undergo trials. After hearing this news, Chen Daoxuan's tense heart immediately relaxed. He had been running around for so long, refining his avatar, and secretly heading to the true demon realm to kill realm demons to obtain the realm origin pearl, all for the sake of this inheritance. Although he had yet to completely obtain this inheritance, with this infinite trial, it was almost certain that he would eventually obtain this inheritance. Chen Daoxuan did not believe that with the comprehension of the primordial enlightenment scripture, he would not be able to pass the following trials. Even if 30 times comprehension was not enough, what about a higher comprehension? One had to know that the primordial enlightenment scripture could be improved. Strictly speaking, Chen Daoxuan's primordial enlightenment scripture was only at the 2nd level. Who knew how powerful the 3rd level's primordial Dao enlightenment scripture was? Thinking about it this way, Chen Daoxuan was completely in no hurry. He quietly took out a jade slip from his storage bag. This jade slip was a body-tempering divine power that his clone had obtained from the true demon realm's great Yuan dynasty. It was called the Heavenly Law Transformation. This divine power was the divine power that Chen Daoxuan had seen when he went to the great Yuan dynasty to watch the demon-slaying festival. It was the divine power that allowed the bodies of the few body-refining cultivators to grow larger. This time, his clone took the opportunity to go to the true demon realm to get this divine power back. Although the humans of the true demon realm were reared by the realm demons, they were not without any strengths. At the very least, they had their own unique ways of cultivating their bodies. For example, this heavenly transformation sacred art. Apart from making the cultivator's body bigger when using this Dharma idol divine power, there was another fundamental change, which was to increase the cultivator's basic physical strength. Chapter 283, Dharma Idol Divine Power, 2. For example, with Chen Daoxuan's 4th level flesh derivation cultivation, his physical strength was only 2. After cultivating the Dharma Idol Divine Power, his physical strength could be doubled. Of course, there was a limit to this increase, which was that it would not exceed 3 times the limit of a 9th level flesh derivation cultivator. If Chen Daoxuan's estimation was correct, this state was the same as the extreme state of true essence of a foundation building cultivator. In other words, the limit of a body refining cultivator's physical strength was only 10. Beyond this limit meant that the body refinement cultivator had broken through to the next realm. Previously, Chen Daoxuan was busy participating in the trial and didn't have time to deal with this divine power. The reason why he thought of this divine power was because the offensive divine power he had just obtained from the white-robed deist 3 heads and 6 arms was also a Dharma idol divine power. However, other than increasing the strength of the cultivator's body, the 3 heads 6 arms could also increase the cultivator's attack speed and spiritual sense reaction speed by increasing the cultivator's arms and heads. In fact, Chen Daoxuan had also felt this in close combat. The difference in strength between holding a sword with one hand and holding a sword with both hands was huge. Although he could also do it with one hand, the limit was much lower. In other words, when he held the sword with one hand, Chen Daoxuan's sword attack was about twice as slow as when he held the sword with both hands. For a body refinement cultivator who was born from flesh and blood, there was no difference between the left and right hand, but the difference between one hand and 2 hands was huge. Not to mention the increase in strength of cultivators with 3 heads and 6 arms. Compared to the Dharma idol divine ability that his clone had obtained, the 3 heads, 6 arms was undoubtedly a strengthened version of the Dharma idol divine ability. The cultivation of the law, the sky, the earth required a large amount of blood crystals. Presumably, the cultivation of the 3 heads and 6 arms would consume even more blood crystals. Chen Daoxuan silently said. Although he had obtained a lot of blood crystals from the true demon realm, the wanton plundering of his clone had already alarmed the demon lord of the true demon realm. It would be much more dangerous if he wanted to play like this again. This was different from deist master Shenzhou back then. Back then, there were only a few nascent souls who captured deist master Shenzhou. Furthermore, deist master Shenzhou's cultivation had reached the late-stage golden core realm. However, Chen Daoxuan's avatar was only at the foundation establishment stage. The difference in strength between him and perfected Shenzhou was too great. It was impossible for him to be as arrogant as the other party. Unless he was willing to give up his clone and take a gamble. However, Chen Daoxuan was naturally unwilling to give up his clone. After all, there were very few opportunities to refine avatars. Even if he could advance to the primordial soul stage in the future, he could only add one more avatar. Moreover, the number of avatars of a cultivator would decrease with each death. It was impossible to increase. How could Chen Daoxuan do such a thing that would damage his own future? Blood crystals. Chen Daoxuan immediately thought of the Eternal Night Immortal City. There seemed to be a lot of blood crystals there. The passageway to the true demon realm in the Eternal Night Immortal City was definitely much wider than the passageway in front of him. After so many years, the Zhang family of Taizhu and the Qianyuan sword sect must have developed the territory across the passage very well. This could be seen from the stable production of blood crystals in Taizhu. Perhaps, my Chen family can try to establish a trade relationship with the Zhang family in the future. Chen Daoxuan pondered. Shaking his head, he tossed the chaotic thoughts out of his mind. Chen Daoxuan calmed his heart and began to cultivate the Dharma idol divine power. The 3 heads and 6 arms is different from the soul calming divine light. It's actually divided into levels. Chen Daoxuan frowned. 3 heads 6 arms S levels were determined by the height of the Dharma idol. A height of 100 feet was considered the first level. After that, every 100 feet increase in height would be considered as entering the next level. The Qingzhou sword saint he had seen in the Qinyang River of the Yuan dynasty had reached an exaggerated height of more than 300 feet. Presumably, the other party was at the 3rd level of the Dharma idol divine power. Inside the cave, Chen Daoxuan was completely naked. Beside him, 10 blood crystals floated quietly. In the next moment, Chen Daoxuan opened his eyes. 10 blood crystals rushed towards his body. Then, these blood crystals merged into his body one after another. However, this time, he did not circulate the dragon python heaven-devouring technique. Instead, he circulated the cultivation method of the 3 heads, 6 arms. Under the enhancement of 30 times comprehension. His understanding of this technique was extremely thorough, and every detail was accurate. In addition, one blood crystal after another was used as a resource to refine his body. Chen Daoxuan's jade-like skin started to crack rapidly, revealing dark red muscles and tendons. But very quickly, the cracked skin was repaired, and the exposed dark red muscles were covered again. At this moment, if an outsider was present, they would notice that Chen Daoxuan's height had actually increased by 3 inches during this process. At the same time, an intense pain assaulted Chen Daoxuan. This pain was not only caused by the change in height, but the deeper reason was that his flesh and blood were reorganizing and strengthening. No wonder the cultivation of 3 heads, 6 arms requires a cultivation base derived from flesh and blood. If one hadn't reached the cultivation base derived from flesh and blood, even a foundation-building cultivator wouldn't have been able to withstand that round of damage. Chen Daoxuan silently said. Next, the cultivation of the 3 heads, 6 arms became simple and repetitive. He absorbed the special energy in the blood crystals and circulated the technique to increase his height. Of course, the increase in height was only the surface. The deeper changes were his body strengthening bit by bit. This improvement was not only in his physical strength, but also in his recovery ability, defense ability, and so on. Very quickly, the energy of the 10 blood crystals was used up. At this time, Chen Daoxuan discovered that his height had doubled, and he had become a small giant. A height of 10 zhang is considered entry level. I'm only 10 zhang now, so I'm still far from it. Chen Daoxuan calculated and continued to devour and refine the blood crystals. However, as he grew taller, the consumption of blood crystals became more and more terrifying. In the beginning, increasing his height by 3 meters only required 20 or so blood crystals. When he reached 9 meters, every inch of increase required 10 blood crystals. In total, he would need to spend more than 500 blood crystals to reach the first level of 100 feet. According to the market price of 1 blood crystal, which was 100,000 spirit stones, Chen Daoxuan had only mastered the basics of the 3 heads and 6 arms. No, strictly speaking, he hadn't mastered the basics yet. This was because the 3 heads, 6 arms divine ability allowed body refinement cultivators to grow 2 heads and 4 arms after reaching a height of 30 meters. This was a huge project. According to the description of the divine power 3 heads, 6 arms, it would require twice as many resources as before. In that case, Chen Daoxuan would need to spend more than 100 million spirit stones just to cultivate this divine power. Of course, using spirit stones to purchase resources like blood crystals was already a huge loss, but there was no other way. After all, blood crystals were a resource unique to the true demon realm. A month later, 100 feet outside the cave, Chen Daoxuan wore a Ling armor and stretched out his palm the size of a door. He was filled with emotions. He lowered his head and looked at the normal-sized object in his eyes. But at this moment, all these objects had become miniature. Under the control of Chen Daoxuan's primeval essence, a storage bag flew to his left palm. Chen Daoxuan carefully picked up the mini storage bag on his left hand with 2 fingers. He used his soul consciousness and more than 500 blood crystals appeared in front of him. At this moment, the fist-sized blood crystal had become the size of a grain of rice in his eyes. Looking at these blood-red rice, Chen Daoxuan opened his mouth and sucked. The blood crystals were all thrown into his huge mouth. In the next second, an explosive burning sensation hit him, and then his body was torn apart. Countless flesh sprouts were frantically repairing the torn parts of his body, trying to restore his physical body. Seeing this, Chen Daoxuan didn't dare to be negligent. He began to circulate the most crucial technique of the 3 heads, 6 arms divine power. His body began to expand. As his body expanded, a blood-red arm broke out of his body. On the blood-red arm, jade-like skin quickly closed and wrapped around the blood-red muscles. Next, a second, third, and fourth arm grew out. At this time, Chen Daoxuan's body had already become somewhat deformed. But in the next moment, only then did the truly terrifying scene appear. A head broke out from his back shoulder and suddenly grew out. Soon after, a second head. The 2 new heads were exactly the same as Chen Daoxuan's, and the back of their heads were tightly pressed together. At this moment, his natal spiritual armor began to transform. The natal spiritual armor that covered his entire body turned into a mech again, covering his 4 newly grown arms and 2 heads. At this point, only then did Chen Daoxuan thoroughly cultivate the 3 heads 6 arms. Chapter 284, 6 Arms Combined Attack, 1. In the Legacy Trial Space. In the training hall, Chen Daoxuan and the white-robed Taoist stood opposite each other in the air. Chen Daoxuan cupped his hands towards the white-robed Taoist with a solemn look in his eyes. "Senior, please guide me." After saying that, his body changed, and 2 heads and 4 arms suddenly appeared. 3 heads and 6 arms. However, it was different from when he cultivated in reality. His height did not change at all. He only had 2 more heads and 4 more arms. This was also one of the characteristics of the offensive divine power 3 heads, 6 arms. One could use 3 heads, 6 arms without using Dharma idol. Of course, if he did not use his Dharma idol, the increase in his basic physical strength would be gone. This state could only be considered the normal state of a spar. If he was going all out, he would naturally have to use his Dharma idol. The white-robed Daoist continued to wield a single sword, just like before, when he saw Chen Daoxuan displaying his 3 heads and 6 arms. In Chen Daoxuan's opinion, the white-robed Taoist's actual combat level was far beyond his imagination. Even if he had comprehended the concept of reading the sword and anticipating the enemy, he was still far from being a match for the white-robed Taoist. 6 arms, 2 of which were holding the flying snow and the Cheng Ying swords. The other 4 hands held the Qi swords formed by Zhen Yuan. In terms of power, they were naturally far inferior to the 2 hands holding flying snow and Cheng Ying. Seeing this scene, the white-robed Daoist frowned slightly. He waved his hand and 4 level 3 superior grade immortal swords flew towards Chen Daoxuan. Chen Daoxuan caught the immortal sword and quickly thanked him. "Thank you, senior. No need. These aren't real." Chen Daoxuan nodded and rushed towards the other party. It had to be said that the battle with 3 heads and 6 arms was very different from the previous battle with 2 arms. As a result, Chen Daoxuan felt a wave of discomfort at the beginning of the battle. If not for the fact that his sea of consciousness was constantly anticipating the white-robed Daoist's attack, he would have almost been unable to react in time. "I didn't expect that I could read the sword when I was using both arms. I can't do this with 3 heads and 6 arms." Chen Daoxuan thought to himself, "If it weren't for the senior's sparring partner, I might have directly used 3 heads and 6 arms to fight people in the future. I might have suffered a huge loss." While he was secretly vigilant, Chen Daoxuan's sword became faster and faster. Obviously, he was getting more and more used to his 3-headed and 6-armed body. The 3 heads and 6 arms divine power only increased the upper limit of a cultivator's attack speed and spiritual sense reaction speed. However, the upper limit was still the upper limit. Whether or not the cultivator could unleash their strength to the upper limit of the body depended on the individual cultivator. For example, some cultivators had clearly reached the foundation establishment stage, but they spent all their time studying alchemy and did not know how to fight. This kind of cultivator could only bully Qi condensation cultivators with lower cultivation levels than him. Any foundation establishment cultivator could defeat him. This was the performance of not being able to display one's strength. This was the same for body refinement cultivators. Body refinement cultivators were mostly proficient in close combat, and Chen Daoxuan, as a cultivator who had just started body refinement, was not good at close combat. If not for the guidance of the white-robed Daoist and the help of 30 times comprehension, he would not have been able to display his true strength in close combat. At this moment, he suddenly grew 3 heads and 6 arms. It was like changing his body. It was nonsense for him to be able to display his original close combat standards. Clang! 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 In the air, the swords collided with each other and made a loud noise. The bigger sword light was Chen Daoxuan's figure, while the white-robed Daoist's sword light was much smaller. Clearly, Chen Daoxuan had already suppressed the white-robed Daoist and could devour the other party's sword light at any time. As he became more and more familiar with this body, Chen Daoxuan felt that he still had more potential that he had not displayed in the 3-headed and 6-armed state, so the sword light became more and more urgent. Although the white-robed Daoist's sea of consciousness could reflect every attack of Chen Daoxuan had 6 arms. The speed of his sword was too fast. Even if the white-robed Daoist's divine sense could react, he could not block it. Not bad. The white-robed Daoist smiled. In the next moment, he retreated abruptly, and his figure changed drastically. The white-robed deist also appeared in front of Chen Daoxuan with 3 heads and 6 arms. This time, their cultivation, realm, and divine arts seemed to be on par again. Boom! The two of them collided again. In the sky, the 2 balls of sword light flickered violently, darkening the cloudless sky as if the heavens were furious. Awesome! Great! The two separated once again as Chen Daoxuan shouted. The white-robed deist smiled. That's how cultivators fight. You're the one who took the wrong path. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan, who had experienced this before, nodded. Senior is right. 3 heads 6 arms not only increases a cultivator's attack speed and reaction speed, it also increases their attack limit. Increase the attack limit. Chen Daoxuan was stunned. Watch carefully. After saying that, the white-robed deist swung his 6 arms at the same time. In the end, the 6 arms seemed to fuse into one. Not only that, the 6 sword lights also fused into one. 6 arms combined attack. The white-robed deist shouted loudly. 6 sword lights fused into one and directly created a violent ripple in the space in front of him. Although he had used the spatial sword intent in this strike, and although the spatial strength of the trial space wasn't very high, to be able to cause such a huge ripple in space was something that very few Zifu disciples could do, much less Foundation establishment cultivators. The greatest use of the 3 heads and 6 arms is that each arm can unleash the full power of the original body. When the 6 arms work together, they can even unleash 6 times the original attack. Chapter 285, 6 Arms Combined Attack, 2. However, if you want to fuse the 6 arms into one, you need to improve your control over this body. This is the content of your trial this time. The white-robed deist explained. Hearing this, while Chen Daoxuan was shocked, he silently calculated in his heart. With his body refining and chi refining cultivation, his current basic strength was about 12. After using the Dharma idol, his physical strength would roughly double, which was 14. In addition to the 4-fold increase in his sword realm and magic weapon, his maximum attack strength reached 70, which was 10 points higher than the original 60. However, if he learned this 6 arms combined attack, the amplification would be terrifying. The 6-fold of 70 was 420. In an instant, the power of an ordinary Zifu disciple rose to the level of an elite Zifu disciple. According to Chen Daoxuan's estimations, even Zhou Mubai, who was ranked on the Purple Prefecture Prodigy roll, only had an attack limit of around 700 points. Of course, this was Zhou Mubai's strength before he created his own sword technique. After Zhou Mubai created his own sword technique, Chen Daoxuan didn't know exactly how strong he had become. However, even before Zhou Mubai created his own sword art, his strength had far surpassed that of an ordinary late-stage Zifu disciple. Moreover, the attack limit did not represent the true strength of the cultivator. It only reflected how much power the cultivator's attack limit was. The actual strength depended on the actual battle. A cultivator with 420 attack power was not necessarily weaker than a cultivator with 700 attack power. Cultivators with 420 and over 700 attack power were basically unable to withstand each other's attacks. One had to know that Chen Daoxuan had the soul-setting divine light. His true combat strength was definitely much stronger than the upper limit of his attack power. In the following days, under the guidance of the white-robed deist, Chen Daoxuan began to learn the technique of the 6 arms combined attack. The white-robed deist was right. The 6 arms combined strike required him to have a better control over his body. If Chen Daoxuan had been focusing on body refinement and close combat, the difficulty might not have been so high. However, Chen Daoxuan's focus on body refinement was only recently. Not to mention close combat. In Chen Daoxuan's memory, the only time he had ever fought in close combat was when he had ambushed a Foundation establishment alchemist who had lost a lot of his strength. In that case, Chen Daoxuan had almost never fought in close combat before. He had always relied on long-range control of magic tools to settle the battle. He had never felt that there was anything wrong with doing this. After all, everyone fought like this. People like the white-robed deist who fought in close combat with an immortal sword in their hands were truly unusual. If the other party hadn't told him the hard truth that cultivators could be so powerful in close combat, Chen Daoxuan wouldn't have believed that the upper limit of close combat was so high. Strictly speaking, what the white-robed deist taught him was not close combat, but to make up for his shortcomings. If one were to ask Chen Daoxuan what his weakness was, he would definitely answer that his defense was insufficient. In fact, the lack of defense was just an excuse. His true weakness was his lack of methods to attack at close range. For example, if a flying sword was aimed right at his face, Chen Daoxuan would definitely be flustered. But now, he only needed to casually swing his sword to knock away the flying sword that was attacking his face. In a true sense, attacking was defending. There was no problem of insufficient defense at all. 10 days later. The training space's dojo is on the top of the wall. The key to the 6 arms combined attack is the frequency of the attack. If you master the frequency of the attack, you will be able to master this technique. The white-robed deist pointed out from the side. Chen Daoxuan's expression was solemn. He could now stack the attacks of 2 arms at will, but to stack 6 arms, he had tried for 10 days and still could not succeed. Because the 6 arms of the 3 heads and 6 arms were distributed in 3 different directions, if one wanted to attack with the 6 arms together, one had to rotate the body in a regular manner during the attack. How fast was Chen Daoxuan's sword? It was almost as fast as his spiritual sense. At such a fast speed, he wanted to turn the arm behind him in front of him and integrate the attack into the previous attack. The difficulty was simply sensational. This required his control over the body of the 3 heads and 6 arms to reach an extremely exaggerated level. With the support of 30 times comprehension, Chen Daoxuan practiced for 10 days, but he still could not grasp the trick. Or rather, he understood the trick, but his body could not do it. In the end, it was because he did not have enough control over his body. Phew! Chen Daoxuan let out a breath of turbid air and shook his head. "Senior, please send me out first. I think this technique needs to be practiced in reality." The white-robed deist nodded. "You're right. The technique of the 6 arms combined attack does not lie in the consciousness. It lies in the body itself. You must make sure that the body's reaction is faster than the consciousness. Even if you practice here, you won't be able to do it when you go out." He exited the trial space. Chen Daoxuan opened his eyes. Chen Daoxuan walked out of the cave abode after taking a look at the cultivation room. He arrived at the flat training ground outside the cave abode. Chen Daoxuan displayed 3 heads and 6 arms. He then took out 4 lower-grade 3rd-tier flying swords from his storage bag and continued practicing the technique of the 6 arms combined attack. After practicing for a while, Chen Daoxuan shook his head. Just as the white-robed deist had said, no matter how well one learned in the trial space, they were still very unfamiliar in reality. It seems a bit of a waste to use my comprehension ability here. Thinking of this, Chen Daoxuan simply withdrew from the state of 30 times comprehension. Chapter 286, 6 Arms Combined Attack, 3. He had long understood the technique of the 6 arms combined strike, but his body could not do it, and there was nothing he could do. The only way was to practice a lot. This was truly a hard work, and there were no shortcuts. On the training ground outside the cave abode, a 3-headed, 6-armed cultivator in spiritual armor swung his sword again and again. Gradually, the 2 sword lights merged into one, and Chen Daoxuan finally caught up with the results of his hard training in the trial space for several days. But then, the biggest bottleneck was how to make the arms at his side or even behind him keep up with the attacks in front of him. Spinning. Attack. Chen Daoxuan silently comprehended and practiced again and again. In the end, he felt that the boring practice was not effective, so he took out the Yun Mo wall and practiced by attacking the target. With Chen Daoxuan's current strength, there were not many things in this world that could be used as targets for him. The Yun Mo wall was one of them. The Yun Mo gold was extremely sturdy, not to mention him, even nascent soul state cultivators wouldn't be able to move it. Not to mention the fact that the Yun Mo wall had its own small heavenly passage that could absorb the aftershocks of attacks. Other than testing the attack limits of cultivators, it was the most suitable target. Looking at the dark wall in front of him, Chen Daoxuan attacked it again. 59, 60, 58, 59, 59, 60. On the Yun Mo wall, a series of attack numbers appeared. Looking at these numbers, Chen Daoxuan seemed to have discovered the problem. Logically speaking, the strength of each of his attacks should be at 60. If it was less than 60, it meant that he did not have enough control over his body. Immediately, Chen Daoxuan stopped attacking and thought to himself, the faster I swing my sword, the more unstable my attacks become. Even my attacks are unstable, let alone fusing all my attacks into one. Thinking of this, Chen Daoxuan simply forgot about combining attacks and turned to adjusting the attack strength of each sword. He first slowed down his attack speed, and as expected, as the speed slowed down, the attacks on the Yun Mo wall became more and more stable. In the end, it was all a series of 60. Seeing this, Chen Daoxuan sped up again, and the numbers became unstable again. Chen Daoxuan slowed down his attack speed again. Just like that, he increased his speed bit by bit. Every time the intensity of his attacks became unstable, he would immediately slow down his attack speed. This kind of practice was dull and boring, but compared to swinging the sword in the trial space without a target, this method was much more efficient. 5 months later, Chen Daoxuan was now attacking at full speed, and he could already completely stabilize his attack power at the level of 60. 60, 60, 60, 60. On the Yun Mo wall, a series of 6os appeared. Chen Daoxuan's expression was solemn. With these days of continuous practice, he had gradually grasped the technique of the 6 arms combined attack. This is the feeling. Chen Daoxuan's eyes flashed. In the next moment, the 6 sword lights struck a single point on the Yun Mo wall. Boom! The huge attack forced the Yun Mo wall to retreat 30 feet. On the Yun Mo wall, circles of ripples were flashing crazily. 360. An eye-catching number appeared in front of Chen Daoxuan. Seeing this value, Chen Daoxuan was ecstatic. After more than a year of seclusion, his attack limit had reached the current 360, which was more than 6 times higher than the 55 a year ago. If he used his Dharma idol, the increase could even reach 8 times. Not to mention the improvement in his actual combat skills, Chen Daoxuan's current strength was many times stronger than a year ago. Just as he was about to enter the trial space excitedly, the communication jade talisman in his storage bag suddenly flickered. Chapter 287, Foundation Establishment Tide, 1. Guang'an Prefecture, Kangzhou. Shuanghu Island. Under the cover of the 4th grade protective array, the Chen clansmen on Shuanghu Island were completely in a paradise. After the rise of the Seaview Immortal City, Twin Lake Island was listed as a clan land by the Chen family and was basically not open to the public. The trade between the families of the Kangzhou Merchant Union and the Chen family was all concentrated in the Seaviewing Immortal City. This business model was the same as most of the immortal cultivation families in the Infinite Star Sea. In the horizon, a streak of light flew over from Redwood Island. Opening the defensive array formation, a cultivator in a green daoist robe flew into the island. In the Chen clan's meeting hall. At this moment, it was already packed. Besides the cultivators of the Dao generation of the Chen family, there were even more cultivators of the Fu generation. Now, as the cultivators of the Fu generation grew up, they gradually replaced the cultivators of the Dao generation and became the true pillar of the family. In the main hall, all the clan heads sat on their thrones silently. Until the azure light flew into the hall. Everyone stood up. Brother Dao Lin, you're back. Sit down, and wait for a while. When everyone saw Chen Daolin, they all stood up and greeted him. Chen Daolin's gaze swept across the crowd and finally stopped on Chen Daolan. He cupped his hands at Chen Daolan and said respectfully, "Clan elder sister. Yes, it's good that you're back." Chen Daolan nodded and then looked at everyone in the hall. Don't be nervous. After all, Taizhu is still some distance away from Kangzhou. Besides, even if Taizhu really finds the passage to the true demon realm, the Qianyuan sword sect and the Zhang family will be in front. Hearing this comforting voice, everyone's nervous emotions slowly calmed down and they sat down again. Just as everyone sat down. When will the young clan leader return? Chen Daolin transmitted his voice. I've already sent a message to the young patriarch. If nothing goes wrong, he will be back soon. After explaining, Chen Daolan stopped transmitting his voice. He turned to Chen Daolin and said, "Clan brother, how did the Qianyuan sword sect arrange for the passage of the true demon realm to appear in Taizhu?" Elder sister, everyone. Chen Daolin cupped his hands at everyone and said, "Everyone, don't be nervous. The passage to the true demon realm in Taizhu did not happen recently. This matter has long been under the control of the Qianyuan sword sect. You mean that the Qianyuan sword sect already knew about the passage to the true demon realm, but only revealed it now? A cultivator of the Dao generation frowned and asked. Yes. Chen Daoxuan nodded. Then why did the Qianyuan sword sect not only mobilize the cultivators of the 3 provinces to go to Taizhu to help, but also pull Yuanchen Immortal City into it? Yet. Why? Chen Daoxuan could only smile bitterly in the face of everyone's questions. I'm not too clear about the system. As Chen Daoxuan was working for the Chen family in the Kangzhou Business Alliance, he was the first to know about this news in Kangzhou. However, Chen Daoxuan did not know why the Qianyuan sword sect did not rely on the Zhang family of Taizhu to solve this matter. According to the information revealed by the Qianyuan sword sect, Taizhu not only had a passage to the true demon realm, but the Qianyuan sword sect and the Zhang family had been operating in the territory opposite the passage for many years. It was said that the blood crystals produced in Taizhou were also produced in the true demon realm. In fact, the cultivators of the Infinite Star Sea knew very little about the true demon realm. After all, the Infinite Star Sea was very far away from the two-realm abyss. To the cultivators of the Infinite Star Sea, the existence of the true demon realm was more like a distant legend. No one had expected that they would one day come into contact with this legendary world. Seeing that everyone was silent. No matter what, Chen Daoxuan stood up and said in a clear voice, this conscription order was issued by the Qianyuan sword sect. The Chen family must abide by it no matter what. Hearing this, everyone nodded. None of the families living in the Infinite Star Sea dared to disobey the orders of the Qianyuan sword sect. I order. Before Chen Daoxuan could finish his sentence, a streak of light flew into the Chen clan's meeting hall. As the light dissipated, a white figure appeared in front of everyone. It was Chen Daoxuan, who had been in seclusion for more than a year in the Devil Ape Mountain. The moment Chen Daoxuan received Chen Daoxuan's message, he rushed back. Fortunately, the demonic ape mountain was only 10,000 miles away from the Chen family. With Chen Daoxuan's speed, he rushed back in less than an incense stick's time. Seeing Chen Daoxuan, the originally flustered crowd calmed down as if they had found their backbone. Chen Daoxuan walked straight to the main seat of the hall and sat down slowly. He waved his hand and said, "What happened? Why are you in such a hurry to call me back?" Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan recounted the whole story. Chen Daoxuan had long known that there was a passage to the true demon realm in Taizhu. However, he didn't expect that the Qianyuan sword sect would make such a big fuss this time. Logically speaking, the fewer people who knew about the passage to the true demon realm, the better, so as to avoid unnecessary panic and the covetous eyes of the enemies in the Infinite Star Sea. One had to know that the Qianyuan sword sect was still fighting with the Xuan-Qing-Dao alliance. If the Qianyuan sword sect exposed the fact that they were being attacked from both sides, the Xuan-Qing-Dao alliance would definitely take the opportunity to increase their offensive and seize the territory of the Qianyuan sword sect in the Yun nation. They might even counterattack the Infinite Star Sea. As for the righteousness of the true demon realm being the common enemy of the human race? Sorry. If the Xuan-Qing-Dao alliance was righteous, they would not have taken the opportunity to seize the Yun nation when the Qianyuan sword sect was injured in the two-realm gulf. In the eyes of the sects and the various cultivation clans in this world, benefits were the eternal theme. Chapter 288, Foundation Establishment Tide, 2. As for righteousness, perhaps only those cultivators who guarded the two-realm abyss all year round were truly righteous. The Qianyuan sword sect must have done this because their strength was somewhat inferior or for other reasons that Chen Daoxuan did not know. Otherwise, they would not have used the power of the 3 states to suppress the passage of the true demon realm in Taizhou. He thought about it. Chen Daoxuan raised his head and looked at his clansmen. "Where is the military minister? Your subordinate is here." In the hall, Chen Fuxian, who had been silent all this while, stood up and replied loudly. Seeing Chen Fuxian, Chen Daoxuan's eyes were filled with satisfaction. Long before he went to the demonic ape mountain for closed-door cultivation, Chen Fuxian had already reached the peak of the aura refining realm. Now, after a year, not only had Chen Fuxian successfully built his foundation, but he had also completed the transformation of his cultivation technique. However, due to the lack of body refining resources, Chen Fuxian's body refining cultivation had yet to break through to the flesh derivation realm. Even so, with Chen Fuxian's state, his strength was probably no weaker than Chen Daoxuan's when he had just broken through to the foundation establishment stage. It was even possible that he was even more powerful, because when Chen Daoxuan had just broken through to the foundation establishment, he did not have any suitable magic tools. However, Chen Fuxian was different. Before he had even broken through to the foundation establishment realm, Chen Daoxuan had already given him a level 3 upper grade magic item. With the support of a level 3 high-grade magic tool and the Zhen Yuan that had been tempered twice, although Chen Fuxian had just broken through to the foundation establishment realm, the strength of his Zhen Yuan was probably comparable to Chen Daoxuan's. Chen Daoxuan himself had only reached the limit of true essence when he was at the third layer of the foundation establishment realm. In comparison, Chen Fuxian was not far behind. This was also the perverse aspect of swordsman. How could an ordinary cultivator's strength increase so much after reaching the foundation establishment realm? Chen Fuxian, how many foundation establishment cultivators do we have in the military? There are a total of 367 cultivators in the military department, including me, Chen Fuxian replied without hesitation. Among them, 214 are aura refining cultivators and 153 are foundation building cultivators. Hearing this, a hint of doubt flashed across Chen Dao's eyes. He had established the military headquarters to select and nurture the elite disciples of the family. In essence, it was not much different from the elite disciples of other cultivation families. The only difference was that the Chen family invested more resources. However, after so many years, there were not many cultivators in the Chen family's military who had built their foundation. Logically speaking, if even Chen Fuxian had successfully built his foundation, the other cultivators in the military should have built their foundation earlier. In order to comprehend the sword intent at the qi condensation stage, Chen Fuxian had actually wasted some time at the foundation establishment stage. If not for that, Chen Fuxian would have already reached the foundation establishment stage. Even though these foundation building cultivators of the military were all new talents who had just built their foundation, they were still in the military. However, they were not weak. This was especially true for the group of Chen family's swordsmanship class cultivators who often listened to Chen Daoxuan's sermons. Almost all of them had broken through to the foundation establishment stage. Not only that, there were also 6 people who comprehended sword intent after breaking through to the foundation establishment realm and became sword cultivators. In other words, the Chen family had a total of 8 swordsmen. Other than Chen Daoxuan and Chen Fuxian, the other sword Shiu had only gone through 1 round of tempering and were not as abnormal as Chen Daoxuan and Chen Fuxian. His sword Dao realm was far from Chen Daoxuan and Chen Fuxian's. However, once a cultivator became a sword cultivator at the foundation establishment stage, their combat strength would directly reach the ceiling of the foundation establishment stage. No matter how much an ordinary foundation establishment cultivator cultivated, they would never be a match for a sword cultivator who had both true essence and cultivation. Perhaps when one's cultivation reached a higher level, this gap would slowly close. However, in the foundation establishment and Zifa levels, sword cultivators often represented invincibility among those of the same level. After hearing Chen Fuxian's report, the other higher UPS of the Chen family were also eager to try. When Chen Daoxuan first established the military department, he said that from now on, the protection of the family's martial arts would be handed over to the military cultivators. However, the other cultivators of the Chen family did not slack off. Even if they didn't care about their family's safety, they had to do their best to increase their strength for their own Dao path. Before cultivators reached the Golden Core realm, they could still rely on the accumulation of resources to improve their cultivation. However, the Golden Core lightning tribulation was not something that could be overcome by relying on resources. One had to rely on the cultivator's own strength. Now that the Chen clan was thriving, they had no lack of cultivation resources. If their path of Dao was not smooth, it would be their own fault. No one wanted to fall behind in this situation. Even if Chen Daoxuan did not ask them to cultivate diligently, no one dared to slack off. This kind of situation was something Chen Daoxuan had not expected. When he first established the military, he wanted the talented cultivators of the Chen family to focus all their energy on cultivation. He did not expect that this move would not only not make the other clansmen give up on cultivation, but it would also stimulate their fighting spirit. After a careful observation, Chen Daoxuan realized that everyone in the hall was actually foundation establishment cultivators. Chen Daoxuan wasn't surprised that the cultivators of the Dao generation had successfully built their foundation. However, Chen Daoxuan did not expect so many of them to succeed. Chen Daoxuan knew very well that for these cultivators of the Fu generation to be able to build their foundation in such a short period of time, even with the Chen family's almost extravagant supply of resources, they had put in far more effort than ordinary people. Seeing this, Chen Daoxuan turned to look at the Minister of Finance, Chen Daolan, who had temporarily taken over the family affairs after he went into seclusion. He asked, Daolian, how many cultivators does our Chen clan have now? How many foundation establishment cultivators are there? Young clan leader Chen Daolan stood up. My Chen family currently has 1 immortal cultivator, 11 Dao cultivators, and 5,746 Fu cultivators. There are a total of 5,758 cultivators. Chapter 289, Foundation Establishment Tide, 3. Among them, 11 cultivators of the Dao generation have all successfully built their foundation, and 571 cultivators of the Fu generation have successfully built their foundation. Our Chen family now has a total of 582 foundation building cultivators. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan understood that the Chen clan cultivators had reached the foundation establishment stage. In reality, the foundation establishment stage was not a difficult hurdle for large factions. As long as there were enough resources, even the weakest cultivator could be pushed to the foundation establishment stage. This was unlike cultivation after the Purple Prefecture realm, where there was a requirement for the cultivator's Great Dao realm. If one's comprehension was not enough, it would be very difficult to make great progress even if one used a lot of resources. Chen Daoxuan fell silent when he heard the data. What you mean is that apart from the 100 foundation building cultivators from the military department, there are 400 foundation building cultivators in the Chen family, he asked after a while. Yes. Chen Daolian nodded. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan sighed. Those cultivators who were not selected to enter the military department must have been assessed by their families and determined to be ordinary cultivators. Unexpectedly, not only did these cultivators with ordinary aptitudes not give up, but some of them even entered the foundation establishment stage earlier than the cultivators of the military department. Thinking of this, Chen Daoxuan continued to ask, is the family's elimination system still in place? It's still being implemented, but the elimination system is only implemented in a single department. This won't do. Chen Daoxuan shook his head. The elimination system is not only implemented within a single department, but also across departments. When I first established the military department, it was so that the cultivators with good aptitude in the Chen family would not be disturbed by secular things and could spend more energy on cultivation. However, I did not expect that under such circumstances, there were still more than 300 cultivators in the military department whose cultivation was inferior to the cultivators of other departments. Hearing this, Chen Fuxian's expression changed. He quickly stood up and explained, young clan leader, many of the cultivators in the military department intentionally suppressed their cultivation level in order to comprehend sword essence in the meditational stage. Otherwise, they would have already succeeded in building their foundation. Chen Daoxuan waved his hand and looked straight at him. I don't care what the reason is. I'm not satisfied with the military's performance. Although realm is important, cultivation is the foundation of everything. At any time, you should not deliberately suppress your cultivation just to pursue your realm. What do you cultivators from the military department want to do? Was it just for the reputation of being invincible in the same realm, or for a longer path of Dao? Chen Fuxian lowered his head when he heard the reprimand. What Chen Daoxuan said was right. With Chen Daoxuan and Chen Fuxian as examples, almost all the cultivators of the Chen family's military wanted to imitate them and comprehend sword intent at the Qi refining stage. However, how could it be so easy to comprehend sword intent at the refinement stage? Even though Chen Daoxuan had been preaching to everyone every day, Chen Fuxian was the only one who had managed to comprehend sword intent at the refinement stage. Not to mention that as Chen Daoxuan's affairs increased, the frequency of preaching to the cultivators of the military department decreased. Although those cultivators of the military department were talented, without the help of Chen Daoxuan's sermon, it was undoubtedly a fool's dream to comprehend sword essence at the refinement stage. Moreover, to the present Chen Daoxuan, comprehending the sword essence in the meditational level would at most increase his strength by 1 round after the foundation building stage. However, it was not necessarily helpful to the Dao path. Would the foundation establishment stage cultivator who comprehended the sword essence be weaker than the Qi refining stage cultivator who comprehended the sword essence? Not necessarily. The sword Dao jade slip that Zhou Mubai had given him was only Zhou Mubai's own understanding of the sword Dao. However, as Chen Daoxuan's cultivation and sword Dao realm increased, he had a different view of the sword Dao. In Chen Daoxuan's eyes, a temporary lead in the Tao of the sword didn't mean anything. Only continuous improvement was the key to reaching the peak. The reason why the cultivators of the Chen family's military wanted to comprehend sword essence in the Qi refining stage was because they were stimulated by the legendary young clan leader, Chen Daoxuan. Therefore, everyone followed suit. In order to comprehend sword essence at the meditational level, they even suppressed their own cultivation. In Chen Xian's opinion, this was an extremely stupid move. Could it be that he couldn't comprehend sword intent after entering the foundation establishment stage? After one's level of cultivation increased, it would only be more convenient for them to comprehend sword intent. In fact, even after a cultivator reached the Zifa level, they would still be able to comprehend sword intent and walk the path of sword cultivation. Of course, if he really couldn't comprehend sword essence in the entire foundation establishment stage, it basically proved that this cultivator really didn't have any talent in sword Dao. Chapter 290, Family Contribution System. In the Chen clan's meeting hall. He looked at the silent crowd in the hall. Chen Daoxuan's face was livid. Chen Fuxian was not strict with his subordinates. He will be fined 3 years of salary. Yes. Chen Fuxian lowered his head, feeling a little worried. When the others saw that Chen Daoxuan had just returned to the clan and punished the military minister who was in the limelight, they knew that the young clan leader's iron-blooded style of ruling the clan had not changed. At that moment, their hearts tightened. After punishing Chen Fuxian, Chen Daoxuan continued, the Qianyuan sword sect has sent cultivators from the 3 states to Taizhu. How do you think it is appropriate to send people? Hearing this, everyone looked at each other. After a while, young clan leader, Chen Daoxuan stood up and said, I think that the cultivators from the military department have superior combat strength. It's more appropriate to send the cultivators from the Chen clan's military department. That's right. Indeed. Everyone nodded. Chen Daoxuan pondered for a moment and said, I was planning to send the cultivators of the military department there before, but I changed my mind just now. I'm thinking, is it fair to deny a clansman's life through just a few years of education in the clan school? Hearing this, everyone's hearts trembled. Everyone knew that the young clan leader was really angry with the cultivators of the military department. Even though Chen Fuxian said that the cultivators of the military department were a little too ambitious and wanted to comprehend sword intent at the Qi refining stage, it was undeniable that most of these cultivators had slacked off after being selected by the clan school. He was no longer as hardworking as he was when he cultivated and studied in the clan school. In Chen Daoxuan's opinion, the reason for this phenomenon was that the cultivators of the military department were not under any pressure. One had to know that the cultivators from the military were the proud sons of the Chen family. They had always been provided with the best cultivation resources. Moreover, after entering the military, there was no risk of being eliminated. In the long run, it would undoubtedly increase the laziness of the army cultivators. Chen Daoxuan thought about it and looked to the side. Dao Lotus. Yes. Chen Daolan lowered her head. Choose half of the strongest building foundation stage cultivators from the rest of the Chen family and half of the building foundation stage cultivators from the military to accompany me to Taizhu. Yes. Hearing this, Chen Fuxian pursed his lips and did not dare to speak. Originally, the military should be in charge of the family's war. However, this time, Chen Daoxuan actually allowed the other cultivators in the clan to interfere in front of him. It was obvious that he was extremely dissatisfied with the military. Chen Fuxian couldn't help but reflect. During this period of time, he seemed to be more concerned about improving his own strength than managing the military. As a result, the number of foundation establishment cultivators in the military was far from the number of other cultivators of the Fu generation. From today onwards, the military department will participate in the elimination system of the last place in the clan. The selection will be held once a year. The selection method will be based on the points ranking in the 9 ruins exquisite pagoda. Chen Daoxuan looked at Chen Fuxian. Chen Fuxian's body tensed up and he said firmly, "We will obey the clan leader's decree." After dealing with the military affairs, the atmosphere in the hall suddenly relaxed. Daolan, Chen Daoxuan continued to ask, "The Qianyuan sword sect has issued an order to recruit us. When do we, the Kangzhou cultivators, need to go to Taizhu?" 3 days later. 3 days. Chen Daoxuan nodded. "Since that's the case, we'll gather with the Kangzhou sect tomorrow." "Yes, sir." Everyone responded in unison. After saying this, Chen Daoxuan looked at Chen Daolan and asked, "By the way, during the time I was not in the family, how was the production capacity of the factories in the industrial zone?" This was what Chen Daoxuan was most concerned about after he went to the demonic ape mountain for the trial. Chen Dalian's face was filled with excitement when she talked about the value of Shuanghu Island's industrial district. Reporting to the young clan leader, last year, the annual output of our Chen clan's magical equipment factory was 314 million spirit stones. The output of our pill factory reached 470 million spirit stones. Just the profits from the magical equipment factory and the pill factory alone, our Chen family has earned 274 million. But the one with the biggest profit is not the magical equipment factory or the pill factory, but the talisman factory. At the mention of the talisman factory, all the cultivators in the clan became excited. In the last year, my Chen family opened a total of 7 large-scale spirit talisman factories. The production of spirit talismans reached 24.5 million. According to the price of 80 spirit stones per spirit talisman, the output value of the spirit talisman factories reached 1.96 billion and the profit reached 588 million. Yes, so many. Even though Chen Daoxuan knew that the potential of the talisman factory was endless and far more exaggerated than the production capacity of the magic tool factory and the pill factory that still relied on manpower, he did not expect that in just over a year's time, the output value of the talisman factory exceeded the total output value of the magic tool factory and the pill factory. The combined output of the magic tool factory and the pill factory was only 784 million spirit stones, far less than the 1.96 billion spirit stone output of the talisman factory. Moreover, the talisman factories were still being built one after another, and the production capacity had not been fully released. Moreover, compared to magic tool factories and pill factories, which were limited by the number of cultivators, the talisman factories only needed enough machines to increase their production capacity explosively. The two were simply incomparable. If the magical equipment factory and the pure manual refining were revolutionary progress, then the talisman factory was the second revolution. By the way, how did you solve the problem of the workers in the spiritual talisman factory? Hearing this question, Chen Dalian looked at the only mortal in the Chen clan's meeting hall, Chen Ji, and said, "This is all thanks to Minister Chen Ji of the Ministry of Civil Affairs." "Oh!" Chen Daoxuan said with interest, "Chen Ji, tell me, how did you solve this problem?" Hearing Chen Daoxuan call him, Chen Ji hurriedly stood up. This subordinate does not dare to claim credit. "I can solve this problem thanks to the old clan leader's advice." Chapter 291, Family Contribution System, 2. Uncle 13. Chen Daoxuan looked around and realized that Chen Xianhe had not come to the clan meeting. "The old chief told me that the Ministry of the People's Lives can also imitate the clan school and establish a school to train industrial workers. In fact, this matter has long been done by brother Chen Lianjiu, which is the factory apprentice system." Chen Ji cupped her hands. "I merely moved the apprenticeship system of the factories to the school and let the industrial workers in their spare time teach the ordinary clansmen. This way, the problem of the shortage of workers in the factories will be completely solved. The Ministry of Civil Affairs is preparing to build 3 more schools next year to train more industrial workers for the family. A technical school." When Chen Daoxuan heard Chen Ji's words, the first thing that came to his mind was this word. However, Chen Ji's technical school was better than Chen Daoxuan's in his previous life. This was because the technical school run by Chen Ji was very closely related to the factory. The workers trained by the Chen family technical school were the workers that the Chen family factory urgently needed. This way, it would not cause a waste of manpower. He had even solved the problem of employment for the ordinary members of the Chen family. One had to know that even with the Chen clan's current strength, it was not a problem for them to feed more than 1 million Chen clan members. However, the Chen clan members weren't livestock reared by the Chen clan cultivators. They were also humans. As long as one was human, they would have the spiritual need to realize their own value. Why did Chen Daoxuan include Chen Biwang in the family history? It was to let all the members of the Chen clan know that regardless of whether they had spiritual roots or not, they were not dispensable trash in the eyes of the clan. To the Chen family, everyone in the family had their own value. The only difference was their value. Don't underestimate this. It was precisely because of this spirit that the members of the Chen clan were very different from the members of other cultivation clans. Not only were they more united, but they also always maintained a positive attitude. This kind of mentality was rare and precious for cultivators of large clans. Generally speaking, apart from the elite disciples of the great immortal clan, many ordinary clansmen with poor spiritual roots and comprehension were basically in a state of self-abandonment. For example, Zhou Muchen's son, Zhou Siliang, was a classic example. He was a silk pants and did not think about cultivating. If Zhou Siliang's father was so powerful, one could imagine how muddle-headed the ordinary cultivators of the clans who did not have a good family background or good spiritual roots were. Apart from having a little more resources, the cultivators of these clans were not even as good as itinerant cultivators in terms of their Dao hearts. Well done! After hearing Chen Zhi's explanation, Chen Daoxuan nodded. This subordinate is terrified. Chen Zhi hurriedly bowed, but a smile appeared on her face. The production capacity of the Chen family's talisman factory had increased by leaps and bounds. The technical school he had opened in time had indeed contributed greatly. Chen Daoxuan thought for a moment and said, "With your achievements, rewarding you with yellow and white items would seem too stingy of the clan. I'll reward you with a sum of clan contribution." The Chen family also had a family contribution system, but the family contribution of the Chen family was different from that of other families. The Chen family's contributions were usually recorded in the records to protect their descendants. In other words, the Chen family's contributions were not only for cultivators, but also for ordinary clansmen. For ordinary clansmen, they probably would not have the chance to step onto the path of immortality in their lifetime, but that did not mean that their descendants would not have the chance. With this contribution, if their descendants could step onto the path of immortality in the future, they would receive preferential treatment from the family in all aspects. For example, the assessment of the clan school, the promotion of positions in the clan, and so on. The more a clansman contributed to the clan, the more care his descendants would receive. These were all written in the clan rules and could be supervised by all the clansmen. In comparison, the contribution points of the cultivation clans in the outside world were more like a currency issued within the clan. The Chen family had already issued spirit stone coins. This currency was not only used in the sea-viewing immortal city, but also in the Chen family. Furthermore, as the influence of the spirit stone coins became wider and wider, more and more cultivators in Guang'an City and Lingzhou City started to use spirit stone coins. In fact, as the trade between Kangzhou became more and more frequent, cultivators in other prefectures also used this currency. Everything happened quietly as Chen Daoxuan had expected, and it did not change according to human will. In the main hall, when Chen Zhi heard this reward, she was immediately overjoyed. He had worked so hard for the family for so long. Other than sincerely doing it for the family, he also did it for the sake of his reputation after his death and to protect his descendants. Now that Chen Zhi had finally gotten her wish, how could she not be overjoyed? Seeing Chen Zhi's agitated expression, Chen Daoxuan knew that when he recorded Chen Biwang's biography into the clan history, it was a shock that went deep into the soul of the Chen clan. With Chen Biwang as an example and the Chen family's contribution system, everyone was naturally willing to contribute everything to the family. In this way, how could the clan not be strong? The clan meeting ended. Chen Daoxuan asked Chen Fuxian and Chen Daolan to stay behind alone. "Come and sit." Chen Daoxuan pointed at the seat beside him. "Yes." Chen Fuxian lowered his head and walked to his seat. Seeing Chen Fuxian sit down, Chen Daoxuan said, "This trip to Taizhu is unpredictable. Are you sure you want to go with me?" "Of course." Chen Fuxian raised his head and looked at Chen Daoxuan with bright eyes. He was like an unsheathed sword. Chen Daoxuan knew that Chen Fuxian couldn't go to the Battle of Kangzhou Immortal City because of his low cultivation. Although Chen Daoxuan had told him that the family would have to rely on him to protect them in the future, Chen Fuxian knew that those were just words of comfort for him because his cultivation was not enough and he could not fight alongside the young clan leader. As a talented sword cultivator who could comprehend sword essence while in the refinement stage, Chen Fuxian naturally had his own pride. He couldn't stand the fact that Chen Daoxuan, the leader of the family, was fighting desperately at the front line while he, the head of the military, was guarding the rear. Moreover, Chen Fuxian had successfully built his foundation, which was the time when his confidence skyrocketed. Chen Fuxian felt that even though he was not as strong as Chen Daoxuan in terms of attack, the two of them were not as powerful as before. At least in a head-on battle, he could now share the pressure for Chen Daoxuan. Seeing the determination in Chen Fuxian's eyes, Chen Daoxuan nodded. Then let's go together. Yes, sir. Chen Fuxian finally stopped lowering his head and grinned. Hearing this, beside him, Chen Daolan frowned. Young clan leader, if you let Fuxian go with you, will the clan's defenses be empty? Chen Daoxuan shook his head. This is the hinterland of the Infinite Star Sea. It is relatively safe. Now that immortal Shenzhou has been executed, there is no danger. Hearing this, Chen Daolan nodded doubtfully. In fact, what Chen Daoxuan said was right. The Qianyuan sword sect had ruled the Infinite Star Sea for so many years, and only one immortal Shenzhou had appeared. Only golden core cultivators could pose a threat to the Chen family. Otherwise, with a fourth-ranked mountain protecting formation and several hundred foundation establishment cultivators guarding it together, ordinary Zifu disciples would be completely helpless. Golden core cultivators were famous high-level cultivators in any part of the Infinite Star Sea. They would not risk being wanted by the Qianyuan sword sect to come to Guang'an Prefecture to exterminate their entire clan. Moreover, he had to be careful. Chen Daoxuan even left behind his clone to look after the clan. This was his greatest trump card. However, Chen Daoxuan didn't tell anyone about leaving his clone behind to look after the clan. He instructed Chen Daolan again. Chen Daoxuan waved his hand and let the two of them leave. He watched the two leave. Chen Daoxuan thought for a moment, then flew out of the hall and headed in the direction of the clan school. Changping First Cultivation Primary School. Compared to before, the campus area of this school had expanded by nearly 10 times. On campus, groups of Chen clan's immortal seedlings chased and played in the school area. Chen Daoxuan scanned the area with his divine sense. Without alerting anyone, she slowly walked to a classroom window. In the classroom, a white-haired old man was giving a lesson to the young immortal seedlings of the lucky generation on the podium. Looking at the white-haired Chen Xianhe, Chen Daoxuan felt a wave of sadness in his heart. He stood there quietly and watched Chen Xianhe lecture seriously on the podium. He didn't say anything to disturb him. After a long time, feeling something, Chen Xianhe turned around. However, outside the classroom window, there was no one except for the fallen leaves. Chapter 292, New Army, 1. The next day, a large transport ship flew towards Guang'an Prefecture. Inside the small grotto heaven of the transport ship, barracks were erected. The large transport ship of the Chen family had been temporarily modified into a troop-carrying ship. A cultivator wearing shiny Ling armor shuttled through the military camp. Chen Daoxuan looked around, then turned to a burly cultivator in green Ling armor and said, "The morale of this newly formed army is quite good." Hearing this praise, the rough-looking Rei Zhen laughed out loud and said, "This new army is the elite soldiers that were carefully selected from the Western Alliance army under the orders of His Majesty. After the Battle of the Corpse Tide in Kang Prefecture, the soldiers of our Western Alliance army can be considered a group of elite soldiers even if they are placed in the front line of the Yun nation. I will then carefully select 3,000 people from them to form a new army. Of course, our morale will be high." Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan nodded and looked at Chen Fuxian, who was beside him. "Fuxian, you will hand over the matter to General Lei later and arrange for the cultivators of the Chen family army to join this new army." When Chen Daoxuan said this, he had been paying attention to Lei Zhen's expression. When he found that Lei Zhen's expression was unchanged, he nodded in his heart. Even though he had told Lei Zhen before that after this new army was selected, it would be taken over by the Chen family cultivators. However, everyone had the problem of being greedy for power. At that time, Lei Zhen said that there was no problem. Now that the new army had been reorganized, who knew if he would have any thoughts in his heart? The human heart was not something that could be restrained by a mere great Dao oath. Minister Chen, please give me your advice. I wouldn't dare. Seeing Lei Zhen salute him, Chen Fuxian didn't dare to be arrogant and quickly returned the salute. Even though Lei Zhen was a guest of the Chen family, he was loyal to Chen Daoxuan, not Chen Fuxian. Strictly speaking, they were both Chen Daoxuan's subordinates, so there was no difference in status. Of course. In fact, Chen Fuxian was the most talented swordsman of the Chen family's Fu generation. Compared to Lei Zhen, who was an outsider, there were still some differences in their relationship. Lei Zhen. Your subordinate is here. Lei Zhen bowed to Chen Daoxuan. Chen Daoxuan patted the storage pouch on his waist and a jade bottle appeared in his palm. He waved his hand and the jade bottle flew towards Lei Zhen. Lei Zhen took the jade bottle and said at a loss, "This." Chen Daoxuan explained, "This is the purple mansion pill." When he heard that the jade bottle in his hand contained the purple mansion pill that Foundation establishment cultivators dreamed of, Lei Zhen's face immediately turned red with excitement. "Back then, I promised you that when you opened up your Zifo, my Chen family would sponsor you with a Zifo pill. Now that you're already at the 9th layer of the Foundation establishment stage, only a hair's breadth away from the perfected Foundation establishment stage, it's time to fulfill my Chen family's promise." Hearing this, Lei Zhen suddenly had the thought of killing Chen Daoxuan. He wanted to kneel down to Chen Daoxuan on the spot. Chen Daoxuan supported him with one hand and patted his right hand, saying, "As long as you are loyal to my Chen family will not mistreat you." "Yes." Lei Zhen nodded with a choked voice. As a loose cultivator who had served in Yunmen Pass for many years, Lei Zhen knew how difficult it was to find a reliable master. Back when he was in Yunmen Guan, he knew the ways of the world. However, most of the people in Yunmen Pass were controlled by the cultivators of Jingzhou. Lei Zhen couldn't blend in even if he wanted to. It was nothing new for the cultivators of Kang Prefecture to be ostracized by the cultivators of other prefectures on the battlefield of the Yun nation. Even Zhou Mubai, who was on the Zifu Sons of Heaven's roll, had been ostracized by cultivators from other states when he was serving on the front lines of the Yun nation, let alone Lei Zhen, a rogue cultivator with no foundation at all. This was also one of the reasons why the Kangzhou cultivators hated Ye Yudao so much. The large carrier was extremely fast. Although it was not as fast as the Zhou family's Spirit Void battleship, it was still much faster than the light beams of the ordinary building foundation stage cultivators. Several hours later, the spiritual shell island was already in sight. As the Chen family arrived a day late, many Kangzhou cultivators had already arrived when Chen Daoxuan arrived. After the Battle of the Kangzhou Corpse Tide ended, the Kangzhou Coalition Army did not disband. As a member of the Kangzhou Coalition Army, after hearing the recruitment of the Qianyuan sword sect, everyone naturally gathered at the Zhou family of Kangzhou. He had the experience of receiving cultivators from the various prefectures in Kang Prefecture last time. The Zhou family's reception this time was undoubtedly much more relaxed. Before the Chen family's troop-carrying ship could approach the spiritual shell island, a spirit void battleship approached from the sky. Compared to the large carriers of the Chen family, the spiritual void battleship that used to be enormous seemed particularly thin in front of the enormous carriers. Of course, although the large transport ship was large in size, it had no combat power. Compared to a war artifact like the Spirit Void battleship, there was still no comparison. Close to the Chen family's large transport ship, a figure flew down from the Spirit Void battleship. Chen Daoxuan scanned the area with his divine sense. When he saw who it was, he quickly flew out of the Chen family's transport ship with a smile. "Uncle Zhou, long time no see." The person who came was none other than Zhou Muchen, who had retired from the Western Alliance Army after the Kang Prefecture Corpse Tide War. Chen Daoxuan did not expect Zhou Muchen to take control of another Spirit Void battleship after the Western Alliance Army retired. He cupped his hands and smiled. Congratulations to Uncle Zhou for his reinstatement. Hearing this, Zhou Muchen's face instantly turned red and he burst into laughter. At this moment, another figure flew out from the Spirit Void battleship. When he took a closer look, he was Zhou Muchen's son, Zhou Siliang. Chapter 293, New Army, 2. Brother Si Liang. Chen Daoxuan smiled and nodded at Zhou Siliang. Seeing that Chen Daoxuan had taken the initiative to greet him, Zhou Siliang immediately put on a flattered expression and hurriedly bowed. "Greetings, Brother Chen. Chen Daoxuan wasn't surprised to see Zhou Siliang being a little restrained. After all, Chen Daoxuan's reputation in Kangzhou had soared during the battle in Kangzhou Immortal City. Even though he had yet to break through to the Zifu disciple level, no cultivator in the entire Azure continent would treat Chen Daoxuan as a foundation establishment cultivator. This was the disadvantage of increasing one's strength and fame. Even those who used to call you brothers would unconsciously feel a sense of distance from you. Nephew Daoxian, this is not a place to chat. Follow me, we'll talk after we enter the city. All right. Chen Daoxuan nodded. An hour later. Under the guidance of the Zhou family's spirit warship, the Chen family's large transport ship docked at a special port. This port was newly built by the Zhou family after the establishment of the Kangzhou Business Alliance. It was specially used to dock immortal ships such as large transport ships. In fact, it was not only the Zhou family. All the immortal cities in Azure continent had built such ports. This was because the large transport ships had completely monopolized the trade and transportation routes of Kangzhou. Without a special port for large transport ships to dock, it meant that their immortal city was excluded from Kang Prefecture's commerce. No family would do such a stupid thing. Stop the transport ship. Chen Daoxuan only brought Chen Fuxian and Lei Zhen out of the transport ship. The rest of the soldiers continued to stay in the small grotto heaven of the carrier. Outside the transport ship. Other than Zhou Muchen and the others, there was another acquaintance waiting for him. Brother Chen, how have you been? In front of them, a handsome young Taoist in a white Taoist robe stood outside the carrier. The person who came was none other than the future leader of the Zhou family, Zhou Mubai. Brother Zhou. Chen Daoxuan smiled when he saw Zhou Mubai. He cupped his hands and said, I didn't expect that we would have to fight side by side again so soon. Please. Please. After exchanging pleasantries, the two of them walked side by side. Zhou Muchen, Chen Fuxian, Lei Zhen, and Zhou Siliang followed behind the two. Brother Zhou. Chen Daoxuan pondered for a moment and asked as he walked, I wonder why the Qianyuan sword sect recruited our Kangzhou cultivators? Was it just the passage to the true demon realm that appeared in Taizhou? Hearing this, Zhou Mubai frowned. After coughing, he sent a voice transmission, I'm not sure about the specifics, but from what I know, there's a problem on the other side of the Taizhou corridor. The other side of the passage. Chen Daoxuan frowned. On the other side of the passageway was the true demon realm. During this period of time, Chen Daoxuan had already roamed around the Deyuan kingdom of the true demon realm many times with the help of his clone and the dust banner. According to Chen Daoxuan's understanding, the true demon realm was extremely vast, and even a single point was not inferior to this realm. Deyuan was only an insignificant country in the true demon realm. In terms of strength, they were far weaker than the sect itself. Otherwise, Chen Daoxuan wouldn't have been able to rely on his foundation establishment clone and the dust banner to be so powerful. Although the dirt banner was said to be able to escape from nascent soul cultivators, it was only built on the premise that nascent soul cultivators were caught off guard and unprepared. Once a nascent soul cultivator was prepared, the other party had too many ways to make the random teleportation function of the dust banner ineffective. This was also the reason why Chen Daoxuan did not dare to send another clone after wandering around Deyuan. This was because the great demons and demon lords of Deyuan were already prepared. If he continued to be reckless, he would be courting death. In the next 2 days. After gathering at the spiritual shell island, the cultivators of Kang Prefecture rushed toward Tai Prefecture. Taizhou and Kangzhou were quite far away. Even if they used a large transport ship, they would still have to fly for more than half a month to get there. On the leading spiritual boat, Chen Daoxuan sighed. No wonder the infinite star sea has to be ruled by the immortal cultivator families in each state. The transportation is too inconvenient. Taizhou and Kangzhou are the 2 neighboring states. If it were the 2 farthest states. Chen Daoxuan said and shook his head. At the side, Fire Spirit Deist, who had a divine pattern of fire on his forehead, smiled and said, Brother Chen, don't complain. Kangzhou is still considered good. In the end, it is relatively close to the Qianyuan sword sect. If it is a state that is far away from the Qianyuan sword sect, it will be chaotic. Oh! Chen Daoxuan raised his eyebrows and said, is there such a chaotic place in the infinite star sea under the rule of the Qianyuan sword sect? Of course. The fire spirit deist seemed to be interested. Otherwise, why do you think the old sect master of the Qian Yuan sword sect destroyed the Qi family? Cough cough. Seeing that deist fire spirit didn't have a chance to shut his mouth, Zhou Mubai quickly coughed. Only fire spirit deist had the guts to talk about the previous sect master of the Qian Yuan sword sect in public. If it was anyone else. Zhou Mubai shook his head. Forget it, let's not talk about this. Me. He paused for a moment. Oh right, I want to buy some level 3 high-grade immortal swords. I wonder if anyone has any in stock. I'm willing to buy them at a high grade. Hearing this, Zhou Mubai teased, last time, your Chen family snatched so many purple mansion pills from the Zhang family's auction house. Now, you're buying a large number of high-grade level 3 immortal swords. It seems like your Chen family has really struck it rich. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan smiled bitterly. It's just some floating wealth. Compared to the other families, my Chen family's foundation is too shallow. We can only refine some low-level pills and magic tools to earn some spirit stones. Zhang Xianling didn't think too much about it. He casually took out a dozen sword cases from his storage bag and said, these are all high-grade level 3 immortal swords from my private collection. They have all kinds of attributes. Brother Chen, pick a few that you like. Seeing this scene, Chen Daoxuan was clear that this was the great clan's foundation. As the successor of the Zhang clan in Jinan Prefecture, Zhang Xianling could easily take out a dozen or so high-grade third-tier flying swords. One had to know that these flying swords were worth tens of millions of spirit stones. From this, one could see how generous the cultivation clans were. Back when the Chen family was in dire straits, the accumulation of several generations was less than 10,000 spirit stones. The difference between the two was like heaven and earth. Not to mention the wandering cultivators who were even more miserable than the Chen family back then. This was also the reason why Chen Daoxuan felt despair after transmigrating to this world. The monopoly of cultivation resources by the great cultivation clans and sects was too despairing. As a result, itinerant cultivators and cultivators from small families did not even have the spiritual energy to cultivate. If it wasn't for the fact that the sect master of the Heavenly Essence Sword sect had put up a strong front and allocated a large portion of the benefits of the war in the Yun nation to the rogue cultivators, the rogue cultivators would never have been able to stand out. Chen Daoxuan looked at the sword cases floating in front of him and opened them one by one. Just as Zhang Xianling said, the immortal swords that he had taken out were all treasures that he had hidden. Each of them was inferior to the rainbow light sword that the Yang family had given him. Chen Daoxuan chose 3 water-attributed flying swords and 1 metal-attributed flying sword in succession before stopping. I'll choose these 4 immortal swords. Chen Daoxuan smiled and handed over a high-grade storage bag. These are spirit stones. Zhang Xianling waved his hand and put away the other level 3 upper-grade immortal swords. He took the storage bag from Chen Daoxuan. Immediately, his expression changed and he frowned. He stretched out his hand to hold the storage bag and said, Brother Chen, what is the meaning of this? Last time, I bought so many purple mansion pills at your Zhang clan's auction house. These extra pills can be considered my personal thanks. The purple mansion pill was not so easy to buy. As a strategic medicinal pill, any purple mansion pill would be strictly controlled by the sect and the various large immortal clans. Chen Daoxuan being able to buy so many purple mansion pills, the Zhang clan had indeed helped the Chen clan greatly. The Chen family had to accept this favor. He bought a level 3 superior grade immortal sword at a premium as a thank you gift to Zhang Xianling. It only meant that the Chen family remembered the favor the Zhang family had done. Everyone present was smart. Chen Daoxuan's attitude could not help but make everyone present have a very good impression of the Chen family, this newly rising family. Kangzhou was different from Taizhou and Jingzhou. The situation in Tai province and Jing province was dominated by one family, and the other cultivation clans had to rely on the Zhang family and the Ji family. Although the various prefectures in Kangzhou had the most powerful families, there were no overlords like Taizhou and Jingzhou in the entire Kangzhou. The former Ye family had a chance. When Kangzhou experienced a sharp decline in strength after the chaos in Kangzhou, the third elder of the Qian Yuan sword sect placed his son in Kangzhou to establish a family. It was not without the intention of making Ye Wudao the overlord of Kangzhou. However, Ye Wudao was really useless. Not only could he not increase his cultivation, but he could not even win the hearts of the people. He had offended all the cultivators in Kangzhou. To be honest, in terms of ability to offend people, ordinary people were not as strong as Ye Wudao. At the very least, Chen Daoxuan could not offend all the cultivators in Kangzhou. Chapter 294, Qingqiu Demon Kingdom, 1. Half a month later, the Kangzhou Alliance army entered the territory of Taizhou in a mighty manner. As soon as he stepped into the territory of Tai Province, he encountered more cultivators along the way. From these scattered lights, it could be seen that most of them were itinerant cultivators from Yuanchen Immortal City and cultivators from small families in Tai Province. The Zhang family of Taizhou and the Ji family of Jingzhou all traveled with a fleet of spirit ships that covered the sky. It was impossible for them to be as scattered as the itinerant cultivators. On the first ship of the Kangzhou squadron, Zhou Mubai and the others stood on the deck of the spirit ship and looked into the sky. Suddenly, a spirit ship fleet that was nearly 5 times larger than the Kangzhou squadron flew toward the Kangzhou squadron. It's the fleet of the Ji family in Jingzhou. Zhang Xianling looked over and saw the flag of the Ji family on the first ship. Chen Daoxuan couldn't help but think of the Ji family disciple called Ji Yanzhao whom he met in Yuanchen Immortal City. With such powerful strength, it's no wonder that the name of the Ji family in the Jing state could make the Zhang family's paragon retreat. When Fire Spirit Daoist saw this scene, he smacked his lips and muttered, "Wonder what exactly happened on the other side of the Tai state passageway this time that made the cultivators of our 3 states go to such great lengths. Who knows?" Zhang Xianling shook his head. The Qianyuan sword sect was very strict with the news. Even if the few people present were the heirs of the top immortal cultivation clans in Kangzhou, they did not know why the Qianyuan sword sect had issued the recruitment order. However, according to the decree of the Qianyuan sword sect, once the omen order was issued, no family or cultivator in the Infinite Star Sea could disobey it. Otherwise, it would be regarded as betraying the Qianyuan sword sect and would be jointly punished by the Qianyuan sword sect and the major cultivation families in the Infinite Star Sea. This was also the reason why the Chen family of Shuanghu Island didn't dare to hesitate and informed Chen Daoxuan immediately after receiving the conscription order. In the sky, other than the Zhang family's fleet, another fleet was flying toward them. It's the Yuanchen Immortal City fleet. Zhou Mubai immediately recognized the symbol of Yuanchen Immortal City on the bow of the ship. As expected. Before the 2 fleets could meet, a voice sounded in everyone's minds. "Fellow Daoists from Kangzhou, why don't we travel together?" Chen Daoxuan immediately recognized that this was the voice of the nascent soul cultivator of the Yuanchen Immortal City, Perfected Lord Yuanchen. He was fortunate enough to listen to Perfected Lord Yuanchen's lecture once in Yuanchen Immortal City, so he was very familiar with his voice. Not only Chen Daoxuan, the others were probably listening to the other party's lecture in Yuanchen Immortal City, so they were very familiar with Perfected Lord Yuanchen's voice. Everyone looked at each other and bowed. "As you wish, Senior Immortal." "Good." Perfected Lord Yuanchen nodded. Very quickly, the 2 fleets slowly merged into one fleet under the command of the various races in Kang Prefecture and Yuanchen Immortal City. This time, the Kangzhou squadron's reputation soared. Although it was still not comparable to the fleets of the Ji family of Jing State and the Zhang family of Tai State, it was undoubtedly the 3rd largest force in Tai State, Jing State, and Kangzhou compared to the spirit ships of the small clans in the various states. After the Kangzhou squadron merged with the Yuanchen Immortal City squadron, everyone was fortunate enough to meet True Lord Yuanchen, a nascent soul stage senior, on the Kangzhou fleet's flagship. This was the first time Chen Daoxuan had come into close contact with Perfected Lord Yuanchen. Apart from his tall and burly figure, Supreme Yuanchen didn't look much different from an ordinary cultivator. Chen Daoxuan even felt that he was like an ordinary old man next door. An ordinary old man next door. Chen Daoxuan was shocked. This was a nascent soul, how could he be the old man next door? The power of a nascent soul was not something he could fathom. Originally, he had felt that after going through several trials in the Infinite Star Sea and learning the 3 heads, 6 arms divine ability, his power wouldn't be much inferior to even the top Zifu disciples on the Zifu disciple prodigy roll. But now, it seemed that for the top Zifu disciples on the Zifu disciple rankings to be able to get close to ordinary Jindan stage cultivators was already quite good. To be able to catch up to a nascent soul cultivator was undoubtedly a dream. Zhou Mubai and the others seemed to have sensed this as well. After seeing perfected Lord Yuan Chen, their attitudes became even more respectful, as if they were following perfected Lord Yuan Chen's lead. Everyone, relax. Perfected Lord Yuan Chen waved his hand with a smile. Yes, senior. Zhou Mubai and the others slowly raised their heads. When they met perfected Lord Yuan Chen's sincere gaze, they all heaved a sigh of relief. To be honest, it was impossible for everyone not to be nervous when true Lord Yuan Chen, a nascent soul cultivator, wanted to travel with them. Even though Supreme Yuan Chen had always had a good reputation, one could never know a person's heart from their appearance. Who knew what this nascent soul who could suppress everyone with a flip of his palm was thinking? But now, it seemed that perfected Lord Yuan Chen didn't have any ill intentions. Seeing that everyone had relaxed, perfected Lord Yuan Chen nodded and went straight to the point. What do you think of the recruitment order of the Qian Yuan sword sect? This. Everyone looked at each other. They didn't even know why the Qian Yuan sword sect recruited their Kangzhou cultivators, so what could they think? Chen Daoxuan cupped his hands at perfected Lord Yuan Chen and said respectfully, Senior, please enlighten me. Hearing this, perfected Lord Yuan Chen stroked his beard and said with a smile. Know some inside information about this matter. Hearing this, everyone's ears perked up. All of you know that there is a passage to the true demon realm in Taizhou, but you probably don't know what's on the other side of that passage. Perfected Lord Yuan Chen paused for a moment. The realm demon force on the other side of the Tai State passage is called the Qingqiu Demon Kingdom. It's a force established by a realm demon called Demon Lord Qingqiu. The true demon realm is similar to our immortal cultivation world. There are many forces of different sizes that are deeply intertwined. This Qingqiu Demon Kingdom is only one of the many forces in the true demon realm that is insignificant. Chapter 295, Qingqiu Demon Kingdom, 2. Originally, with the strength of the Qingqiu Demon Kingdom, it was more than enough for the Zhang family of Taizhou to guard the passage to the true demon realm. However, a treasure appeared in the Qingqiu Demon Kingdom this time, attracting many factions of the true demon realm to rush over to the Qingqiu Demon Kingdom. Therefore, the Qian Yuan sword sect had to urgently recruit cultivators from the 3 states to go to Taizhou for support. I see. Chen Daoxuan nodded. Then, he asked curiously, however, since there are many demon lords coming to the Qingqiu Demon Kingdom, why didn't the Qian Yuan sword sect send more nascent souls? Of course. Perfected Lord Yuan Chen smiled and said, the sea-suppressing Hall Master is here too. Hall Master Qin has arrived. Daoist Fire Spirit's eyes lit up. Hearing the arrival of the sea-suppressing Hall Master, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. A person's name was like a tree's shadow. As one of the youngest 7 Hall Masters of the Qian Yuan sword sect, Qin Zhan had always been known as the most talented cultivator in the history of the Qian Yuan sword sect. His strength was firmly ranked in the top 3 in the entire Qian Yuan sword sect and the top 5 in the entire Infinite Star Sea. Sending such an expert here was enough to prove the importance the Qian Yuan sword sect attached to the treasure of the Qingqiu Demon Kingdom. In other words, the Qian Yuan sword sect was worried that these demons of the true demon realm would invade the Infinite Star Sea under the guise of fighting for treasures. Hearing perfected Lord Yuan Chen explain everything to everyone in such a detailed manner, everyone vaguely understood perfected Lord Yuan Chen's thoughts. The Kangzhou cultivators lacked the most in the middle right now. They were high-level cultivators who could suppress a region. Although perfected Lord Yuan Chen had an immortal city under him, most of these cultivators were itinerant cultivators and could not listen to perfected Lord Yuan Chen's orders. In fact, the number of cultivators that perfected Lord Yuan Chen could directly dispatch was very limited. This could be seen from the fact that Yuan Chen Immortal City had tens of millions of rogue cultivators, but their fleet was not as big as the Kang Prefecture Squadron. In fact, it was the same in Kangzhou. Other than the disaster that affected the whole of Kangzhou, ordinary itinerant cultivators would not listen to the orders of the big immortal cultivation clans. If they angered the rogue cultivator, the other party would just leave. This was also the reason why Chen Daoxuan ordered Lei Zhen to reorganize the new army. After spending a lot of effort, he only managed to reorganize 3,000 people. It wasn't that the other cultivators who hadn't joined the new army were useless, but that many itinerant cultivators were unwilling to join the new army established by the Chen family after the corpse tide in Kang Prefecture ended. In the eyes of the itinerant cultivators, it was better to go to the battlefield of the Yun nation than to work for the Chen family. At least the Qian Yuan sword sect would give them more. No one had changed the thinking of the wandering cultivators. Perfected Lord Yuan Chen was the same. Even though his cultivation was extremely high and he was a nascent soul cultivator. As for perfected Lord Yuan Chen, although the itinerant cultivators respected him, they had to risk their lives to listen to his orders. Sorry, I can't do it. However, the cultivators of the Kangzhou squadron were different. The main body of the Kangzhou squadron was the cultivators of the various families in Kangzhou. Compared to the itinerant cultivators, the cultivators of the families were much more obedient. Take the cultivators of the Chen family as an example. Not to mention the Chen clan cultivators fighting for the clan, even if they were to sacrifice themselves for the clan, they would not even frown. The elite disciples of the other clans were not much weaker than the Chen clan cultivators. The education of loyalty to the clan was something that every cultivator clan would do. This was also the guarantee of the great cohesiveness of a cultivator clan. A clan's strong cohesiveness was due to its bloodline as a bond and the clan's education as a foundation. Only then would the clan's cultivators grow up to fight for the clan with all their heart. In terms of unity and cohesiveness, sect cultivators couldn't compare to clan cultivators. On the deck of the ship, seeing that everyone was silent, true Lord Yuan Chen said bluntly, "I'll be straightforward. My Yuan Chen Immortal City wants to form a verbal alliance with you all." Hearing this, everyone looked at each other. Zhou Mubai cupped his hands and said, "May I ask Senior, what is a verbal alliance? As you can see, I lack subordinates, and you Kangzhou cultivators lack high-level cultivators to suppress an area. The alliance between you Kangzhou cultivators and our Yuan Chen Immortal City will instantly become the third largest force comparable to the Zhang family of Taizhu and the Ji family of Jing province. This way, when we go there, we'll have more say." Perfected Lord Yuan Chen's words could be said to be very straightforward. When everyone saw how sincere perfected Lord Yuan Chen was, they didn't hide anything. Zhou Mubai cupped his hands and said, "However, since we are allies, there should be a leader, right?" Hearing this, "What? Do you want to order me around?" Perfected Lord Yuan Chen asked with a smile. "I wouldn't dare." Zhou Mubai hurriedly bowed before raising his head again. His gaze was firm as he said, "But we Azure Continent cultivators are not willing to be sold." When they heard this, Chen Daoxuan and the others stood together with Zhou Mubai and looked at perfected Lord Yuan Chen quietly. Everyone looked at each other for a while. True Lord Yuan Chen laughed out loud. "Previously, I heard that in Cloud Sky Palace, you Kangzhou cultivators dared to endure the pressure of Ye Yin's faction and scold Ye Wudao. I didn't believe it at that time, but now it seems that you really have the guts." Hearing this, everyone bowed again, but their attitudes were still firm. "Forget it." Perfected Lord Yuan Chen waved his hand. "Let's form an alliance. When something happens, I will be the leader on the surface and we'll discuss it in secret. How about that?" Hearing this, everyone laughed and cupped their hands. "As you command, Senior." Perfected Lord Yuan Chen smiled and shook his head. The arrogance of the Kangzhou cultivators made him even more satisfied. Although the Kangzhou cultivators were somewhat arrogant, the people who were least afraid of arrogance on the battlefield were those who had nothing to do with them. On the battlefield, people like Ye Wudao who ran away at the critical moment were the most feared. If you were to be comrades with a proud person, at least he would not betray you at the critical moment. Besides, people with pride were basically all talented cultivators. With perfected Lord Yuan Chen's insight, he could naturally tell at a glance that the people present were either sword cultivators or prodigies on the Zifu disciple prodigy roll. True Lord Yuan Chen had also been on the Zifu disciple rankings back then, and his ranking was very high. He naturally knew that as long as the geniuses on the Zifu disciple rankings didn't die in the future, it was almost certain that they would break through to the golden core stage. It was even possible for him to become a nascent soul like him. Perfected Lord Yuan Chen naturally thought highly of this kind of junior cultivator with great potential, and his attitude was much more amiable. If any ordinary Zifu disciple dared to speak to him in this manner, they would have long since been slapped to death by him. In less than 10 days, the mighty Kangzhou squadron finally arrived at their destination. Taizhou's true demon realm passageway was different from the newly formed passageway at Devil Ape Mountain. First, the location was different. The Taizhu passage was not at the bottom of the infinite star sea, but on a vast deserted island. Of course, this island could no longer be called a deserted island. The Qian Yuan sword sect had long cultivated a 6th grade spirit vein on this island and set up various killing formations to prevent the realm demons from coming out. Normally, the area within 10,000 miles of this island was a restricted area. Other than the different positions, the size of the Taizhu passageway and the demonic ape mountain passageway was also different. The passage of the demon ape mountain was only about 1 meter in diameter because it had just been formed. It was just enough for one person to pass through. Moreover, there was a requirement for the cultivation level of the person who passed through this passage. This was because this passageway of the Devil Ape Mountain had just been formed and was not very stable yet. If a person with a high cultivation level passed through, it was easy for the passage to collapse, causing the cultivator to be killed by the spatial power after the passage collapsed. For now, the passage of the Devil Ape Mountain could only allow cultivators at the foundation establishment stage and below to pass through. But the Taizhu passage was different. Rather than calling it a passageway, it was better to call it the fusion of the two worlds. When the Azure Continent cultivators and Yuanchen Immortal City cultivators stepped onto this vast island, they passed through layers of inspections and entered the array. Everyone was stunned by the scene in front of them. It was different from the black hole-like passageway that Chen Daoxuan had seen before. On this deserted island, Chen Daoxuan could see the true demon realm directly through the so-called passageway. In other words, the true demon realm was slowly merging with this deserted island. The starting point of the fusion was the location of the Taizhu passage. Let's go. Perfected Lord Yuan Chen looked at the scene in front of him with a solemn expression and said solemnly. Chapter 296, War Immortal City, 1. Infinite Star Sea. Taizhu. Above a deserted island. Boom. 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 Spirit ships tore through the sky and flew towards this deserted island. On the deserted island, there were all kinds of killing formations. These arrays covered the entire island. Without the help of the cultivators inside, the cultivators outside could forget about entering. Chen Daoxuan and the others entered the deserted island where the Taizhu passage was located with the help of the cultivators of the Qian Yuan sword sect. As soon as they stepped onto this deserted island, the tense atmosphere enveloped everyone. Quick, quick, quick! Newcomer, come and register with me. Don't be in a daze. In front of the Taizhu passage, rows of cultivators from the Zhang family and the Qian Yuan sword sect were patrolling. The cultivators from Kangzhou and Jingzhou who had come to reinforce them were sent to the temporary military camp by the cultivators from the Qian Yuan sword sect. Through the passageway, Chen Daoxuan saw a towering city pass at the end of the line of sight. This city pass was too majestic. It was much more majestic than all the immortal cities he had seen combined. Or rather, the immortal cities that Chen Daoxuan usually saw were all ordinary trading places. The immortal city at the end of his line of sight was a war fortress that specialized in war. The two could not be compared. What a majestic war immortal city! Perfected Lord Yuan Chen looked at the immortal city on the other side of the passageway and sighed with emotion. This immortal city is probably even bigger than the top few immortal passes in the Yun nation's front line. Senior has good eyesight. A golden core cultivator of the Qian Yuan sword sect who was welcoming them heard this and smiled. This war immortal city was built by the Zhang family of the Hittite state and the Qian Yuan sword sect after 100 years. In terms of scale, it was comparable to the top 3 passes in the Yun nation. Hearing this explanation, everyone nodded. Senior, everyone, Hall Master Qin is still waiting for us in never-ending immortal city. Hearing this, perfected Lord Yuan Chen did not dare to be negligent and cupped his hands. Fellow Daists Xiao, please. Please. After saying that, everyone didn't stay and watch any longer. They immediately rode on their flying lights and flew towards the never-ending immortal city on the other side of the passageway. The Taizhu passage was completely different from the Devil Ape Mountain passage. Chen Daoxuan followed the crowd through the passage, but he didn't feel dizzy at all. The two realms merge. Chen Daoxuan couldn't help but think of this phrase. Only when the two realms merged would he not feel dizzy after crossing the realm. Zero then vice, even if he passed through the spatial passageway, he would feel dizzy, let alone crossing the passageway between the two realms. After the others passed through the Taizhu passage, their expressions were also a little surprised. However, seeing that the cultivator surnamed Zhou from the Qian Yuan sword sect who came to receive them did not explain, no one asked. It could be seen that under the dark clouds of war, every cultivator here was very nervous. With the combined power of the three states and the Qianyuan sword sect, one could imagine how terrifying the power of the deserted island under their feet was. In a war of this level, even golden core cultivators were insignificant. Only nascent souls could influence a war of this level. A few breaths later, everyone finally stepped into the never-ending immortal city. After crossing the Tai State passageway, everyone realized that the Vyang immortal city was even bigger than what they had seen. Previously, due to the restrictions of the passageway, what everyone saw was only the tip of the iceberg of the never-ending immortal city. Now that they had passed through the Tai State passageway and officially entered the true demon realm, everyone finally realized how huge the never-ending immortal city was. When everyone entered the city, the Golden Core State Cultivator introduced, the city walls of Vyang Immortal City alone are more than 1,000 miles long, and there are 36 Tiangang protectors and 72 Disha protectors attached to it. These protectors form a heaven and earth sealing great array. Not only do they protect Vyang Immortal City, but they are also our outermost line of defense. The Golden Core State Cultivator named Xiao pointed at the 108 satellite immortal cities floating outside the never-ending immortal city. A war artifact. Zhou Mubai exclaimed as he looked at the blurry figures of the 108 satellite immortal cities outside the city. Yes. The Golden Core Cultivator surnamed Xiao looked at Zhou Mubai in surprise. After a while, he seemed to recognize him and smiled. You must be Zhou Mubai, ranked 9th on the Zifa Prodigy roll, right? Junior Zhou Mubai greets Senior Xiao. Zhou Mubai didn't dare to be arrogant and hurriedly bowed. You're welcome. The Golden Core Cultivator surnamed Xiao waved his hand. Senior Yuan Chen, everyone, Hall Master Qin is in the palace in front. I still have to defend myself, so I won't send you off. Fellow Daoist Xiao is too polite. Thank you, Senior. Perfected Lord Yuan Chen and the higher UPS of the Kangzhou cultivators all cupped their hands and thanked the Golden Core Cultivator surnamed Xiao. The Golden Core Cultivator surnamed Xiao nodded and turned into a beam of light in front of everyone, flying out of the city. Just as he said. Now, the cultivators from the three states were all gathering at the Tai State Passage. As a Golden Core Cultivator who guarded the never-ending immortal city all year round, he was busier than anyone else. The reason why he could take such a long time to receive everyone was mostly because of true Lord Yuan Chen, a nascent soul cultivator. Otherwise, if Chen Daoxuan and the others came, there would definitely be no Golden Core cultivators to receive them. In fact, Chen Daoxuan, Zhou Mubai and the others didn't even have the right to enter the hall to discuss matters. Even though there were many cultivators sent by the various major immortal clans in the Azure continent, it was a fact that there were no high-level cultivators in the Azure continent. Whether it was the Zhang family of Taizhu or the Ji family of Jingzhou, they were both famous nascent soul realm families. They were not comparable to the scattered cultivation families in Kangzhou. This was also the reason why the Kangzhou cultivators agreed to cooperate with perfected Lord Yuan Chen. Chapter 297, War Immortal City, 2. Compared to listening to the Zhang family of Taizhu and the Ji family of Jing province, it was better to rely on perfected cultivator Yuan Chen first. At least the cultivators of Kang province would not be used as cannon fodder by the other two nascent soul families in the war. He's here. Before entering the hall, a dignified voice sounded in everyone's sea of consciousness. Chen Daoxuan instantly recognized that this was the voice of the sea-suppressing hall master, Qin Zhan. Compared to his impression of hall master Qin's cynicism, the tone of the sea-suppressing hall master was much more serious this time. Obviously, the trouble they encountered this time was not small. Everyone replied and entered the hall. After entering the hall, everyone saw that the hall was already filled with cultivators. The cultivators in the hall were all at least at the Aurus core stage. From their seats, it could be roughly distinguished that the cultivators in the hall were roughly divided into three camps. They were the cultivators of Taizhu led by the Zhang family, the cultivators of Jingzhou led by the Ji family, and the cultivators of the Qianyuan sword sect led by the Sea-Calming Hall Master. As perfected Lord Yuan Chen entered the hall, he could barely be considered the fourth camp. However, this fourth camp was quite shabby. Other than perfected Lord Yuan Chen, who was a nascent soul cultivator, only his eldest disciple had reached the Golden Core realm. As for the Kangzhou cultivators, there was not a single Golden Core cultivator. Since fellow Daoist Yuan Chen is here, let's begin our battle conference. Qin Zhan, who was sitting at the head of the table, looked at Perfected Lord Yuan Chen and said. Perfected Lord Yuan Chen and the Kangzhou cultivators cupped their hands at everyone and sat on their seats. Please take a look, everyone. He waved his hand, and a light screen appeared in the middle of the hall. On the screen, a giant city surrounded by satellite immortal cities the size of chess pieces appeared at one end, and at the other end was the continuous realm Demon Kingdom, the Green Hill Demon Kingdom. Viang Immortal City and our Tiangang Disha City control a total of thousands of miles of land with the Tai State Passageway as the center. Outside the city is the territory of the Qingqiu Demon Kingdom. The Qingqiu Fei Kingdom was a Fei Kingdom established by the Qingqiu Fei Lord. The Qingqiu Fei Lord was originally a nine-tailed celestial fox, and later became a realm Fei after cultivating a unique origin world technique. As one of the many Fei kingdoms in the true demon realm, the Qingqiu Fei Kingdom was not something to be afraid of. With the strength of the never-ending immortal city, they could completely defend against it. However, according to our spies in the Qingqiu Demon Kingdom, an extraordinary treasure has recently appeared in the Qingqiu Demon Kingdom. The origin world left behind by a perfected immortal level realm demon. What? The origin world left behind by a realm demon at the level of a perfected immortal. Age 11. Upon hearing this, the cultivators below the Aurus core stage in the hall didn't have much reaction, but several nascent souls cried out in surprise. Clearly, the origin world of this realm demon at the level of a perfected immortal was extraordinary. In the Kang Prefecture camp, Chen Daoxuan and the others frowned. The Sea-Calming Palace Lord did not keep them in suspense and explained, as everyone knows, the cultivation method of realm demons is different from us cultivators. They don't walk the path of chi refinement or body refinement. The cultivation path of realm demons was known as the origin world law. The so-called origin world technique was to create a new world in the body of the realm demon. The strength of the realm demon would also increase as the origin world grew stronger. The world origin pearl that we obtained after killing the realm demon was formed from the realm demon's origin world. Hearing this, everyone nodded. These were all common sense. Perhaps the lowest level of itinerant cultivators in the infinite star sea didn't know much about them, but those who could sit here were at least the leaders of an overlord-level force. They didn't know the realm demons like the back of their hands, but they had heard about them. Seeing everyone nod their heads, the Sea-Calming Palace Lord continued, generally speaking, the origin world of a weak realm demon will quickly turn into chaos after it dies. Therefore, the world origin beads we have are all grey and filled with chaotic chi after the world is destroyed. However, as the realm demon's strength increased, the time it took for the origin world to turn into chaos after its death would also increase. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan's heart trembled. He suddenly thought of the Zifa-level realm demon that his clone had killed in Dayuan. It seemed that after the realm origin bead was taken out, it slowly returned to chaos. If that was the case for a Zifa-level realm demon, then what about a true immortal realm demon? Those who cultivated the Dao of Qi refinement and the Dao of body refinement to become immortals had pure Yang divine souls and immortal bodies that were indestructible. What would happen if he became a perfected immortal using the origin world technique? It might be too exaggerated for the origin world to form its own world, but the speed at which the true immortal realm and the demon origin world were destroyed would probably take a very long time. The origin world left behind by a realm demon at the level of a perfected immortal can last for tens or even millions of years without being disturbed by the outside world. The sea-suppressing hall master looked at everyone. The origin world where the Qingqiu Demon Kingdom was born was left behind by a perfected immortal level realm demon who had died many years ago. This. In the hall, the cultivators with lower cultivation levels were not affected, but the nascent souls of the Zhang family and Ji family were all very excited. They wanted to enter the origin world left behind by the realm demon at the perfected immortal level to explore. However, the 5 nascent souls seemed to have thought of something, and their expressions turned ugly. Hall Master Qin. Below, Patriarch Zhang, who was dressed in a black Daoist robe, said, "Since a perfected immortal level origin world has appeared, there must be a lot of demon lords who have gone to the Green Hill Demon Kingdom to seize opportunities." "It is a lot." "Yes." Qin Zhan nodded. "From what I know, there are 7 demon lords from the Shi Tuo Demon Kingdom, 3 demon lords from the Polar Night Demon Kingdom, and 5 demon lords from the Qingqiu Demon Kingdom." Chapter 298, War Immortal City, 3. Hearing this, Elder Zhang frowned. "Strange. Among the 3 Fey kingdoms that are close to the Green Hill Fey Kingdom, the Great Yuan Fey Kingdom is the strongest. Why didn't the Great Yuan Fey Kingdom send a Fey Lord this time? I'm not sure. The Sea Suppression Hall Master shook his head. This was also what he was most worried about. Within 1,000,000 kilometers of never-ending Immortal City, there were 4 demon kingdoms. They were the Shi Tuo Demon Kingdom, the Qingqiu Demon Kingdom, the Great Yuan Demon Kingdom, and the Extreme Night Demon Kingdom. Among the 4 Great Fey Kingdoms, the Dayuan Fey Kingdom was the strongest. It had more than 10 Fey Lords alone. It was the only Fey Kingdom among the 4 Great Fey Kingdoms that had more than 2 digits of Fey Lords. But this time, the Great Yuan Fey Kingdom did not send a Demon Lord. The Qian Yuan Sword Sect wanted to investigate, but the Great Yuan Fey Kingdom and the never-ending Immortal City were separated by the Green Hill Fey Kingdom. It was undoubtedly a fool's dream for the spies of the Qian Yuan Sword Sect to pass through the Green Hill Fey Kingdom and enter the Great Yuan Fey Kingdom's territory to investigate. After all, this was different from the spies sent to the Yun Nation. This was the true demon realm, and the people active in this world were all realm demons. Even if there were humans, they were only food for the realm demons. If the Qian Yuan Sword Sect wanted to develop spies here, it would be very difficult. In the Kang Prefecture camp, Chen Daoxuan, who had been silent all this while, was slightly moved when he heard that the Dayuan Fey Kingdom did not send a Fey Lord. He wouldn't. Was it because of his clone? His clone had been killing realm demons in the Great Yuan Fey Kingdom, causing a huge commotion. More importantly, the Great Yuan Fey Empire had sent demon lords to capture his avatars several times, but none of them were captured. This made the demon lords of the Great Yuan Fey Kingdom unable to sit still. As a power of a demon country, who could withstand a thief who came into their home and killed their low-level realm demons? Especially after Chen Daoxuan killed a purple prefecture-level world demon, he had completely touched the bottom line of the Dayuan Fey Kingdom. If there was a thief near the Chen family's Shuanghu Island who had specially ambushed and killed their own qi condensation cultivators, Chen Daoxuan would find this thief even if he had to dig 3 feet into the ground. Who cared about treasure snatching and opportunities? In the main hall, when the nascent soul cultivators heard that the Great Yuan Fey Kingdom did not send a demon lord, their hearts sank slightly. What made people worried was not the number of enemies, but the fact that the powerful enemies were like vipers waiting for an opportunity to attack. They did not know when they would give you a fatal blow. At this moment, a cold-faced nascent soul cultivator of the Ji family said, "So, on the surface, there are a total of 15 nascent soul demon lords in the upper realm, while we only have 7 nascent souls." That's true. The Sea Suppressing Hall Master nodded. Upon hearing this, Perfected Lord Yuan Chen also frowned. Hall Master Qin, does the Qian Yuan Sword Sect have no backup? No. Qin Zhan shook his head and said with a deep gaze, "But you're mistaken about one thing. We're facing 3 demon kingdoms, not 15 realm demons." Hearing this, the nascent soul cultivators couldn't help but understand. This was indeed the case. The competition between the various demon kingdoms in the true demon realm was even more intense than the competition between sects in the cultivation world. In fact, the war between the demon kingdoms of the true demon realm was even more brutal. One had to know that not only could realm demons devour humans, they could also devour each other. Perhaps the unique characteristics of the origin world's technique meant that it was difficult for the realm demons to completely unite. It was already commendable that the demon lords could establish a demon kingdom and establish a force. It was more like a dream to completely unify the true demon realm. Chapter 299, Great Dao Stone Steel. Never-ending Immortal City. In the main hall, when the cultivators heard the words of the Sea Suppressing Hall Master, an absurd thought appeared in their minds. Perfected Lord Yuan Chen cupped his hands and said hesitantly, "Hall Master Qin's meaning is... What I mean is that instead of sitting and guarding Vyang Immortal City, why don't we take the initiative to attack?" Qin Zhan stood up from his seat. "Take the initiative to attack?" Patriarch Zhang frowned. The rest of the nascent soul cultivators also frowned. "I wonder how Hall Master Qin plans to take the initiative to attack?" Perfected Lord Yuan Chen asked with a solemn expression. Qin Zhan glanced at Perfected Lord Yuan Chen and then at the other nascent soul cultivators. He said, "I know that you are worried that the demon lords of the 3 demon kingdoms will gather in the Qingqiu Demon Kingdom and attack never-ending Immortal City. They might even take the opportunity to attack the Infinite Star Sea. But in my opinion, the possibility of such a situation happening is extremely low. The frequency of the battles between the three great Fey kingdoms, Qingqiu, Extreme Night, and Shi Tuo, is not any less than the battle between us and the Qingqiu Fey kingdom. In addition, the great Yuan Fey kingdom is watching us closely. These three Fey kingdoms definitely won't fight us head-on to prevent the great Yuan Fey kingdom from taking advantage of us after both sides are injured. Hearing this analysis, Patriarch Zhang nodded. The Zhang family had been guarding the never-ending immortal city for many years, so they knew much more about the conflict between the four demon kingdoms than the cultivators of the Azure continent and the Jing continent. It could be said that the conflict between the four Fey kingdoms was not any smaller than the conflict between the Qingqiu Fey kingdom and the never-ending immortal city. In fact, it was even greater. This was because the never-ending immortal city was only a defensive immortal city. The purpose of the Qian Yuan sword sect for so many years was to build an immortal city at the entrance of the true demon realm to prevent the realm demons from invading the infinite star sea. The Qian Yuan sword sect itself had no intention of invading the true demon realm. After all, the Qian Yuan sword sect and the Yun nation were still at war. No one in their right mind would go to war with them. As if he had thought of something, old ancestor Zhang cupped his hands and said, "But won't our actions agitate the various Yao kingdoms?" Never-ending immortal city had been keeping a low profile all these years, which was why it was able to maintain a relatively stable position with the other three demon countries. If they were to interfere this time, would it cause the other demon countries to retaliate? The real is fake, the fake is real. The Sea Suppression Hall Master shook his head. It's precisely because our never-ending immortal city's strength on the surface is not as strong as the various demon kingdoms combined that we have to maintain our strength. Otherwise, once we show our weakness, we will truly be doomed. Hearing Qin Zhan's words, old ancestor Zhang seemed to have thought of something. His heart trembled, and he no longer objected. The Ji family of Jing State and the cultivators of Kangzhou knew little about the situation in Vying Immortal City. Seeing that the Zhang family, who had been guarding this place all year round, did not object, there was no reason for them to object. The Sea-Suppressing Palace Hall Master glanced at everyone and said, "Since no one is against it, then let's take the initiative to attack." Take the initiative to attack. Attack first. In the hall, a cultivator of the Qian Yuan sword sect quickly followed behind Qin Zhan and shouted. Then, the words "take the initiative to attack" resounded in the hall. Chen Daoxuan looked at the agitated crowd without saying a word. On such an occasion, not to mention the small Chen family of Shuanghu Island, even the entire Kangzhou cultivator group did not have much say. The cultivators of Kangzhou were the weakest among the three states, and there were no high-level cultivators guarding them. The Kangzhou cultivators were already giving them face by being able to attend. If he spoke in public again, he would be a little ungrateful. The Sea-Suppressing Palace Hall Master pressed his hand down, and the blood-pumping shouts in the hall suddenly stopped. Qin Zhan continued to say, "Since you're taking the initiative to attack, you should also list out all the rules. Fellow Daoist Zhang, what do you think?" "I'll listen to Hall Master Qin's orders." Old Ancestor Zhang cupped his hands and said humbly. "All right. I don't want to waste my time." Qin Zhan stopped being polite. "I plan to arrange for cultivators below the Purple Prefecture realm to participate in the fight for treasures in the true immortal level origin world of the Qingqiu Demon Kingdom. But, would the demon lords of the three Fey kingdoms agree?" "Of course they will agree. Even if they don't agree, they have to agree." Qin Zhan sneered. Although a perfected immortal origin world can last for hundreds of thousands of years, this is only under normal circumstances. If a battle breaks out in this origin world with more than 20 nascent soul cultivators, what do you think will happen? Perfected Lord Yuan Chen nodded. "I'm afraid it will collapse in an instant and turn into chaos." "It seems that they will indeed agree." Patriarch Zhang and Patriarch Ji nodded. And, Qin Zhan added, "There is another advantage for us nascent soul cultivators not to enter the origin world. That is, we can retreat to the never-ending immortal city at any time. At that time, with the defense of the never-ending immortal city, even if the demon lords of the four demon kingdoms attack together, we can still hold on until the sect rescues us." Hearing this, the cultivators were convinced by Qin Zanjin's arrangement of being able to attack, retreat, and defend. In fact, after the nascent souls present learned that the true immortal origin world had appeared in the Qingqiu demon country, they could not hold it in any longer. The reason why they did not take the initiative to attack was that they were worried that this would cause the fall of Viang Immortal City. When the Qianyuan sword sect was punished, they would lose more than they gained. Now that the Seacoming Hall Master had taken the initiative to fight for the treasure, the nascent soul cultivators present could not wait to applaud. No one would sincerely oppose it. The battle conference lasted for more than 2 hours before it was finally over. He left the main hall. Chen Daoxuan and the other Azure Province cultivators followed closely behind perfected Lord Yuan Chen and flew to a mansion in the Immortal City that was specially arranged for nascent souls. Chapter 300, Great Dao Stone Steel, 2. Within the Immortal Estate. After perfected Lord Yuan Chen sat down, he said with a smile, "Don't stand there, sit there." "Thank you, Senior." Chen Daoxuan and the others looked at each other and cupped their hands in thanks before taking their seats. "Senior." Daoist Fire Spirit had just sat down when he said impatiently, "Hall Master Qin's intention today is for us Zifu disciples to head to the source world of true immortals to seize treasures." Perfected Lord Yuan Chen held a cup of spiritual tea and said with a smile, "It's not just Zifu disciples. There are foundation establishment cultivators as well." A foundation establishment cultivator. Chen Daoxuan, who had been silent, raised his head in surprise. He had originally thought that this matter had nothing much to do with him. In any case, he was not a Zifu disciple, so it was not his place to risk his life in the origin world. Although the nascent soul cultivators were jealous of the source world of true immortals, Chen Daoxuan did not care. If not for the fact that the recruitment order of the Qianyuan sword sect was difficult to disobey, Chen Daoxuan didn't want to come here at all. Putting aside the dangers of the true demon realm, could the so-called opportunities here be compared to the trials and inheritances in the infinite star sea? Chen Daoxuan was in closed-door cultivation at the Devil Ape Mountain. His strength was advancing by leaps and bounds, so how could he be willing to come out and take the risk? However, no matter how bold the Chen family was, they did not dare to disobey the Qianyuan sword sect's orders. "Yes, a foundation establishment cultivator." "Yes." True Lord Yuan Chen nodded. "Hall Master Qin plans to send 1,000 Zifu disciples and 10,000 foundation establishment cultivators to explore the true immortal origin world." "Senior." Zhou Mubai cupped his hands and said, "I will take the liberty to ask. What kind of treasure is there in this true immortal origin world that is worth the Qianyuan sword sect making such a big fuss?" Hearing this, perfected Lord Yuan Chen was silent for a moment, then he looked around and said, "All of you should know that at the end of the realm demon's cultivation of the origin world technique, it is to nurture a complete world in its body, right?" Everyone nodded. "And if a realm demon wants to nurture a world, in the beginning, it only needs to consume all kinds of blood and food. For example, realm demons love to consume humans, who are the spirits of all living things." Perfected Lord Yuan Chen paused. "But as the origin world in the realm demon's body continues to grow, it's no longer enough to rely on consuming all kinds of blood and food. To put it simply, the origin world was like building a house. In the beginning, they only needed to violently pile it up to make the house big and spacious. However, as the house grew bigger, it became easier to collapse. At this time, they had to fill in the beams and skeletons of the house. Great Dao laws." Zhou Mubai instantly grasped something. "Yes, Great Dao laws." Perfected Lord Yuan Chen nodded. Chen Daoxuan was shocked in his heart. This statement deviated from what the Merfolk clan's clan leader Luo Ziyuan said back then. Back then, Luo Ziyuan had said that as long as he continued to devour the realm demon, he would be able to become stronger. However, according to perfected Lord Yuan Chen, it was obviously not that simple. Between the two, Chen Daoxuan was more inclined towards perfected Lord Yuan Chen. If realm demons really didn't need to comprehend the Great Dao and could become stronger just by devouring, who could resist the temptation of such a terrifying cultivation method? Although Chen Daoxuan did not know if the human race could cultivate the origin world technique of the realm demon, if this technique was really so abnormal, there would definitely be countless cultivators who would go forward and modify the origin world technique suitable for human cultivators. It was obvious. The origin world techniques cultivated by Realm Fei were definitely inferior to the human's Qi refinement Dao and body refinement Dao. In other words, both had their pros and cons. In fact, the human race's way of refining Qi was even better. Perfected Lord Yuan Chen continued, when realm demons cultivate to the point where they are equivalent to human golden core cultivators, they will begin to fill the great Dao laws into the origin world in their bodies. Zhou Mubai frowned. Senior, do you mean that the realm demon will fill the origin world with the nomological laws of the great Dao that it comprehended? That's right. Perfected Lord Yuan Chen gave Zhou Mubai a look that said that he was a promising child. Now, everyone finally understood why the nascent soul cultivators in the hall were so excited. If nothing unexpected happened, since the great Dao laws in the origin world could materialize, they could probably be taken out too. As expected. Whether it's the demon lords of the various demon kingdoms or us nascent souls, we all have our eyes on the great Dao laws of the perfected immortal origin world. Zhang Xianling frowned. But this realm demon at the level of a perfected immortal has been dead for many years. Will there still be any great path nomological laws left in the origin realm it left behind? There will definitely be. Perfected Lord Yuan Chen said resolutely, if the great Dao laws don't exist, even a perfected immortal origin world will collapse instantly. It definitely won't last so long. Great Dao laws. Everyone's mood was indescribably heavy. Human cultivators had always cultivated by comprehending the great Dao externally and cultivating themselves internally. However, the great Dao was ethereal, so how could it be easy to comprehend it? Regardless of whether one entered the path with the sword or with techniques, one would realize that the two paths were the same when one cultivated to a certain realm. In essence, they were both comprehending the great Dao. In order to comprehend the great Dao laws more smoothly, other than relying on one's own comprehension, there was another method, which was to make the great Dao appear more clearly in front of oneself. Ways to increase one's comprehension were not common in the cultivation world. Even if there were some treasures that could temporarily increase a cultivator's comprehension, most of them could only be encountered by chance. It was even more ridiculous to let the great Dao appear clearly in front of the cultivators. This kind of treasure was even rarer than treasures that could increase a cultivator's comprehension ability. Coincidentally, the great Dao laws left behind by high-level demons in the origin world were such treasures. Of course, the nomological laws of the great path left behind by realm demons were generally not very useful.